I had put out the only light in the hall. Still burdened with a tenacious, growling dog, I was forced to feel my way with my feet toward the back stairway. I couldn't stop in a hall to choke him loose. My only hope was to drag him downstairs and deal with him outside the place. At the top of the stairs his struggles and weight overbalanced me, and we rolled and bumped down the long, dark stairway to the landing below. On our way down he weakened, let go his grip on my arm, scrambled to his feet, and tore out into the alley, howling piteously. I gathered myself up and ran in the opposite direction. In my room, I took stock and found he hadn't injured me, and that I had enough money to carry me for another week. I now moved into a small lodging house and paid for my room each night. As a transient roomer, I could leave at any time without causing comment. Curious to learn something about the dog I was tangled up with, I went into the office and barroom of the hotel, looking for him. One evening while I was getting a drink, I heard a low, threatening growl across the room, and a look in the big mirror back of the bar showed me a good, big, husky shepherd dog standing under a card table. The hair on his neck and back bristled as he eyed me suspiciously. I thought he was going to attack me, and turned around to face him. When I did this, he backed still farther beneath the table, but never took his eyes off me. The room was crowded with loungers and card players, but none of them appeared to notice his actions. I went out of the place and stayed out. At last the night came that I had decided was to be my last in the town. I had done everything possible in the way of precaution and protection. The stormy night favored me, and the box gave up its contents after a few sturdy blows from a short-handled sledgehammer. The train arrived on time, and when it pulled out I got aboard without a ticket. That was part of my plan. I didn't want to be seen at the ticket office, where I knew inquiries would be made the next day. The safe contained nothing of value to me but a roll of paper money. I had no chance to count or examine it while waiting for the train, but before the conductor got to me, I fished out a worn $20 bill from which I paid my fare, about $15, to Vancouver. I had no intention of going into that city now, but paid my fare there to mislead anyone making inquiries from the train men. I planned to leave the train at a junction and take another across the border. Well satisfied with myself, I was reviewing the night's work when the train slowed down between stations about 20 miles from where I got aboard. After a long wait, the conductor appeared with the information that the train was blocked by an avalanche of snow and rock. "Make yourselves comfortable," he said. "We won't get out of here before noon tomorrow." My carefully laid plans crumbled. I wished myself back in the town. I thought of the bill I had given the conductor. I could see the constables with their heads together in the morning deducing and inferring, with the result that they would deduce and infer that their burglar had left on the night train. I could see them arriving at our stalled train sometime in the forenoon and buttonholing the conductor. I could see him pointing his finger at me. It was suicide to leave the train. Not a hut or habitation within miles, and a terrific storm raging. I went over every possibility and finished with a helpless, half-trapped feeling. I went into another coach and, finding an empty seat, cut a slit in the cushion and planted the roll of money, keeping only the change from the $20 bill. There was nothing else I could do to protect myself. I tried to sleep in a seat, but couldn't, so I sat around, apprehensive and nervous, till morning. The storm abated at daylight, and an hour later a work train pulled in behind us, prepared to dig us out. I got ready for a shock. Sure enough, in a few minutes, 2 constables from the town I had left came slowly down the aisle behind the conductor. When he came to my seat, he stopped and nodded his head toward me. One officer stood by me, but said nothing. The other said something aside to the conductor, who took a roll of bills from his pocket, peeled off the top one, and handed it to him. He turned the bill over, looked at it carefully, and then at a piece of paper he had in his hand. After more talk with the conductor that I couldn't hear, he turned and faced me with a gun in his hand. "Put the irons on him, Mr. Stevens," he said to the officer beside me. "He is our man." I protested against being handcuffed, pushed Mr. Stevens away, and demanded an explanation. "You're arrested in the Queen's name," said the officer in charge, "and anything you say will be used against you. You had better submit quietly. If you want force, you can have it." He waved his big, serviceable-looking gun in my direction. I submitted. They took me forward to a baggage car, removed my shoes and nearly all my clothes, and went through them slowly and thoroughly, but found nothing incriminating. When the train was dug clear, it pulled out, carrying my roll of bills with it in the seat cushion, and I congratulated myself on getting rid of it. I was taken back to the town I left so suspiciously the night before, and thrown into the jail wondering what they had on me. They hadn't asked me any questions. That looked bad. They seemed too well satisfied with the thing. All my speculations were put to rest the next morning when I was brought before the magistrate. When I hear the word technicality, I think of American jurisprudence. If there is any such term used in British courts, I never heard it. The procedure in this magistrate's court was simple, alarmingly simple. The hotel man proved the burglary. The next witness, an old prospector who was wintering at the hotel, testified that he had changed a $20 bill at the hotel bar the evening before the burglary, that it was the only bill of that denomination he had, that he had carried it with him for 6 months and had looked at it so many times he remembered the big serial numbers on the back of it. He swore further that he went to the hotel man the next morning and gave him the numbers. The arresting officers now told of following the train, getting the conductor's statement, and arresting me. They produced the fatal $20 bill, the only one in the roll that could have hurt me, the prospector's bill. They testified that they got it from a conductor who told them I had paid my fare out of it. The prospector now identified his bill. On top of this, it was shown that I had suddenly and suspiciously left the town, avoiding the ticket office and paying cash fare with a deadly 20. I hadn't a leg to stand on in the way of defense, but managed to get up and object to hearsay evidence and asked to have the conductor brought into court. The magistrate and Crown prosecutor laughed. "He'll appear when you go on trial at the next term of court," said the cutor. "Any defense?" asked the magistrate. I saw they had me right. "No, your worship, I'll save my defense till I get into a court where I will not be laughed at." He laughed again and made the order to hold me. This court proceeding didn't take an hour. I went back to the jail wishing the thing had happened in the good old USA, where with a smart lawyer I would have got a continuance and sent somebody to the conductor who might listen to reason and not be so cocksure about getting the bill from me. At the provincial jail, I found a drunken Scotchman in charge. He was assisted by 2 half-breed Indian boys serving 6 months each. One of them cooked for the jailer and any prisoners that came in. The other scrubbed the jail. Both of them watched me faithfully and fed me regularly when the jailer was drunk. I was locked in a cell and never got out except for a bath once a week. The Indian boys slept on the floor in front of my cell by a big stove that was always hot and kept the jail warm. There was not a fixture in the cell, but a bucket. I had plenty of blankets and slept on the floor. My clothes were taken, and I was dressed in a pair of white duck pants and a hickory shirt. They left me my shoes and hat. I was never so bare and helpless before or since. Not a smoke, nor a paper, book, nor magazine was allowed in the jail. When I asked the Scotchman for something to read, he got me a Bible, which I read and reread with much interest but no profit. I was pestered daily for weeks by the Crown prosecutor to return the balance of the money taken from a hotel safe, $800. He offered me a short jail sentence if I would give up, but I mistrusted him and decided to let some car cleaner fine it rather than admit anything and get myself in deeper. I gave my case a good thinking over and concluded there was no way out. Judge Powers, J. Hamilton Lewis, and Tom Patterson of Colorado, all rolled into one, couldn't have acquitted me. All day, every day, I read my Bible and prayed that the conductor might fall under his train before the day of my trial. A priest visited the jail one day and gave me a pamphlet on which he had printed the Chinook language. In answer to my question, he told me it contained about 300 words, nouns, verbs, and adjectives. It was created by the Hudson Bay traders years before and taught to all the Northwest Indians to simplify trading with the different tribes. I soon mastered Chinook, practicing on the 2 breed boys and any Indians that happened into the jail. I had given up hope of escape. I was barehanded. Even the tin spoon I ate my stew with was taken away when the meal was finished. The jailer disliked me from the first. He would come into the jail corridor roaring drunk at night, rout out the 2 breeds, and have them unlock my cell and search the damned Yank while he stood away brandishing a big gun. They never found anything. There was nothing there. One day he came in with a scared-looking China boy about 20 years old. "Yank, here's a cellmate for you." He locked the Chinese in, thinking he was punishing me. The China boy later proved the jailer's undoing and my deliverance. He knew some Chinook, but not one word of English. I learned from the Indian trustee that he was held for trial, charged with stealing a considerable sum of money from his employer, and that his case was about as hopeless as mine. We got along great. I taught him the alphabet and many words of English while he instructed me in Chinese. I even humbled myself to ask the jailer for pencil and paper to teach the Chink writing. He went down to his office at once and brought me a lead pencil and pad of paper. I was surprised and so grateful I thanked him half a dozen times. Inside of a week he got drunk and ordered his Indians to take them away from me. I asked him no more for anything, and to this day I believe he gave them to me anticipating the warm, grateful, pleasant thrill he would get from depriving me of them. The China Boys Company got him a lawyer. When he came to the jail, he called me out and offered to take my case. I could have got money by writing to Salt Chunk Mary, but looked like waste to fight it. When I asked him straight out if he could do anything with the conductor, he was shocked, indignant. But my man, tamper with the Crown's witness, what? He left as if I had the plague, and I don't doubt he reported me to the prosecutor. I've had a lot of dealings with Chinamen, and never got the worst of it from one. If a Chinese doesn't like you, he will keep away from you. If he does like you, he will go the route. By signs and a few words I conveyed to my cellmate that our only hope was to beat the jail. There was a barred window in our cell. The outside was not guarded. All we needed was a hacksaw. He was for it. His cousins visited him regularly every week, and if they could be made to understand what we needed, they would get it. There was but one hardware store in the town, and to buy the saws there might cause talk. I had him tell his cousins to send to Vancouver to their company for them. After weeks of anxiety and uncertainty, and much negotiating with their friends at Vancouver, the precious saws were put into my cellmate's hands under the drunken jailer's nose. My plan was simple. Wait till spring when, if we got out and failed to get a train, we could take a chance on foot in the country away from a railroad. Night after night, we listened to the trains arriving and departing, checking the time. A freight train departed immediately after the 1 o'clock passenger. If I could spring into a boxcar, we could make Vancouver in safety. I secreted the saws, and we settled down to wait for softer weather. When spring came, my Chinese Tilikum, which is Chinook for friend, and I were the only felony prisoners in the Skookum House, or jail. The two half-breeds had finished their time, and a couple of others had been brought in to take their places, for prisoners in all. The Indians watched us, and we watched them. The tough end of our job was not to beat the jail or the drunken jailer, but the watchful trustees, our fellow prisoners. I decided to cut the bars in the daytime and have my cellmate keep a lookout at the door against the appearance of our jailer or the Indians. The saws were dug up out of a crack, and day after day, slowly, noiselessly, they bit into the thick bars. At night, I put them away safely in their hiding place, and we slept as usual. Our jailer drank more and more, and we were searched oftener, but never once did he or his Indians look at the bars in our window. We were so closely watched, and the jail was so tight, the thought of our getting anything to crush out with never entered his foggy mind. Strangely enough, the China boys' cousins never appeared at the jail after the day they brought him the saws. Whether they were afraid or thought they had done enough for him, I never knew. To all my queries about them, he no sabied. At the start I had figured on help in the way of money and food from them. Now I had to dismiss this. I determined not to go near the Chinese if we got out, but to get into a train and stay in it till hunger forced me out. After weary weeks the work was done. The bars cut so nearly through I was afraid they would fall out every time the cell door was slammed shut. I hid the worn saws and waited patiently till our jailer got drunk and gave us our searching. On those nights he never made a second appearance. Satisfied, he always went direct to bed, and we could hear his alcoholic snores in another part of the building. The Indian trustees went to sleep, and I rolled our blankets into dummies that looked passable. At 12 o'clock the freight train pulled in and went on a side track to get a fresh engine and allow the passenger train to go by at 1 o'clock. I broke the bars out and hid them under the blankets. The China boy's knees were shaking as he crawled out and dropped to the ground. I followed him, not any too calm and cool myself. He had no hat, otherwise he was dressed as I was, duck pants and a thin shirt. There was no time to try to steal clothing, food, or money. As we hurried toward the freight yards where the train stood, I had but one comforting thought: we wouldn't be missed till 7 in the morning. The Chinaman was helpless. At the side track I ran frantically about in search of something to spring a car door with. At last I found a pile of scrap iron and dug a fish plate out of it. The train was an all-through freight, billed to Vancouver, the terminus. I soon discovered a battered boxcar that suited and sprang a side door away from its bearings. Then I showed the Chinaman the end door and tried to explain to him, mostly by signs, that he should get in the side door while I pulled out and then unfasten the end door from the inside to admit me after I put the side door back in place. He refused to budge. At last I made him pull the door out while I got into the car. When I got the end door open, I had to get out, go down, and get him and put him in. Then I sprang the side door back in position, went to the end door, crawled in, and fastened it on the inside the way I found it. We didn't have a pocket knife, not a dime, not a match, but we were safe, and I wouldn't have exchanged the security of that boxcar for a soft berth in the sleeper on the departing passenger train. We were barely settled inside when there was a bumping and jolting of cars, and our train slowly got under way. We were in a car loaded with barrels of lime. They stood on end, and it was painful to stretch out on them. The ride was a nightmare. Hungry, thirsty, cold, racked with fear and suspense, we got into Vancouver after 24 hours. Clothes were the first problem, any kind of rags to cover our jail uniforms. I got out of the car with the half-dead China boy at once and went directly back to the caboose on the train we rode. The conductor and brakeman were already gone. The caboose was deserted. The boy hid between boxcars while I went to the top of the caboose, through the cupola, and down inside. In a locker were greasy coats and pants, and a cap for the chink. The clothes were too big for him, and the cap too small. He knew Vancouver and wanted to take me to his cousins in Chinatown, but I was afraid we couldn't get by a copper together, so he struck out alone after making me promise to hunt him up at his company's headquarters. I crawled into an empty car to wait for daylight, when it would be safer to go through the streets. It was Sunday morning. I heard a church bell ring, and knew it was somewhere around 6 o'clock. When I looked out of the car, I saw that a heavy fog had settled over the city like a blessed benediction. I melted into it, making my way out of the freight yards and into the streets. The fog was so dense that I couldn't have found my way if I had known the town. After walking blocks along a street, I saw that the stores were getting smaller and farther apart. Vacant lots became more numerous, and everything indicated that I was going in the wrong direction. A few doors ahead of me, an old, rheumatic, mongrel dog appeared out of a hallway. He was the only living thing in sight, and when I got abreast of him, I stopped and looked at him idly. He came over to me, gave me a rather doubtful look, and sat back on his haunches. After balancing himself carefully, he lifted a stiff hind leg and made a futile effort to dislodge the hungry fleas from under his collar. Failing at this, he got up slowly, gave me another looking over, and limped back to his doorway. As he went in, he glanced at me out of the tail of his eye. It sounds strange to say that I was suspicious of a mangy, old cur dog, but it's true. There was something so human in his glance that I followed him into the doorway to see what he was up to. In the entrance behind the door, with his head on the lower step, a man was sprawled. A second look convinced me that he was a Saturday night drunk who had got that far and no farther. He was lying on his back, open-mouthed and breathing heavily. The old dog stood beside him watching me. I could see he was a working man and ordinarily wouldn't have given him a look, but I was now broke, hungry, wolfish. The dog growled a feeble protest as I began exploring his master's clothes. He had money in every pocket. I left some silver in his vest for him to get a drink with when he woke up. The devoted old mongrel stood in the door as if to bar me from going out, and eyed me reproachfully when I gently pushed him aside. Out in the street, I cleansed my conscience by repeating the Sanctimonious Kid's favorite parody, "Oh, room rent, what crimes are committed in thy name?" Turning the nearest corner, a glance over my shoulder showed me the loyal dog out on the sidewalk, still accusing me with his tired old eyes. The town was awake now, and I soon found a sailor's boarding house where I got a couple of bracing drinks and sat at a long table where sailors and stevedores were breakfasting in free-for-all, family style. I didn't join in the conversation, didn't have to. The quantity of food I put away convinced them I belonged on the waterfront. Paying for a room in the place, I got into it and took stock. There was enough money to get an outfit of clothes and feed me for a couple of weeks. I made a bundle of the jail pants and threw it off a wharf at once. The next day, I bought new clothes, shoes, and hat, got cleaned up, and dismissing the burglary charge and broken jail from my mind, proceeded to look about me. I had not been photographed or measured in the small town I escaped from. It didn't look reasonable that the authorities would travel 500 miles on the chance of finding me in Vancouver, so I decided to stay there till I could get hold of something worthwhile. Moreover, I was curious to know how my Chinese cellmate had fared, and being young and somewhat fond of myself, perhaps I wanted to meet his cousins and be admired by them. After looking over the town, my experience told me the police were not to be feared, and I went into Chinatown in search of my friend. Finding the company store he described, I went in and bought a small package of ginger candy. About a dozen Chinese were sitting around, talking or playing dominoes, but the minute I appeared the dominoes quit rattling, and the Chinese stopped talking. I looked as mysterious as I could without making it too strong, and surveyed them one by one. Not one uttered a syllable till I went out. Then they all fell to talking and gesticulating at once. The following night I went back and bought more candy. A smart-looking, middle-aged Chinaman in European clothes was behind the counter. "What you come here for?" he asked in very good English. "I look for Chu Chi, China boy, my friend. We come Vancouver Sunday morning in boxcar. Before we stop Skookum House. Skookum House not very Skookum. We come Vancouver, very cold, very hungry. Chu Chi tell me come this house. All right, I come. Now I go. Goodbye." He remained silent, his face expressionless to me. I knew the Chinese mistrust of white men, and many of their good reasons for it, and was not offended or discouraged. He was protecting his countrymen. I admired him for it. At the door I gave him a final dig. "My friend tell me come your house. I come. You think me Luke Jia. You very smart man. You think me policeman. All right. Goodbye." This was too much for the stoical Chinaman. He followed me out, and catching up, said in a low voice, "You know Luke Jia, you good man. You'll come, fee me." I followed him into the next block, then down a narrow, dark lane between buildings and up shaky stairs where he knocked on a door. An old man admitted us and barred the door. The place was a big loft. The foggy air was hot, stifling, and laden with every Chinese smell, opium, tobacco, fish, and damp clothes drying. Chinamen were cooking, eating, smoking hop, gambling, or sleeping in curtained bunks that lined the walls. My conductor was evidently a considerable person. Silence fell on the room, and many Chinamen stood still in submissive attitudes. He threw a mangy old cat out of a broken chair near the big stove in the middle of the room and told me to sit. After a few jerky gutturals to the old man that let us in, he disappeared in the haze of smoke. The gambling and chatter started again. Some of the younger Chinese passed and looked at me curiously. I sat by the stove and watched the scene with interest. An old Chinaman, he must have been 60, shuffled by me hastily with a hop layout and spread it in a nearby bunk. He was shaking with the yen, the hop habit. His withered, claw-like hands trembled as he feverishly rolled the first pill, a large one. His burning eyes devoured it. Half cooked, he stuck the pill in its place, and turning his pipe to the lamp greedily, sucked the smoke into his lungs. Now, with a long, grateful exhalation, the smoke is discharged, the cramped limbs relax and straighten out, the smoker heaves a sigh of satisfaction, and the hands, no longer shaking, turn with surer touch to another pill. This is smaller, rolled and shaped with more care, better cooked, and inhaled with a slow, long draw. Each succeeding pill is smaller, more carefully browned over the lamp, and smoked with increased pleasure. At last the little horn container, the hop toy, is empty. The last pill is finished with perfect stroke and flourish. The bamboo pipe is put aside with caressing touch, the lamp blown out with gentle breath, and the devotee, sighing softly, curls himself up for pleasant dreams. I was so intent on watching the old man's magic transformation from a shattered wreck into a sleeping cherub that the boss Chinaman's return escaped me. He touched my shoulder, and I followed him into a small room in a rear corner of the loft, where I found Chu Chi. He shook my hand awkwardly. His English was almost forgotten. All he could say was, "You good man, you good man." The boss Chinaman was full of business. He drew out some American gold pieces. "I pay you. Chu-Chi pay me some time." I explained to him that I had not come for money, that I was there to see Chu-Chi and make friends of his friends, and that if I ever needed money or help I would ask for it and expect it. "Well then," he said, returning the gold to his pocket, "I give you China letter to my company man. You come my store tomorrow night." He went away, and Chu-Chi insisted that I go with him and meet his cousins. We walked across the city to a laundry where I was royally received. Chu-Chi was the only Chinese that had a word of English, but the party was a success anyway. They produced their finest liquor, their lychee nuts, their daintiest cakes, and choicest tea. The hop layout was spread, and Chu-Chi rolled, and toasted me a pill that I smoked just by way of being a sociable, good fellow. The pill made me drowsy. A bunk was prepared, and I slept out the night peacefully and safely in the midst of my friends. I bade Chu-Chi goodbye in the morning and never saw him again. That night, having nothing else to do, I went down to the China store. The boss had my letter ready. I thanked him for it, and putting it in my pocket gave it no further thought. And yet that letter snatched me clear of the law's clutches on a night when I was caught in a burglary, overpowered, hog-tied, and waiting for the wagon. I marvel to this day I did not quit my stealing right then and there. I had all the best of it. I had escaped a sure conviction and sentence. I could have returned to the American side, and the Canadian authorities would have given me good riddance. Yet the thought of turning to the right, squaring myself, and starting anew never entered my mind. Probably youthful egotism, which is nothing but confidence born of ignorance, whispered to me that I could beat a game I knew to be wrong and full of dangers. So without stopping to cast up accounts or take stock, I blithely looked about me for fresh endeavors. My money was fast dwindling. More must be had, and nightly I prowled the town with the single purpose of locating anything I could do by myself. It's difficult to explain to a layman the pride of a professional thief. Nevertheless, he must have pride, or he would steal his clothes, beat his board bills, and borrow money with no thought of repaying it. He doesn't do those things day after day. But day after day, he takes chances and is proud that he can keep his end up and pay for the things he needs. All wrong, of course, but there it is. If I had had brains enough to grease a griddle, I would have taken $100 from a boss Chinaman in the matter of Chu-Chi and gone off somewhere, got a job, and tried to do the right thing by myself and others. But no, I was a journeyman. I had served a long and careful apprenticeship. Professional pride, I don't know what else to call it, would not permit me to take the Chinaman's money for rescuing him from our common enemy, the law, and I went out to get money in my own way. I was wrong. I knew I was wrong, and yet I persisted. If that is possible of any explanation, it is this. From the day I left my father my lines had been cast, or I cast them myself, among crooked people. I had not spent 1 hour in the company of an honest person. I had lived in an atmosphere of larceny, theft, crime. I thought in terms of theft. Houses were built to be burglarized, citizens were to be robbed, police to be avoided and hated, stool pigeons to be chastised, and thieves to be cultivated and protected. That was my code, the code of my companions. That was the atmosphere I breathed. If you live with wolves, you will learn to howl. In my rambles about Vancouver, I met an acquaintance from Salt Lake. He and his wife were exiled from a Mormon city and could not return in safety till they got a bunch of trouble fixed up. He fell on my neck, saying, "Just the party I'm looking for. I've got something soft for you. You can't go wrong." He invited me to his quarters, a cottage they had rented. They were both smokers, and over the hop he explained the soft thing. His wife, in buying a can of hop, had tendered the Chinese storekeeper a large bill. When he went into a rear room for the change, she saw that he had his money in a box concealed beneath the floor. He made a purchase later and verified her story. "That's all there is to it," he said. "All you've got to do is go get it." I investigated and found that his story wasn't altogether the rosy dream of a hop fiend. The storekeeper, an elderly Chinaman, did keep his money in a box under the floor, but he slept on top of it at night, and in a room adjoining about a dozen Chinese laundry hands slept in bunks. It didn't look a bit soft to me. I convinced myself that the money was there, and that I could get into the place, but that was all I could be reasonably sure of. My friend's wife was a resourceful woman. "Chloroform him, that's easy." "I'll get you the chloroform," she cried. I hesitated about that. I was practical. I knew nothing about chloroforming people. Sank had never once mentioned chloroform, and what he knew about burglary was plenty. In searching my mind for something to guide me, I recalled having met a talkative chap in Chicago at California Jack's hop joint, who told me in great detail about his ether outfit, how he injected the fluid through keyholes, putting his victims out before going into their rooms, how he chloroformed women's sleepers by holding a saturated handkerchief to their noses, and how he stripped their fingers of rings while they were stupefied. I remembered his talk didn't ring just right, and that he borrowed $2 from me at the finish and never paid them. I had long since dismissed him from my mind as a magazine burglar, a reader and rehasher of crime stories, embellished and embroidered by daily devotion to the bamboo pipe. Still his talk kept in my mind. There might be something in it. The old Chinaman had money there, I needed it. I was ambitious to learn. Chloroform seemed to be the only way, and I decided to try it. I gave the place a final looking over. It was a one-story shack between two larger buildings. A storeroom in front with its long counter and shelves on both sides filled with merchandise, a small room directly back of it where the storekeeper slept on his pallet. I made sure of that by rousing him early one morning to make a purchase. The big rear room accommodated the Chinese laundry hands. My friend's wife delivered the chloroform and a clean handkerchief. I rehearsed the whole business in my mind, and, feeling reasonably safe, put to the touch. An open window let me into the bunk room, where I unfastened the back door for a getaway. On a long table in the center of the room, a metal lamp in a dish burned dimly. The tired laundrymen snored or breathed heavily. Here a muscular brown arm hung limply over the side of a bunk below the curtain, and there a foot protruded. The door to the old man's room was open, and I stood there a long time till I could pick out his gentle, regular breathing from the chorus of wheezes, grunts, and snores in the bunk room. I had hoped to find him lying on his back. I don't know just why, but that was the way I had him in my rehearsals. Sure enough, he was in that position, sleeping like a baby. Holding the handkerchief at arm's length, I saturated it liberally with the chloroform and returned the bottle to my pocket. Then I knelt beside him and held the handkerchief above his nostrils. With the first breath of it, he stirred uneasily and slowly turned over, facing the wall. Here was something I hadn't anticipated. I was sure he hadn't enough. He breathed regularly again. I must give him more. Reaching over him, I held the stuff near his nose, as before. One whiff, and he floundered away from it, turning over, facing me, but still asleep. I grew alarmed. This tossing from side to side would soon wake him. I thought of giving it up and going away quietly. My heart was pounding with the suspense. It seemed to grow and expand till it filled my chest and almost stopped my breath. I must go through with it. Carefully this time, I held the handkerchief near his face with both hands. His body twitched nervously now. His breathing was labored. I was sure of him and held it closer. With a scream that woke every Chinaman in the bunk room, he sat bolt upright and, throwing his arms out, fastened his claw-like fingers in my clothes. Believing he was about to be murdered, the old man fought and screamed in a frenzy of fear. I saw red-handed capture in front of me and tried desperately to throttle him. The noise of our struggle had roused the sleepers in the back room, and I could hear their startled cries as they dropped out of their bunks. I had no thought of the money now. It was a question of getting away. Just when the old man was exhausted and I was in a fair way to get out of his clutches, some of the more daring Chinamen from the back room rushed in. I got a blow on the head that knocked me half out, and they fell on me like a pack of wolves, smothering me with kicks, cuffs, digs, and scratches. The whole thing was over quicker than I can write it. I was stretched out on my back on the floor with two Chinamen holding each of my arms down, two sitting on each leg, and another with both hands in my hair. They all chattered at once. Then one came with a lamp, and I was inspected curiously like some strange, fearsome monster that had been trapped. The old man, now recovered from the battle, gave a sharp order. A short, muscular, knotty-legged China boy went to the back room and returned with a rope. I was carefully raised to a sitting position, and my arms held to my sides while the boy threw a couple of half-hitches around my body, pinioning me safely. The rope was then run to my ankles, where he deftly tied some more strange and wonderful Chinese knots, and I was secured, scratched, bruised, bleeding, and asking myself if they were going to send for the police or execute me on the spot. Another order from the boss, and they lifted me bodily and sat me on a box in the corner of the little room. They stood by, eyeing me in silence now. The old man sat on his pallet. There was an odor of chloroform in the room, but he did not appear to be any the worse for what he had inhaled. Our struggle had probably worn it off. He picked the handkerchief from the floor where it had fallen and sniffed it. Holding it out toward me, he asked in fair English, "What for him?" Something told me I had a chance yet. I decided to tell the old man the truth. "Him medicine," I answered. "What for medicine?" "Make you sleep." "What for sleep?" "I think maybe take your money." "How you know me money?" "I come your store, I look see." He got up, rolled his blankets away, and raising up the small trapdoor in the floor, opened his box and made sure that it had not been disturbed. They all began talking again. I heard the fatal words Luke Zhe, which means policeman. In desperation I cried, No Luke Zhe. Him no good. I got plenty good China friends. Me good friend Chu Chi, China boy. Before Chu Chi stop Skookum House, I bring him Vancouver. Me good man. I remember my Chinese letter and cried out desperately, You look my pocket. You see China letter. Him good letter. You look my pocket. The name of Chu Chi was like magic on them. They became silent and listened closely to my talk. I was tied up so that I couldn't reach the vest pocket the letter was in, but I managed to touch it with a finger. You look my pocket, I cried frantically to the old man. He came over to where I sat on the box and gingerly put his fingers into the pocket, bringing out the letter. By the lamplight, he studied it long and carefully. Others then read it, and the powwowing started again, while I sat listening for the fatal Luke Zhe and picturing myself back in the jail I had so lately escaped from. The boss now got a box and sat opposite me with the letter in his hand and a thoughtful, puzzled look on his leathery, wrinkled old face. The other Chinamen stood behind him, silent again. I saw I was going to be tried or examined, and hoping for an out, I began to figure some kind of a defense. His accusing words bit into me like an acid. They were laden with scorn. I turned hot with shame and confusion. Tapping the letter with a long, bony finger, he said, "Him letter talk you good man." "What for, you good man?" These were short, plain words and called for a plain answer. No use trying to deceive this old man after trying to rob him. No use putting up a crying talk for mercy. I could see he scorned me as a robber, a thief in the night, and made up my mind not to bring more contempt upon myself by pleading weakly and in fear. I answered him as I imagined he would have answered me if by any chance our positions had been reversed. "Maybe me good man," I said. "Maybe bad man, I no. Long-time policeman make me plenty trouble. Long time I stop jailhouse. Then I come Vancouver. No more money, no more eat. I look see your money. I come your house steal your money. No can do, you catch me. You send me jailhouse. Long time me no come home. More better you kill me now. Policeman talk me bad man. Plenty Chinaman talk me good man. Maybe good man, maybe bad man, I no. I spoke firmly, looking him in the eyes frankly, and finished my argument for the defense with as much force and feeling as any barrister ever put into a plea for a client's life. His face was blank as a board. His little brownish-black eyes were fastened on mine, but I saw no hope in them. I couldn't even tell whether he had understood what I said. After studying me for a long time, he turned and said something to one of his boys. The boy went into the bunk room and came back with a heavy meat cleaver that the Chinese use to chop pork and fowl. Another order, and I was lifted, box and all, out of the corner and placed in the middle of the room. The China boy with the cleaver stepped behind me. Something in the pit of my stomach seemed to collapse. I tried to say something to the old boss, but the words wouldn't come. They just rattled around in my throat. The old man bored into me with his eyes like a black snake charming a bird. Suddenly he uttered a short, sharp exclamation that sounded like "chut." I snatched my eyes away from his and closed them, prepared for the fatal blow that my guilty mind told me was about to fall on my head from behind. The blow did not fall, but I was almost dead anyway, and swayed on my box till the China boys had to support me. I felt a fumbling at my ankles and opened my eyes to find the knotty-legged boy kneeling at my feet, untying his knots when the rope was taken off me. I turned my head and saw the boy standing behind me, holding his cleaver at ready, prepared to strike me down only if I started anything rough. One of them handed me my hat. I put it on and stood up slowly and with an effort. The old man waved his arm toward the back room. "You go, you," he ordered sternly. "My letter." I asked meekly and respectfully. "No more letter," he said, crumpling it in his hand. The Chinese boys stood aside as I started into the bunk room to go out the back door. I was shamed, humiliated, covered with confusion. Turning back, I took off my hat, and facing the old man, held up my right hand. If I ever rob another chink, I hope to rot in the gutter. I was so intent on expressing my gratitude that I forgot my Chinese lingo. He understood no word of it, I'm sure, but pointed again to the back. "You go, Yuda." I went out, humble and crestfallen. In the alley, I threw the bottle of chloroform against a building, and its crash somewhat relieved my feelings. That was my first and last experience with chloroform as an aid to burglary. As an agent for stupefying a sleeping person without waking him, I maintain, in spite of the opinions of fiction writers and romancing thieves, it can't be done. Making my way to the cottage of my Salt Lake friends who had promoted me, I reported my disastrous and humiliating failure. Had they been inclined to entertain any doubts about my story, my appearance would have set them at rest. I was scratched, clawed, bruised, and had a big lump on my head. They were very sympathetic. I was invited to stick around a few days till they could look up something else for me. I excused myself as tactfully as possible, resolving to locate my own work from there on. I went to my room and to bed and stayed there several days because of the terrible mauling the Chinamen had given me. Yet with all this, I couldn't but respect them for letting me go free, heaping coals of fire on my guilty head. I remembered Smiler and our resolve never to pester another Mormon when we had been captured in the temple yard and released. I vowed never to molest another Chinaman, and never since have I imposed upon one except on one occasion, and that was under great necessity. Years after, I got out of a train at Cheyenne, racked with the opium habit after an all-day ride to escape the Denver police. Making a hasty survey of the gambling houses and joints, I failed to find anybody I knew who could direct me to a place to smoke. It was almost midnight, cold and storming, and I set out to find a laundry. There was one nearby. The laundrymen were resting after the day's toil, and through the glass door I saw one lying in his bunk, smoking his day's ration of hop. The door was locked, and they refused to open up for me. No hop fiend's wits ever fail to work when the yen arrives. In desperation, I hastened to one of the gambling houses, and going into a rear room took off my vest and wrapped it in a newspaper. Hurrying out, I got a messenger and gave him 50 cents to take the bundle to the Chinese laundry. I was at his heels. The Chinamen, seeing what they thought was a parcel of laundry, opened the door, and I shouldered myself in behind the boy. Once inside, I took my vest away from him, and going directly to the bunk where the smoker lay, threw down some silver, explaining what I wanted. The smoker turned out to be the boss laundryman. The sight of my money mollified him somewhat, and after much protesting and objecting, he let me lie down on his bunk and smoke my fill. In an hour we were friends. He explained that he refused to open the door because he thought I was a catch-em-money man, a robber. In the days of my sad experience at the Chinese store, Vancouver was a much smaller town than it is now. There were few opportunities worthwhile, and I decided to leave. Moreover, every Chinese store, laundry, and business house reminded me of that disastrous night. I was afraid of bumping into Chu-Chi or the boss Chinaman that had given me the letter. I was sure they had heard about it and didn't want to face them. I was nearly broke again and had to bestir myself. The American side seemed the only place to go, and not having enough money to buy a ticket, I went down to the railroad yards to get a train. The blind baggage, or stormy end, as the bums call it, was so crowded when the train pulled out that I saw they would all be thrown off at the first stop. I didn't want to get underneath on the rods and ruin my clothes for a short jump of 50 miles to the junction, so I got on top of a coach. Something must have been wrong with the engine, for there was one continual shower of red-hot cinders falling on me that burned holes in my clothes, ruining them and blistering my skin. At the first stop I got down, intending to go in a coach and steal a hat check, or crawl under a seat out of sight. Looking about, I saw that the last coach was in darkness, and thinking it was a dead, empty car, I waited till it came along and boarded the front end, hoping to find the door unlocked. The door opened to my touch, but when I went inside I found myself in a luxuriously furnished private car instead of a dead coach. There are only 3 degrees of tough luck: bad, worse, and worst. When you reach the worst, you have the satisfaction of knowing that if your luck changes, it has to change for the better. I consider my Waterloo at the Chinese store the direst degree of bad luck. Not only had I lost a big bunch of money, I was hurt somewhere else. At that time, I thought it was my professional pride that suffered because of failure. Now, I know I was hurt because the old Chinaman had shown himself so superior to me. If he had sent me to jail, I would have done my time and forgotten him. But to this day, thinking about him and writing about him make me feel uneasy. I wonder what I would have done had he made me promise to quit stealing. But I was in this private car, feeling that my luck was due for a change, and with a chance to heal my wounded pride. The air inside the car was warm, live, vibrating. I sensed an occupant. Making my way along the aisle toward a stateroom at the far end, I looked about closely for an attendant, but there was none in sight. The stateroom door was open, with a chair against it, probably for better ventilation. A heavily shaded lamp was burning, and by its soft light I saw the form of a big man rolled in the blankets on a broad berth. His back was toward the door, and nothing but a shock of coarse gray hair showed above the covers. A glance told me I was in the presence of power, wealth, affluence. I hadn't enough money to pay for that man's breakfast. On a small table at the head of the sleeper's berth there was a large silver pitcher, a glass, 2 books, a fat leather pocketbook, a thick billfold, a pocket purse, and a heavy gold watch with a small black ribbon guard. I took all the articles except the pitcher, glass, and books and started for the door I entered, praying that the attendant wouldn't appear. I saw nothing of him, and concluded he was somewhere forward, gossiping or shooting dice with the porters. It was but a minute's work to get back upon the top of a coach, where I lay and let the cinders do their worst. The next stop was a junction where I intended to get off and cross the line into Washington. The only train in sight was a westbound passenger waiting on a sidetrack. I was afraid to hang around, and when it pulled out, I went underneath on the rods and got back into Vancouver after an absence of 5 hours. I planted the watch in the railroad yards and never saw it again. On my way uptown to get a room, I emptied the billfold and purse, throwing them away. In the room, I looked over the money and found I had enough to keep me 6 months if I kept away from the faro tables. The fat pocketbook held no money, but was bulging with valuable personal papers. Looking through them, I saw that their owner was one of the higher officials of the Canadian Pacific Railway. I realized there would be a terrific roar in the morning, and was on the point of burning the papers and destroying the pocketbook when the thought came to me that I could gain nothing by that, while I would be causing the owner an immense loss and no end of inconvenience. I secreted the pocketbook in the rear of the hotel, and went to bed trying to think up some safe way of returning it to the owner. No use in inflicting a profitless injury on him, and its return might take the sharp edge off his resentment. Discarding my cinder-burned clothes for a new outfit the next day, I bought a ticket for Victoria, British Columbia. On my way to the boat that evening, I dropped the fat pocketbook into a mailbox where I knew it would be found, then examined, and returned to the loser. When I first began stealing, I had but a dim realization of its wrong. I accepted it as the thing to do because it was done by the people I was with. Besides, it was adventurous and thrilling. Later it became an everyday, cold-blooded business, and while I went about it methodically, accepting the dangers and privations it entailed, I was fully aware of the gravity of my offenses. Every time I stole $1, I knew I was breaking a law and working a hardship on the loser. Yet for years I kept on doing it. I wonder how many of us quit wronging others for the best reason of all, because it is wrong and we know it. Any thief that can't or doesn't put himself in his victim's place, in the place of the copper that pinches him, or in the place of the judge who sentences him, is not a complete thief. His narrow-mindedness will prevent him from doing his best work and also shut him off from opportunities to help and protect himself when he is laid by the heels. Nobody wants to live and die a criminal. They all hope to quit someday, usually when it's almost too late. I will say right here to any thief who thinks of quitting that if he can put himself in the other fellow's place, he has something substantial to start on, and if he can't do it, he'll never get anywhere. I always figured that when I had a man's money or valuables, he had suffered enough. What sense in destroying his personal papers, or keeping heirlooms of no value except to him, or subjecting him to any loss that would be profitless to me? In the case of this sleeper in his private car, I saw the money and watch meant little to him. The papers meant much. On top of that, his peace of mind was disturbed and his sense of safety and security shattered. He would probably lock his doors and sleep in a stuffy room the balance of his life, another great hardship. I had his valuables and intended to keep them. I cannot restore his peace of mind or his sense of safety and security. I could restore his papers, and at some small risk did. Had I been chased or suspected, I would have thrown them away, or in the fire without a thought. I took his property coolly, impersonally, as a picker removes the feathers from a fat goose. I returned his papers as the last touch to a workmanlike job, as the cabinet maker softly gives the last nail its last light tap. To any thief who reads this and criticizes me as being over-thoughtful of the sucker, I reply that he's probably one of those guys that beats his victim up after robbing him, who strikes down women and children if they get in his way, who destroys paintings, vases, tapestries, and clothing wantonly, and winds up by letting some housewife chase him under a bed, where she holds him with her broomstick till the coppers arrive. He is not a thief, but a mental case, and belongs in psychopathic ward. At Victoria, I put in a few very pleasant months. I joined the colony of Chinese and opium smugglers who ran their freight across the line in fast, small boats at night, into Port Townsend, Anacortes, or Seattle, Washington. The manufacture of smoking opium was then a legalized industry in Canada, and the smugglers were welcomed and harbored because they brought much American gold to the Canadian side. Being in the company of these characters, I was accepted by the police as one of them, and went my way unmolested. One fatal evening, as I stood watching a faro game, making mental bets and winning every one, the devilish hunch came to me that I was lucky and ought to make a play. My resistance reached the vanishing point. I made a bet, lost it, got stuck, and feverishly played in my last dollar. This gambling habit is the curse of a thief's life. He loses his last dime and is forced to go out in haste for more money. Like a mechanic broke and out of a job, he takes the first one in sight. He has no time to pick and choose or calculate carefully what he is about. He must eat, and the minute he goes broke, he gets hungry. Gambling keeps him broke, forces him to steal small money on short notice and take prohibitive and unnatural chances. I could have borrowed money enough to expense myself to Vancouver, where I had the valuable watch planted, but there had been such a cry in the papers about the car burglary, the loser was so powerful and influential, and the danger to try to sell it so great, that I decided to leave it there till later and take it to the American side. During my stay in Victoria, I had strolled through the residence district and noted several homes that looked prosperous and easy of approach. House burglary was almost unknown there then. There was almost no police protection. None was needed. Householders left windows open and doors unlocked. 1 o'clock found me in one of the most pretentious places on my list, but instead of picking up trifles right and left as I expected, I found but one room occupied. Later I learned the family, with the exception of the man of the house, was away for the summer. He was a good sleeper. I took nothing but money, and not much of that, less than $50 in silver and bills, leaving his watch and some small articles of jewelry as not worth the chances I must take in trying to dispose of them in a strange town. I went straight downtown to the only all-night bar and lunch counter to eat before going to bed. Before I had my meal finished, 2 officers and 2 civilians came in and spoke to the sleepy bartender. He nodded toward me, and they all came over to where I sat eating. One of the civilians looked at me closely and said to the other, "Looks very much like the man. Same clothes, same hat, same build, same height." "What do you mean?" I asked. "This," spoke up the other. "If I am wrong, you have an apology in advance. If I am right, you are in for it. I was robbed not an hour ago, in my bedroom in my house. This man, my servant, had occasion to get out of bed, and while standing at a window in his room, saw the prowler leaving stealthily by the rear way. Suspicious, he alarmed me, and I discovered my loss. I brought these officers here on a bare chance that the burglar might be here. You are the only one who has entered here, except us, in the last hour. I do not accuse you. I ask you if you will permit the officers to search you. If you are an honest man, you cannot take offense." He was the man I had robbed. He was an attorney. He was a smart man. I was in a bad hole. If I objected to search, it would look bad, and they would do it anyway. "Certainly. Go ahead and search me," I said, making the best of a bad position. When the officers had finished searching me, they counted the money. "Lock him up," ordered the lawyer. "He has the exact amount of money I lost. The paper corresponds, and so does the silver." They handcuffed me. "You're arrested in the name of the Crown, and anything you say will be used against you." I was taken to the city prison, where I gave the booking officer a very brief and misleading biographical sketch. The jail I had fled from with the China boy loomed before me, and my only thought was to cover up. I put in the balance of the night going over my case. It looked hopeless. The next morning my cell was not unlocked when the other prisoners were let out to wash. Later a jailer opened it, and a Siwash Indian boy handed me a bucket of water and a towel. When I reached for them, the boy looked at me, and I turned cold. He was one of the watchful, trusty prisoners at the jail I had escaped from. He knew me. This was the first of a long and bitter series of experiences with stool pigeons, and in all my life I never witnessed a more gratuitous, barefaced, conscienceless exhibition of snitching. Without waiting to walk out of my sight, he grabbed the jailer by the arm and began pattering away in Chinook, pointing at me. He didn't spill the beans. He just kicked the pot over and put out the fire. To understand is to forgive, it is said. I have long since forgiven the numberless, noisy stool pigeons that beset my crooked path, because I don't want any poison in my mind, but as yet I am unable to understand them. Immediately the jailer came back with another officer, and they put a very hefty pair of leg irons on me. At 10 o'clock I was taken into the magistrate's court. The attaches and loungers crowded close and stared at me curiously. The magistrate briefly and coldly remanded my case for 3 days. A photographer waiting at the jail took a number of pictures of me, and I was locked up again. The jailer, sad-eyed, solemn-faced Scotchman, gazed at me a long time through the barred door and smacked his lips as if enjoying the flavor of some delicious morsel or rare wine. In a voice that seemed to come out of sepulchre, he said, "You escaped from the provincial jail in the town of—" I already knew I was lost, but his solemn face and melancholy voice conveyed to me, as he probably intended, the full force and effect of my predicament. He made me feel like one buried alive. His measured words sounded to me like cold clods dropping on my coffin. I wasn't taken out of my cell and sweated or third-degreed or beaten up. That looked bad for me. The more a prisoner is questioned, the less they know. The less he is questioned, the more they know. If he is not questioned at all, they know it all, or enough. My captors asked me no questions. They knew enough. At the expiration of the 3 days, I was remanded again. Then came another remand, and before it expired the Scotch jailer, I escaped from a pier to take me back for trial, where there was a cinch case against me and the charge of jail breaking to boot. The lawyer whose house I entered and who so neatly trapped me came to the jail before I was taken away. He was a fine fellow, an Englishman, and to use an English expression in describing him, I'll say he was a bit of all right. He brought me a book from his library, Charles Reade's It's Never Too Late to Mend. He waived claim to the money found on me when I was arrested, told the jailer to see that I got it, and wished me luck with my case. He neither lectured me nor asked any embarrassing questions. Shaking my hand heartily when he was leaving, he said, "Do read that book, old man. And I say, I'm not intimating that you're an authority on burglary, but I thought you might tell me how I could prevent it in future." I told him to buy himself a $1.50 dog and let him sleep in the house. He shook my hand again and thanked me. He was so downright decent and charming that an outsider, observing our interview, would have thought he had come to ask a favor of me and was departing under a heavy obligation. I was ashamed of going into his house and would have taken a pledge not to rob any more Englishmen, but it didn't seem necessary. From what I could see, there was a judge waiting in the jurisdiction I escaped who would attend to that. The Scotchman loaded me with irons, put me on a boat to Vancouver, then on a train, and finally landed me back safely in his jail. He took the Englishman's book from me on the train and never gave it back. I had no chance to read the story till I got out of his clutches. Later I read it, and was fascinated and read every other book by the author that I could lay hands on. During my absence, a new and securer cell had been built in the jail because of our escape. It adjoined the jailer's office, and its barred door was directly in front of his desk, not 6 feet away. He moved a camp cot into his office and slept where he could watch me. Day after day and night after night, he drank his whiskey, smoked his pipe, and rustled his paper under my nose. Chu Chi, the Chinese boy, had stolen $2,000 cash from his employer. He told me he gambled it away before he got arrested. At any rate, the money was never recovered. My jailer spread the report around that I took the Chinese boy with me so I could get the $2,000, after which I had murdered him and secreted his body. Whether he believed it or only pretended to, I never knew. He never questioned me about Chu Chi, and now when he got drunk, instead of calling me just plain damned Yank, he chucked in another adjective, murderous. To get even with him, I began sleeping in the daytime and walking up and down the cell all night, clanking the leg irons to keep him awake. He retaliated by prodding me with a long stick every time he caught me sleeping in the daytime, and I gave it up. He took my Bible away, and when the Salvation Army came on Sunday, I reported it to them. Somebody regulated him, and he grudgingly returned it. I had some thought of taking a jury trial. One never can tell what a small-town jury will do. Sometimes they carry their neighborhood feuds into the jury room, and the defendant gets a disagreement. But after my jailer spread his story about my murdering the China boy, I dismissed the jury from my mind and decided to go before the court under the Speedy Trials Act. A defendant electing for a speedy trial dispenses with a jury and saves time and money for the community. A speedy trial is almost equivalent to a plea of guilty, but when the defendant is found guilty, the court, in passing sentence, considers the fact that there has been no expensive jury trial and is more lenient. The Crown Counsel called at the jail to ask what I wanted in the way of a trial. I told him, and he had the witnesses subpoenaed for a certain day. I could have got a young lawyer of the town with the money I brought from Victoria, but it looked to me like a willful waste, and I held it. In due time the judge arrived at the town. My irons were struck off, and I went into court. I got a brief, dignified, orderly trial. The train conductor appeared and identified me and the fatal $20 bill I gave him. All the other witnesses testified, word for word, as they did at my examination. I removed any doubts there might have been as to my guilt by declining to go on the witness stand. This trial consumed almost an hour. Then I was tried for escaping from Her Majesty's jail. That consumed 15 minutes. Having no lawyer, the judge asked me if I wanted to go over the points in the case. I thanked him and said I could not presume to instruct his lordship on law points. He gave his verdict then, guilty both charges. "Anything to say before sentence?" he asked. Thinking he might be feeling better after lunch, I asked till 1 o'clock to prepare a very short statement. He adjourned court. At 1 o'clock I stood up and said, "Your lordship, my trial was fair, your verdict just." He looked at me a long time. 2 years in the provincial penitentiary for burglary, 6 months for jailbreaking. Sentences concurrent and 30 lashes. The prison sentence was no surprise to me. I expected a heavier one. I had long before admitted to myself its possibility, even its probability. But I had accepted that as a business man accepts a chance of bankruptcy, or as a laborer foresees an injury. The court's order that I be lashed was a surprise and caused me no small concern. I couldn't get it off my mind. I wondered if I could stand it. Day and night I could feel the lash on my bare back. After turning it over in my mind, I decided to make the best of it, and found some consolation in the thought that if the judge hadn't ordered the flogging, he would have sentenced me to 5 or 10 years. I dismissed all thought of escaping again from a jail. Even if I had my saws that were planted in the cell I got out of, I couldn't have used them, for my jailer was determined to land me in the penitentiary and watched me closer than ever. I was wretched and almost lost hope. I envied poor dead Smiler and foot-and-a-half George. I wished myself back with the larcenous-eyed Tex and his crew of cheap gamblers. My mind ran back to Madam Singleton and Julia and the overworked widow at my boarding house. I thought of the sanctimonious kid doing his 15 years in a tough stir, and wondered what had become of Soldier Johnny, and how Salt Chunk Mary was faring in faraway Pocatello. I was the most miserable of them all, and human-like, I tried to fix the blame for all my troubles on someone else. I started in with the judge who sentenced me, then back to the Indian that pointed me out, then to the lawyer who had me arrested, and on back and through it all till I got to my father. The sanctimonious kid, who was something of a philosopher, said to me once, "Kid, ours is a crooked business, but we must not allow ourselves to think crooked. We got to think straight, clearly, and logically, or we are lost. Of course, we'll lose anyway, sooner or later, but let us not hasten the day by loose and careless thinking." His advice had not been altogether wasted on me. I got into the habit of thinking things over carefully. The trouble was I didn't always follow out my conclusions. I knew I was taking a chance staying in Canada after my escape, yet I stayed. I had long realized that my every act was wrong and criminal, yet I never thought of changing my ways. After thinking it all over with all the clarity and logic and fairness I could command, I was convinced that nobody but myself was to blame, and that I had just drifted along from one thing to another until I was on the rocks. I hadn't been forced into this life and this predicament by any set of circumstances or any power beyond my control. I had traveled along this road largely of my own free will, and it followed that I could get on the right road any time I willed it. Strangely enough, I didn't will to do it then and there. It seemed enough to know and feel I could do it if I wanted to. No use making resolutions until my sentence of 2 years was in. I would wait and see what that brought forth. The same train that I was arrested on. In charge of the conductor, I gave the bill to, carried me to the prison at New Westminster. My Scotch jailer loaded me with irons and handcuffed me to a seat to make sure of me, and he delivered me safely. At the town of New Westminster, I looked about me with interest. It was my birthplace. My parents were married in the United States, but spent the first year of their married life in British Columbia, where my father had some small business interests. He was a British subject and never took the trouble to become an American. That left me a subject of Great Britain, which I still am. Like 90% of the men arrested for felonies, I had given a fictitious name and birthplace. My jailer called me a damned Yank because I registered at his jail as an American. At the prison, a more complete biographical sketch was demanded of me, with the result that just so much more fiction found its way into the prison statistics. I was bathed, shaved, uniformed, measured, weighed, photographed, questioned at great length, and at last put in a cell by myself. I was notified that I would get 15 lashes next day, and that the remainder would be laid on 1 week before my sentence expired. I was further told very distinctly that by good conduct I could greatly soften the severity of the last installment, but that the first would be administered as the law provided. Prisoners passing my cell looked in. Some gave me glances of sympathy, others grinned. One, a big, tough-looking gorilla, out of the British Navy, stopped and taunted me gleefully. "Oh, I Yank, I reckon and calculate as 'ow you'll get a fancy tampin in the morning, da." I abused both him and his native language. The convict librarian came along with his catalog. I selected a book, and he got it for me immediately. My cell was furnished with an iron bed, a small table, a bookshelf, a 3-legged wooden stool, and a galvanized iron bucket. On the bed, folded, were a heavy, clean pair of blankets and 2 sheets. On top of the folded blankets was a straw pillow in a clean slip. Later on, a trustee brought me a gallon bucket of water, a tin cup, a small wooden vessel to wash in, and a clean towel. Every movable article in the cell had my prison number on it, and I kept them till the day of my discharge. On the wall was a card of rules and regulations for the guidance of prisoners. My first act was to read the rules. This was prompted by curiosity to learn just what I was up against, rather than a desire to learn and obey. I sat on my stool and tried to read, but my mind was on the morning. Every hour of the long night, I woke up with the sting of the lash on my back. In the morning, after the prisoners had gone to their tasks, a guard came and took me to a room in another part of the building where we found the prison physician waiting. He examined me, pronounced me fit, and told me to take off my shirt. The room was bare except for a bench along one wall and an arrangement in the center of the room that resembled a photographer's tripod, only it was higher and stronger. Its 3 legs were secured to the floor. A short, thick man in uniform, with a bristly brown beard and cold blue eyes, came in with a strap very much like a barber's strop, except it was longer and heavier and had a different handhold. He sat on the bench, eyeing me speculatively. The deputy warden now appeared and gave an order. The physician sat down beside the man with the strap. 2 guards led me to the triangle. My wrists were strapped to the top of the tripod, where the 3 pieces joined, and my ankles lashed to the tripod's legs, leaving me with my arms up in the air and my legs far apart, helpless as any sheep in the shambles. "Now, Mr. Burr," said the deputy warden. The man with the strap got up off the bench and stepped behind me a little to my left. Out of the tail of my eye saw him winding up like a ball pitcher. Then came the whoosh of his strap as it cut the air. It would not be fair to the reader for me to attempt a detailed description of this flogging. In writing these chronicles, I have tried to be fair, reasonable, and rational, and rather than chance misleading anybody by overstating the case, I will touch only the high points and leave out the details. No hangman can describe an execution where he has officiated. The best he can do is to describe his end of it, and you have but a one-sided case. The man at a whipping post or tripod can't relate all the details of his beating fully and fairly. He can't see what's going on behind him, and that's where most of the goings-on are. Furthermore, he does not approach the subject with that impersonal, detached mental attitude so necessary to correct observing and reporting. Mentally, he's out of focus, and his perspective is blurred. If I could go away to some lonely, desolate spot and concentrate deeply enough, I might manage to put myself in the flogging master's place and make a better job of reporting the matter. But that would entail a mental strain I hesitate to accept, and I doubt if the result would justify the effort. All along I had my mind made up to take my tam-pin in as manly a way as possible, and to bite my tongue rather than cry out. Also, I had tried to hypnotize myself up to a pitch where I could bow my back out toward the blows and hold it there till the thing was done. The first blow was like a bolt of lightning. It shocked and burned. Looking back at it now, it seems to me I jumped 6 feet in the air. But I couldn't have jumped an inch. I was too securely trussed up. I got through it without squawking, but fell down sadly on the business of bowing my back out. With each succeeding blow, I shrank farther away from the blistering lash, and when it was all over, my back was concaved, my chest was bowed out, and I was trembling like a helpless calf under the hot branding iron. It made no difference how I wriggled and squirmed. I got the full force and effect of every blow, and each one fell on a different spot. Mr. Burr, God bless him, served his apprenticeship as a flogging master in the British Navy, and he knew his little book. I was untied and stood there a little bit weak in the knees. My back was blistered, but the skin was not broken. The doctor took a look at it and went away. One of the guards threw my shirt over my shoulders, and, holding on with one hand and my trousers up with the other, I was marched out and up a flight of stairs to the prison dispensary. The man in charge was dentist, apothecary, hospital steward, nurse, and guard. He was a big, brawny, muscular Irishman with arms like an iceman's. While he was applying a liquid to my back, probably to prevent infection, I asked him what it was he was using. "You will speak when you're spoken to," he growled severely with a brogue that was triple X positive. He fixed my back in silence and locked me in a cell in the hospital. It was a year before I spoke to him again, and I waited till he spoke to me first then. Going into his place one day, I found him tugging at a Chinaman's tooth. After he got out and sent the patient away, he came over to see what I wanted. He was puffing and perspiring, and feeling rather pleased with his job on the tooth, wanted to talk to somebody. "Man," he said, "that was an awful tooth in that Chinaman. Sure, I thought the jaw was coming off of him." "Yes." I inquired, "Was it a molar?" "No, man, 'twas no molar. 'Twas a back tooth." He was our prison dentist. He wasn't a bad fellow at that. He brought me a worn volume of Shakespeare and let me take it to my cell. I kept it for months and read it all, and often wondered while reading it what would have happened to the British Empire if the spirited Will Shakespeare had been flogged when he stole Mr. Lucy's venison. I've heard a lot about the humiliation and degradation of flogging. If anybody was humbled and degraded in my case, it was not I. It may sound strange when I say I am glad now, and was glad then, that they lashed me. It did me good. Not in the way it was intended to, of course, but in a better way. I went away from the tripod with fresh confidence, with my head up, with a clear eye and mind, and sustained with a thought from the German Nietzsche, "What does not kill me strengthens me." After 3 days I was returned to my cell and assigned to work on the farm gang. Mr. Burr, the flogging master, who turned out to be a very chatty Scotchman, came to my cell door the first night to have a talk with me, so there would be no misunderstanding or hard feelings. I don't think he was afraid I would try to do him violence. He just came a straight, manly way to explain the thing and his part in it. I didn't gather from his talk whether he was in favor of lashing or against it. He appeared an intelligent, fair-minded man. "You'll find me bark is worse than me bite," he said when he was leaving. I had already made up my mind I ought to hate somebody over the flogging, and had about settled on Mr. Burr. But when he was gone I thought it all over again, and saw there was no more sense in hating him than any machine I had carelessly got my fingers into. I settled down to my work, and had a chance to look about me. The prison, a stone building, was on the finest site in New Westminster, a gently sloping eminence overlooking a broad sweep of the Fraser River where it widens to its delta. The prison contained 100 single cells, and the silent system obtained. There was never any overcrowding or haphazard makeshifts. When the cells were all filled, a batch of prisoners was at once shipped away to the eastern prisons at Kingston, Ontario, or Stony Mountain, Manitoba, to make room for newcomers. We were closely watched and guarded by the officers who were nearly all ex-Army and Navy men, iron disciplinarians and sticklers for the enforcement of rules. I looked about for some way out of the place, but it seemed hopeless, and I gave it up, settling down to do my time. The prison population came from the 4 corners of the earth. Sailors and ex-soldiers, deserters from the Navy, a few Yanks, fugitives from the American side, Indians from the Arctic Circle brought down by the mounted police to do time for violating laws they never could understand, and a sprinkling of Chinamen and Japs. The 60 acres of prison land were farmed intensively, yielding an abundance of fine vegetables. Hay and grain, clothing, shoes, and socks were made by prisoners. The food was coarse but wholesome. An American prison commissary would not believe a penitentiary could be run without beans. In my 2 years at this prison, I did not see a bean. An English prison warden would not believe a prison could exist without peas. I never saw a pea in an American prison. I never saw a cup of coffee in the place. We had pea coffee twice a day. It was made from peas grown on the farm, threshed out on the barn floors with flails, roasted and ground like coffee. It was very nutritious and not at all unpalatable. We had plenty of vegetables, mush and pea soup, lots of bread, not too fresh, and not much meat. The food ration, even to the salt and pepper that seasoned it, was regulated by law. Every prisoner got just what the law allowed him, and no more. We always had good appetites, never quite had them satisfied, had no smoking, tobacco, no coffee, very little meat, and plenty of sleep. The hospital was always empty, and there was not a death in the prison in my 2 years' time there. The place was clean and well ventilated. We had coarse, warm clothing, enough blankets, plenty of light, lots of good books, and nothing to distract us when reading. I never saw bug, flea, or mosquito while there. The guards were not brutal or overbearing. I never saw one strike a prisoner. I never saw a prisoner strike a guard. One morning I glimpsed a familiar face and figure. It was Soldier Johnny. I forgot the rules and sang out, "How long are you doing?" Before he could answer, I was snatched out of the line and locked in my cell. The warden was a hardened man, old, sick, and cynical. His motto was, "Break them first and make them over." The guards submitted a written report of my misconduct, talking. My punishment was 3 days on bread and water. The prison had no dungeon. The prisoner under punishment was kept in his cell, which was stripped of its furniture and darkened by placing a blank wooden, movable door against the outer side of the cell door proper. In my dark cell I thought of Soldier Johnny, and wondered if he remembered how they bored a hole and fed me through it in the Utah prison. All the Yeggs and Johnsons in Christendom couldn't have put a crumb of bread into this dark cell in this backwoods prison. It was English. In all the time I was there, I never had a chance to talk to Johnny. He was discharged before me, and we had no chance to compare notes for years. My cell was darkened many times, and I lived many days on bread and water before I got my time in. I came to learn that a satisfying meal may be made of 2 ounces of stale bread if it is eaten slowly and chewed thoroughly. I was chewing my ration of bread 2 hours, taking small bits and chewing them to liquid in my dark cell years before I heard of Fletcher and his system of Fletcherizing food. My experience with short rations in many places has convinced me that we would all be healthier and better nourished if we ate half as much food and chewed it twice as long. I soon got into a feud with the officers and guards. I talked and laughed and whistled and sang, all of which outraged the iron-bound system of silence. The 4th of July came along, and as I was registered as an American, I refused to work on that glorious day. This was a very serious offense, and I was sentenced to 12 days' bread and water. They opened my cell every 4th day, put in the furniture, and fed me the regular prison fare. No prisoner may be kept on bread and water for more than 3 consecutive days. That's English also. When the Queen's birthday, the big holiday, came around, I wrote a note to the warden asking permission to work. 12 days more in 4 installments. I read about hay fever in the encyclopedia, and when haying time came I refused to make hay on the grounds that I was a hay fever addict. The doctor disagreed, and my cell was darkened again. When I was sentenced, there was a law under which all prisoners got a plug of black strap chewing tobacco every week. While I was in prison, the law was repealed. Newcomers got no tobacco, but those sentenced while the law was in force, even if they were lifetimers, continued to draw their ration every week. A rule was posted forbidding a prisoner who drew tobacco to give a chew of it to one who didn't. That's English, too. I was caught throwing a chew to a chap that arrived too late and got another dose of bread and water. At last I tired of bread and water, got on my good behavior, and took to reading. The prison had a splendid library, not a worthless book in it. All the best English authors were there, and I went through them hungrily. I became so immersed in reading that I was careful not to break the rules, lest I lose 3 days or more from the books. I got school books and studied them. Remembering my poor arithmetic, I tried mathematics but couldn't get anywhere. Then the grammar, but the rules seemed to have been made for no other purpose than to confuse the beginner and repress his noble rage. So I gave that up, got intensely interested in a small dictionary, and almost went into the dark cell for carrying it out with me to work and looking into it when the guard's back was turned. I read the best books in the library, except the Bible, and would have taken that only I already had 6 months with it in the Scotchman's jail. I went through Chambers's encyclopedia from A to Z. Read all about acids and paper, metals and metallurgy, dyes and molds. I studied the history of locks and lock-making, poring over the pictures of locks and their escutcheons, all kinds of locks and keys, door locks, padlocks, combination locks. Nothing was neglected. I read a most interesting paper on picklocks and lock-picking by a famous lockmaker of London. I followed the history of explosives from gunpowder down to nitroglycerin. I found a passage that told clearly and concisely which explosives did the greatest damage and made the least noise. What a mine of information! I was fascinated. I studied guns and pistols, drills and saws and files, braces and bits, and drilling machines of high and low pressure and fast or slow motion. I investigated poisons, herbs, and drugs. I discovered that the finest quality of morphine may be obtained from lettuce, and proved it in the prison garden by extracting it and eating it. I read up on sleeping and dreaming, and learned just what kind of noise is most apt to wake a sleeping person, just when he sleeps the deepest, and at what hour of the night his courage is at its lowest ebb. I can sit in a hotel lobby today and pick out the sound sleeper, the medium sleeper, and light sleeper. I got it out of the encyclopedia and proved it in practice later. The time flew by. I read away the long evenings, Sundays, holidays, and rainy days. We ate in our cells, and I always had a book propped up behind my pan of pea soup. My feud with guards was forgotten. I had no trouble with fellow prisoners. The silent system and single cells prohibited that. There was no whispering, plotting, scheming, and snitching as there is where the congregate system prevails. The stool pigeon, so fostered and encouraged in American prisons, did not flourish there. The silence obliterated him, made him unnecessary. There was a little cloud on my mind that began to grow. My time was getting short, some of my credits had been forfeited, and not being able to find out how much, I was uncertain about the day of my discharge, and expected to be called out any time for the last installment of my lashing. This made me very nervous, restless, and irritable. The books no longer held me. At last I was sent for by the prison tailor to be fitted into a discharge suit, and knew that I hadn't more than a week or 10 days to do. A day or two later the same guards took me to the same room, where I found the doctor, the deputy warden, the flogging master, and the triangle all ready for me. I saw I was in for it. The atmosphere was a little more official than on the former occasion. Mr. Burr's beard bristled more, and his eye was a little harder. The doctor looked me over with more interest. The guards turned their eyes away from mine as they trussed me up to the tripod, and the deputy warden's now, Mr. Burr, was ominously soft, smooth, oily. The lashing is regulated by law, as is every other detail of British penology. The strap is just so long, so wide, so thick, and so heavy. The flogging master can swing it just so far, and no farther. Mr. Burr did the best he could with those limitations and reservations, and it was plenty. To make an unpleasant story short, I will say he beat me like a balky horse, and I took it like one, with my ears laid back and my teeth bared. All the philosophy and logic and clear reasoning I had got out of books and meditation in my 2 years were beaten out of me in 30 seconds, and I went out of that room foolishly hating everything a foot high. I had a chance to cool off during the remaining week of my time, and the day of my release found me halfway rational again. On my way out of the prison grounds, I passed the deputy warden directing a gang of prisoners. I had nothing against them. I was going out and feeling good. I waved them a farewell. He turned on me savagely, snarling, "Be on your way." I stopped, gave him my best dirty look, and turned my back on him and his prison forever. I was in perfect physical condition. The regular sleep, regular work, and short ration of food had done that for me. I still had the money the lawyer at Victoria did not claim on me, the discharge money, and fare to the town I was sent from, in all enough to last me a month by careful management. My mind had been so unsettled during the last weeks of my time in prison that I hadn't decided where to go or just what I would do. There was no hurry about anything. It was a fine day. I had my liberty. I bought some tobacco and papers at a nearby store, and lay down on the warm ground in the green grass under the Indian summer sun to think it over, take stock, and look to the future. This would be a good place for me to say that I would have quit stealing then if the terrible lashing hadn't embittered me and sent me out looking for revenge, but that would not be the truth. I don't know to this day whether the law contemplates flogging as punishment as a deterrent measure or partly both. As a punishment, it's a success. As a deterrent, it's a failure. If it's half and half, one offsets the other, and there's nothing gained. The truth is I wouldn't have quit, no matter how I was treated. The flogging just hardened me more, that's all. I found myself somewhat more determined, more confident, and with a feeling that I would play this game of violence to the finish. I had taken everything they had in the way of violence, and could take it again. Instead of going away in fear, I found my fears removed. The whipping post is a strange place to gather fresh confidence and courage, yet that's what it gave me, and in that dark cell I left behind many fears and misgivings. I got up and went my way with the thought that I had got more out of that prison and its keepers than they got out of me. I think the same today of every prison I went into. There were times when I thought I got a bit more punishment than was coming to me, but I don't regret a minute of it now. Each of us must be tempered in some fire. Nobody had more to do with choosing the fire that tempered me than myself, and instead of finding fault with the fire, I give thanks that I had the mettle to take the temper and hold it. I have hopes that these lines will be read by many convicts and ex-convicts, and they are nothing if not critical readers. I am not trying to lay down any rules and regulations for their guidance on the outside, but I want to say this: any prisoner who comes out of prison saying to himself, "I can't quit, it's too late, I'm wrecked and ruined, every man's hand's against me, if I get a job some copper will snitch on me to my boss, or if that don't happen the other cons will blackmail me. There's no use trying, I can't quit," any ex-con who says that is sentencing himself to a jolt that the most heartless and hard-boiled criminal court judge couldn't conceive of. The other con who comes out time after time saying to himself cold-bloodedly and calculatingly, "I won't quit, might change his mind sometime and say, I will quit." When he wills it, he does it, and no copper snitches him out of his job. If there is any such animal as the blackmailing ex-con, he gives the will chap a wide berth. I now went to Vancouver and took it easy for a week, resting up, reading papers, and trying to get my bearings. I saw nothing of Chu-Chi, the China boy. He didn't show up in the prison while I was there, and I have no doubt he quit stealing while he was all to the good and went on the square. Falling in with an outfit of bums and beggars at Vancouver, I heard glowing reports of the prosperous mining towns in the interior of British Columbia and decided to visit them. A week's journey over the Canadian Pacific Railway and down the Columbia River found me in the Kootenay mining district. Everything I touched turned to money. The sudden change from no liberty at all in prison to all the liberty in the world almost wrecked me. I didn't think of saving the money so dangerously earned, but squandered it drinking, gambling, and making many trips across the line into the States where there were more opportunities for spending and dissipating. At last, a very valuable parcel of stones found its way into my hands. It was suicide to try to dispose of them on the Canadian side, and I bought a ticket to Pocatello and Salt Chunk Mary. I had been away from there almost 4 years, and had no fear that the town whittler would remember me, even if he was still on the job, and besides I was hungry for a look at Mary and for a feed of her beans and salt pork. Arriving at Pocatello, I hastened to her place. There was no change in its appearance except that it looked more forlorn and weather-beaten by reason of its contrast with the new buildings that had sprung up around it. In answer to my confident knock on the door, a very genteel and refined-colored woman opened it and asked me to step in. She looked at me strangely when I asked for Mary. "Why, Miss Mary Howard went away more than 3 years ago. She sold me the place for almost nothing, settled her affairs, and disappeared. Nobody in Pocatello knows why she left or where she went. I inquired at the bank, but they knew no more about her than the colored lady. I asked no more questions, but got the first train out for Butte, Montana, where I disposed of my stones and made the bums' hangouts, determined to find out the whys and wherefores of Mary's disappearance. I remembered the night she crushed the calaboose for me, and if trouble had come to her, I wanted to shoulder my end of it. The bums all knew of Mary's disappearance, but none of them would even make a guess as to what became of her. Almost ready to give up, I met one of the oldest and best informed bums on the road. His manager, Hannibal, was carved on every water tank between the two Portlands. I made his acquaintance in the Utah penitentiary and had met him later on the road. He knew my connection with Foot-and-a-Half George, but did not know I was with him when he was killed. I had not seen Hannibal since George's death, and naturally the talk turned to it. The burglary was long since outlawed. There was no need for me to conceal my part in it, so I told him all about the caper. He listened very attentively, and when I was done said, "You must have been there, for that tallies exactly with what I heard. Over 3 years ago, I met a bum by the name of Rochester Red at Stew Junction. Red was 5 miles outside of that county seat the night you and George got that box. This is what he tells me. He's just finished a long stretch in the stir at Cannon City. His health ain't none too good, so he jumps over into Utah and down on the poultice route, where he won't be pestered by bulls while he's recuperating on good fresh air and green vegetables and plenty of bread and milk. He flops in a haystack 5 miles out of the town where you people cut the caper. At daylight the next morning the Hoosiers drag him out, and he thinks they're going to lynch him. They take him into the town and give him a look at the stiff laid out on the courthouse floor. He raps to George, and just as you say, he's almost cut in half by the 2 shotgun loads. Red don't see any use in giving himself a ball out by identifying any dead burglars, so he dummies up on the natives, and in a couple of days they let him go, and he keeps on going, for they are proper hostile. When Rock Red tells me this, I dash into Portland and out over the short line into Pocatello and tells Mary. "What was all your hurry about?" I asked. "Huh," Hannibal replied. "That's something Red didn't know, and something you don't know. But you're all right, and I don't mind telling you. George and Mary was raised in my hometown, Hannibal, Missouri, and George was her brother. They was a mysterious pair, and there's no use trying to figure what become of Mary." When my breath came back, I said, "Well, that explains to me why George sprayed Gold Tooth with all that lead at Pocatello." "Oh, yes. Tell me about that, Blackie. I never got the straight of it." In return for Hannibal's tale, I ordered a fresh bottle, and over it told him the story of Gold Tooth's death at the hands of Foot-and-a-Half George. Unable to gather any more information about Mary, I turned to work again, making the towns of Spokane, Portland, Seattle, and Tacoma, confining myself strictly to house burglary, which is one-man work. This kind of thievery is fast becoming a thing of the past. Better lighting, policing, and locking systems, the apartment house, the building of tighter residences, the better treatment of dogs, which makes them more intelligent, and more efficient and careful servants have combined to put the old-time house burglar almost out of business. And that is well, for of all manner of theft it is the most nerve-wracking on both the burglar and the householder. I never crawled into a window that I didn't think of Smiler. I never stepped in or out of a door without thinking of old George. Yet I kept it up for years, and quit it only because I got tired of playing the peon for crooked pawnbrokers and getting 50-50 from the professional fences. The fence's notion of 50-50 is to put a lead dollar in the Salvation Army tambourine and ask the lassie for 50 cents change. In the midst of plenty, I found myself starving, and in self-defense turned to the more direct business of highway robbery. My experience with house burglary in the small hours of the night left me a nervous wreck and an opium smoker. Almost every house prowler turns to booze or drugs. Reader, I'll ask you if you wouldn't take a jolt of booze or hop after an experience such as this. You are a burglar. You have put in a week tabbing up a residence. You decide to make it looks all right. No children, you haven't seen a dog. The night arrives. You jump into the yard. It's 2 o'clock. You look the house over. Every door and window fastened, not even an open coal hole, no porch to go up. You go back to a kitchen window and perform a very delicate operation, taking a pane of glass out piece by piece. Then you put your hand in, release the catch, and raise the window slowly, noiselessly. You find inside on the windowsill bottles, boxes, corkscrews, can openers, and a toothbrush. These you pick up one at a time and place outside below the window. Now you are in the window, and you find that below, inside, is the kitchen sink. You get in without disturbing dishes or pans and open the kitchen door, so you will have a getaway in case anything causes you to hurry out. You have been almost an hour getting in the house, and you haven't started on the job yet. It is very dark in the house, but you light no matches, nor do you use a flashlight. You are an expert. You know your business. Your years at this work have developed a cat sense in you. You can sense an object in front of you without seeing or feeling it. You feel your way slowly, silently into the dining room. Your eyes are getting accustomed to the dark, and you distinguish a few objects: table, chairs, sideboard. You sit in a chair and remove your shoes, shoving them down in your back pockets, heels up. You are going upstairs where the sleepers and valuables are. You button your coat and pull your hat down over your eyes to hide your face from the sleeper should he wake up on you, and switch on a light. It takes you 15 minutes to get up the stairs. They creak frightfully, and you must find solid places to put your weight. You know your business, so you keep as close to the banister as possible, where the step boards are nailed down tight and can't shift and creak. You know the creaking won't wake sleeping people, but you don't know yet whether they are asleep. If they should be lying in bed awake, they would know what the creaking meant, and you might get shot. Now you are at a bedroom door. It's latched but not locked. You take hold of the doorknob in a certain way and turn it slowly till it won't turn any farther. The hall you are in is dark and dead silent. You push the door open an inch, and you can hear the gentle, regular up and down breathing of the healthy sleeper. You wait a long time, maybe 5 minutes, with your hand on the doorknob, listening intently. Yes, there are 2 sleepers in the room. Then out of this awful silence comes a coughing from a room at the back of the hall. You stiffen, and your hand goes to your coat pocket. You hear a glass clink against a pitcher, and you know that man is awake. You hear him turn over in bed and straighten out for another sleep. You remain rigid for another 5 minutes, and then feel your way down the dark hall to make sure he has gone back to sleep. His door is ajar, and now he is snoring. You wish he wouldn't snore. He might wake somebody else. He might wake himself. Snorers do wake themselves. The expert burglar doesn't fancy the heavy snorer. He likes the sleeper that wheezes gently, softly, regularly. You feel your way back to the front room. You want that first. That's where you have decided the best stuff is to be found. Your hand is on the doorknob again, and you open the door another inch, slowly, noiselessly. Now something soft, yielding, obstructs it. This thing that softly blocks the door is probably a rug or an article of clothing. That's easy. You release the doorknob, stoop slowly, and put your hand around inside. Yes, it's a rug, a fur rug. You nip a few strands of hair in your fingers and tug at it gently. The thing comes to life with a scared howl that turns your blood to ice water. You jump up, pull the door shut with a bang, and hasten to the top of the stairs with sure and certain step. It took you 15 minutes to ascend that stairway. You know every inch of it. You straddle the banister and slide down. It's quicker and safer. In the dining room, you slam the door shut, and none too soon. The man upstairs has released the big mastiff, and he's roaring at the dining room door. You made no mistake when you left the kitchen door open. You dash through it, pulling it shut behind you just as the man inside opens the dining room door for his dog. You take the back fence, tearing your clothes. The big dog is in the backyard now. You hear his ferocious growls plainer than ever. You run into a vacant lot toward the next street. You hear the master urging his dog to follow you, but he's too well trained and refuses to leave his own yard. The householder is a regular man. Not to be balked of his burglar, he opens up with a 6-shooter and empties it at you. After the first shot, you instinctively begin making side jumps like a bucking bronco. You don't make as much distance, but you reduce your chance of getting hit. Every time the gun goes off, you can feel the slug boring a hole in your back. You don't realize it has already passed you when you hear the pistol crack. His gun empty, his shooting stops. You feel like throwing a few slugs in his direction, but, well, you are in the wrong. You are safe now. It would only make matters worse if you hit him. And besides, he and his pistol and his dog have made enough noise already to rouse the neighborhood, and you're lucky if you can get out of the block without bumping into Mr. John Law. You make a big detour and get downtown safely, so exhausted from intense physical and mental concentration that you are barely able to drag one foot after the other. Yes, reader, I'll admit you might go to your room and to bed and drift off into sweet, refreshing slumbers, but I never could do it. I always had to hunt up a hop joint and roll myself a few pills, just for the good of my nerves. You are still a burglar, reader. You get up the next evening, put on a different suit and hat, and go out for your breakfast. You dismiss from your mind the incident of last night as lightly as a gambler would forget the loss of a few dollars. You remember the dog that recognized you in the hotel barroom years before, and with the thought that it would be well to keep out of this mastiff's neighborhood, you turn your mind to the business of the night. You take a long time to eat, looking through all the papers. You read about a burglar shivering somewhere in his lair after escaping in a panic of fear for Mr. and his mastiff and pistol. This makes you mad. You say to yourself, what do those reporters expect of a man? Do they want him to shoot everybody in sight, cut the dog's throat, carry out everything valuable, and burn the house down? Can't they understand that the burglar's first thought is the loot, and his second thought is to get out of the house as quietly and quickly as possible without harming people when they wake up on him? And what madness for the householder to try to corner a burglar in the dark, prepared to resist capture, but not to kill for loot. When he senses a burglar in his house, why can't he say in a loud voice, "Is that you, Percy?" and give him a chance to fade away quietly? He'll do it. He knows there are plenty of other houses. You give it up, put these idle speculations out of your mind, and go out into the street. You have been busy locating prospects. Your thoughts turn to the most likely one. There's the gambler that runs the poker games in back of the cigar store. He turns the game over to an assistant at 12 o'clock, takes the bankroll, and goes home. You decide to take him home tonight. You hang around till he comes out and get in behind him. You tail him to a genteel-looking place with a private board sign in a downstairs window. He lets himself in with a key. You are across the street. You wait a while and observe that a dark room on the second floor has been lighted. Your man is at the window pulling down its shade. You have his room located, and you go away to kill the next 2 hours. 2 o'clock, you are in the dining room downstairs. You were lucky enough to find an open window. You don't open any doors here. You decide to retreat by the window, if necessary. This is a boarding house with a number of people in it, and you don't have to creep around so carefully. A noise on the stairs or in the hall of a boarding house doesn't mean much. You go upstairs quickly and find a light in the hall. You put it out, not by pushing the button, but by unscrewing the globe a little. You are an expert. You don't want any light. You don't want anyone to get a look at you in a lighted hallway. You prefer darkened rooms because in the dark you have the best of the situation. You find his door, more luck it's not locked. You must be careful with this chap. He is a bad sleeper, thin, nervous, touchy, an incessant smoker, and a heavy coffee drinker. You step into the room and close the door but don't latch it. He is asleep, breathing, as you expected, very softly. His clothes are on a big rocker, nothing in them but some silver and a watch. You take the silver, heft the watch and leave it. It's not solid. You're disappointed. The roll of bills should have been in his trousers pocket. You feel on the table by the head of his bed. It's not there. On the dresser, not there. Oh, well, you'll have to go under his pillow after it, that's all. This operation calls for your best professional touch. Your perfect technique is needed here. He's a light sleeper. You are on one knee beside his pillow. You lay a gun on the floor within easy reach. If he wakes up on you, that's his bad luck. You'll stick him up, take his money, and lock him in his room. He is lying on his side facing you and not 18 inches away. You can feel his breath against your face. You pull up your right coat and shirt sleeves to the elbow. Your left hand lifts the outer end of the pillow ever so little while your right, palm down, slowly, carefully, worms its way beneath his head. Your ear notes his breathing. So long as it is regular, he is asleep. If it breaks off, he is waking up. While he sleeps, he has no more control over his breathing than over his heartbeats, and you can plainly hear it. And when you cannot hear it, you know he is awake. With your ear alert for the danger signal, and your hand under his pillow, your mind is racing all over the universe. No wonder you think they hang men in some parts of the world for this kind of burglary, going into a man's sleeping room with a gun and taking his property from under his head while he sleeps. No wonder your hair is graying above your ears and wrinkles showing up in your forehead. You make up your mind to quit this racket. It's too tough, but your hand goes further under the pillow. Careful as you are, the slight movement beneath his head seems to disturb this cat-like sleeper. His breathing catches, halts, and no longer reaches your ear. You become petrified, your mind on the gun beside you. With a jerky movement, he turns over, and you wait till he goes sound asleep again. His back is to you now, and his head on the farther end of his pillow. This makes it easier. You explore and explore, but feel nothing. Slowly you withdraw your arm. You must look farther. In his shoes, his hat, the dresser drawers, the clothes closet, and that failing, you will put the gun on him, wake him, and make him dig up. You have been there almost 2 hours. It will soon be dawn. You must hurry. You search everywhere, but no bankroll. You go around the bed, and your arm is quickly thrust under the other pillow in the last hope of finding it. It's not there. No use looking farther. You decide to wake him and demand it. Having made up your mind to stick him up, you must now transform yourself from the silent, stealthy prowler into the rough, confident, dominating stick-up man. You walk around to the back of the bed and stop to plan your new move. Now you have it all straight in your mind. You will go to the side of his bed where you first started in on him. That puts you between him and the door and leaves him no chance to get out into the hall. You will touch him gently on the shoulder. He will wake up in alarm. What? What is it? Who is it? Turn on the light. Then you will say to him in a firm, kindly tone, "Listen to me, and don't get excited." You will put the cold muzzle of the gun against his neck, and now your voice will be cold, hard, threatening. Do you feel that? That's a gun. If you move, I'll let it go. You just keep cool, and don't get yourself killed over a few lousy dollars. I want that bankroll of yours. I know it's here. Tell me where it is, and make it easy on yourself, and be quick about it. Yes, that's the way you will handle him. You start on around to the side of his bed. You remember you have been in the room almost 2 hours and a half. It will soon be daylight. You look at the window. Yes, there it is, a faint line of gray down the edge of the curtain, the dawn. You must hurry. You are by his side now. You take a better grip on the gun, reach out to touch him, and pandemonium breaks out in the adjoining room. It's only an alarm clock going off, but it petrifies you standing up and tears every nerve in your body up by the roots. You don't bolt out of the room in a panic. You remain perfectly still. Your mind jumps into the other room. Your sleeping gambler kicks out his legs, turns over with a jerky movement, mutters a string of curses, pulls the covers over his head, and settles himself for more sleep. You don't pay much attention to him now. The next room concerns you more. The noise of the alarm clock changes to a dull, empty, hollow protest. You know somebody has his hand on the bell, smothering it till he can turn it off. Now it stops. You hear somebody lumbering about. Every step shakes the floor. He must be a big, heavy man who puts his heels down first when he walks. You hear him push a button, and a vertical crack of light appears at the head of the bed you are standing by. You know what that is. This is an old house, and that's a folding door. The man now unlocks his door and steps out into the hall. You step softly to your door and listen. He goes heavily down the hall, muttering to himself. You hear him push the light button a couple of times, but he gets no light. You unscrewed the globe. He thinks it's burnt out. You hear him open and shut a door. He is in the bathroom. You turn back to your man. Then a window is thrown up with a bang in the room on your other side. Daylight is racing on you. You can see clearly now. You hear other noises. The place is becoming a hornet's nest. You must give it up and get out. You're not broke. You don't have to risk everything here. You step out of the room, close the door softly, go downstairs, and out the front way. Yes, reader, you went down the street and into a restaurant where you ate heartily. Then to bed for a good, healthy, sound sleep. Not me. I went back to the hop joint. You get up the next evening, go to the same restaurant, get something to eat, and look over the papers. You find nothing about your doings. You didn't expect to. You know the gambler missed his silver. You know he will suspect somebody around the boarding house and lock his room door in future. You take stock and decide to lay off for a few nights and give your luck a chance to switch. You are slowly making up your mind to get out of this burglary racket. It's too tough. Suppose you had stuck up the gambler. Maybe his money was downstairs in a safe, and you wouldn't have got it. You would have had to dash out into the street whether you got it or not. How could you tell who would be in the street when you went out? The cop on the beat might be sitting on the front steps. You might bump into the milkman, the bread man, or the ice man. You decide that the whole thing is very uncertain after all. For the first time you see clearly this dangerous angle of this business of yours. You can plan and plot and scheme. You can figure out just what you'll do from the minute you step into a place till you step out of it. But the great weakness of it is you can't tell who or what is going to be outside when you go out, and all your ingenuity can't overcome it. You toss the whole thing out of your mind and go to a theater. After that, you go to your room. It's a warm night. You're in no hurry about going to bed, so you sit in the dark by the window getting the cool air. You wonder who will occupy the transient room directly across the light well from you. Last night a woman and 2 children were in it. They talked all during the forenoon and kept you awake. You hope they have gone away. Just as you are ready to go to bed, a light is switched on in the room across the way. Idly you look over. The window is open and the curtain is up. A fat man with a pink complexion and gray hair is standing in the middle of the room. His door is still open. You can see through his room and out into the hall. He stands facing you, his legs apart, hands in his pockets, and his hat on the back of his head. You decide he is about half drunk. He takes his hat off and throws it out of your line of vision, probably at the dresser. Now he turns around, goes to the door, and kicks it shut with a bang. Back in the middle of his room, he puts a fat hand in his capacious pants pocket and comes up with a small roll of paper money. He unrolls the bills, looking at them with a mysterious smile on his fat face. You don't understand his smile and wonder if he is thinking how he cheated somebody in a poker game. He looks like a gambler. The roll interests you. The outside one is what you call a salmon belly. It is a yellowback, a big bill. The fat man now gets a chair and places it directly in front of his window, but instead of sitting down, he stands up on it unsteadily. You get alarmed and watch him intently. Surely he's not going to jump out? No, he takes the string and pulls the curtain halfway down. All you can see of him now is his bulky midsection. The upper part of him is silhouetted against the curtain. He raises one hand above his head, the hand that holds the bills. You can see its blurred shadow as he runs it along the roller at the top of the curtain. He takes hold of one edge of the curtain now, pulls it down a little till the ratchet is released, and lets it go up with a rattle and bang. He puts both hands on the windowsill to steady himself as he gets off the chair. He is still smiling, but there's no mystery about it now. You sit in your room not 15 feet away, open-mouthed in amazed admiration. What a fox he is to roll his money up in the curtain. What a plant. What chance would a prowler have of finding his money? He sits down with his back to you, and you hear him drop one shoe on the floor. In about a minute you hear the other one drop. Then he goes over to the door, turns the key, and snaps the light out. In 15 minutes you can hear him breathing like a blacksmith's bellows. He is healthy. He is a good eater and drinker. He is a sound sleeper. But the thing looks suspiciously soft to you, and you wonder if the fat man might not be a smart dick framing for you. You decide he isn't because he locked his door. Well, you say to yourself, bad luck or good luck, I'm going after that dough. You don't mind his door being locked. You know your business. You have 3 ways of opening it. You go out and down the hall to a small room where the Chinese bed maker keeps his brooms, buckets, mops, and other things, and get a small parcel of delicate instruments you keep planted there. You go back to your room and wait till, say, for a clock, when everything is dead and all the guests are in and abed. Then you go around into the fat man's hall, put out the light, and go to work on his door. You go about the opening of his door confidently and with a sure touch. You know he is sleeping. You can hear his gusty breathing from where you stand outside. Now you have it unlocked. You open it, step in, and close it. The chair is still in place by the window. Your ear follows his regular breathing. You don't creep around this room as you did in the Gamblers. You walk over to the chair, Step upon it lightly, put one hand up against a roller, and pull the curtain down with the other. It makes a little noise. Your back is to the sleeper, but your ear tells you he is safe. When the curtain is about halfway down, your fingers touch the roll of bills, another little pull, and you have it. You step down off the chair and find his vest and trousers. His watch hefts heavy. You take it, and you take the silver out of his trousers, just to penalize him for trying to be foxy. You go out, closing the door carefully behind you. Back in your room, you examine the bills and silver carefully. You remember the $20 bill that cost you 2 years and 2 lashings. You find you have more money than you would have got out of both the places you failed in, enough to last you 6 months if you are careful and don't gamble. You plant your instruments in the little room down the hall. Then you go out the back way to dodge the night clerk and down to an all-night saloon where you put the bills away in your compartment in the big safe. The night bartender is square. He knows you and your business. You want to get rid of the watch as quick as possible. It's worth $100. You sell it to him for a $20 note, glad to be done with it. Yes, reader, I know what you say to yourself now. You are saying, well, he doesn't have to go to the hop joint this time. You are right. I didn't have to go, but I went just the same. The opium smoker can always find a good excuse for an extra smoke. I went to the joint to celebrate my changed fortune and to propitiate whatever deformed deity it is that is supposed to look after the luck of a burglar. I must have propitiated to some purpose, for within a week another stroke of dumb luck more than doubled my bankroll, and I decided to take a lay off. Always in the back of my mind was the thought that some day I would go back and see my father. It was 10 years since I ran away from him. Many things had happened to me. Something may have happened to him. He might need money or help. I was free to go. I had no associates to cling to. I was under no obligations to anybody. My time and money were my own. The hop habit was getting fastened on me, and this trip would give me a chance to break away from it. The notion of being respectable and feeling safe and secure for a few months took my fancy, so I started in to do the thing right. My gun and burglar tools went to my bartender friend as presents. I was glad to get rid of the gun for a while. I could get another any time for $10, and for another 10, I could order by mail more instruments from an ex-burglar at Warsaw, Illinois, who manufactured them and advertised them in the Police Gazette as novelties. I had always followed the sanctimonious kid's advice in the matter of wearing careful clothes, but now I satisfied my hankering for a gray suit and hat. I thought of the leather trunk too, but it had no appeal anymore. I remembered old Signier and smiled to think how I had worshipped the $20 gold piece that dangled from the watch chain across his ample paunch. I soon discovered that being respectable imposed many hardships and obligations I hadn't thought of. One of them is paying railroad fare. I played the game square while I was at it, and gave up my money for a ticket and a berth in the sleeper. Here I encountered another hardship. My professional told me there were many fat pocketbooks beneath the pillows of my fellow travelers that my professional hand could have taken when the porter was out of sight, but I forbore. At Kansas City, I prowled about the neighborhood I had lived and worked in, but asked no questions. The crabbed, cranky widow's boarding house was closed. Tex of the larcenous eye was gone, and so were the card and dice sharks. Cocky McAllister, the hack driver that helped me rescue Julia, was not around his old stand. The milkman I worked for collecting bills from them women was not at his place. The theater where Julia worked was still going, but she was not there. I passed Madam Singleton's old place, but there was another name on the red-lighted pane of glass above the door. Still I asked no questions. They were all nothing to me. I could easily have found somebody to tell me what became of them all except perhaps Julia, but I was a stranger in my own town and preferred to remain one. My father was the only one I asked about. At the railroad offices in the department where he had worked, I learned that he was dead. A talkative old pensioner on the company who tended door told me he had been dead 3 years, that he died after a long siege of sickness and had barely enough money left to bury him decently in the village graveyard beside my mother. I was not shocked to learn of his death. We had been too far apart for that. I wondered if my long silence and absence mightn't have aggravated his illness and hastened his end. I was sorry not to have been with him when he was sick and needed me. I was glad he died without knowing what I had done to my life. That was many years ago, but I wasn't thoughtless even then, and I recall now, distinctly, how I realized with shame and regret that I had never done one thing to repay him for caring for me till I was able to shift, no matter how lamely, for myself. Looking back now, as I did then, I am forced to admit that the only consideration I ever showed for him was this. I never put his name, which is my name, on a police blotter or a prison register while he was alive or after his death. I had been dallying with the opium pipe almost daily for a year, yet I had no trouble when I gave it up, just a few restless days and nights, and I forgot it. I gave this no thought then, but later when I saw an opium smoker doubled up with cramps and pleading for hop, and learned he had been on the pipe, only 3 months I got interested and began thinking it over and observing. My observations and experience have convinced me that the drug habit, like most of our other habits, is largely mental. In another chapter, one shall submit a few facts in support of this opinion. Kansas City had nothing of interest for me now, and I left it, never to return. A cheap excursion ticket took me back west to the town of Los Angeles, where I finished the winter, fraternizing with the bums and yeggs from the road, polishing up old acquaintances, and gathering gossip from the 4 quarters of the underworld. Spring came. For me, that meant moving. And while I was trying to decide where to go, I made by chance the acquaintance of a coal miner who had worked in a small mine in one of the Middle West provinces of Canada. In the course of our talks, I learned by asking a few casual questions that the mine worked between 30 and 40 men, that it was on a short branch road off the Canadian Pacific, that the payoff was in cash, on or about the 1st of every month, and that the money was shipped by express from the city of Winnipeg, Manitoba. The fact that the payroll had to be held one night at the point where it was transferred to the branch road into the mine interested me. I knew the place, and that there was little or no police protection. There were $4,000 or $5,000 that had to lie somewhere in a small town overnight, practically unprotected. The 2,000 miles I would have to travel meant nothing. If the thing couldn't be handled, I would still be in the midst of fertile fields where I could make a living without taking tough chances against wised-up city police and the busy stool pigeon. Bidding farewell to the bums and yeggs at Mother Mustache's wine dump in Sonora town, where they all hung out and did their drinking, I discarded my gray suit for a pair of overalls, a rough coat, a blue shirt, and a cap, and took to the road for a 3-week jump. Through California, across Oregon, and into Spokane, Washington, where I found my bartender friend and recovered my instruments, which had been lying unused in a safe. The gun I left with him, as it was cumbersome and useless to me on the road. I could get one when I got nearer my destination. On through Butte, Great Falls, and to the Canadian line, I traveled, on north to Calgary again, but this time I turned eastward and soon arrived at the town where the mine payroll had to be transferred. I had managed my money carefully during the winter and still had enough to carry me for a few months by economizing. The first thing I did was to take a look at the box in the depot, which was the express office as well. I had confidently expected to find a safe of cheap or obsolete make, such as was generally in use then in the smaller towns. One look at this box made me regret that I had ever met the talkative coal miner. It was of the latest make and belonged in a bank instead of an express office in a town of 2,000 people. It was as near burglar-proof as any safe could be, and in addition to this it was chested, which in terms of burglary means it had a steel chest inside, a safe within a safe. I was dismayed. I saw at a glance that it was too much for me. It was the kind of safe that discourages the heavy man. He looks it over and says to his mob, "Yes, I can beat her all right," and explains to them in detail just how it can be done. But he finishes, it would take 3 or 4 shots to get into the guts of her, and, the first shot wakes the natives up. If they don't hear another, they don't know what woke them, and go back to sleep. But when they do hear the second shot, they get up to find out what it's about. Then comes the last one, and they're on top of you with shotguns and pitchforks. You've got to stand them off and dash out. Where? Why, nowhere. There's no getaway here, and I don't want the coin bad enough to go against it. I knew if they put the payroll in that box, it would be as safe for me as if it was in the bank at Winnipeg. I couldn't have opened it if I had it in the town blacksmith shop for 24 hours. Discouraging as the business looked, I decided to stay in the place and have a look at the money when it arrived. I got a room at the hotel, hung my coat up on a rack, and went about in my shirt sleeves trying to appear like a miner or ranch hand and attract no attention. Every night at 9 o'clock, when the train came in from the east, I was on the depot platform with the town loungers and did as much staring around as any of them. At last the end of the month came, and with it the payroll. This night the station agent, who was telegraph operator, express agent, and everything else about the depot, was a bit more alert, walking around with an air of importance, responsibility. When the train pulled in, he was at the door of the express car, and sure enough, out came the payroll in a small leather container, about the size of a woman's handbag. When the train departed, the agent, with a firm grip on the leather pouch, returned to his office escorted by the depot loungers. The payroll was locked securely in the inner compartment of the big safe, and then the heavy outer door closed upon it, shutting out any hopes I had of getting my hands on it that night. I went off to bed sad and thoughtful. The next morning at 10 o'clock, I followed the payroll aboard the jerkwater train that carried it to the waiting miners. At 12 o'clock, I sat on the sidewalk across from a mine office and gloomily watched the paymaster portioning it out to the joyful miners. In the afternoon, I rode back to the main line with my mind made up to let the thing go and look elsewhere for something not so tough. There's a Chinese laundry in the town, and I had often thought of going into it for smoke to kill off the dull hours, and now, both dull and despondent, I made my way to it and into the confidence of the boss Chinaman, who made me welcome. He was hospitable and kindly as all Chinese are who have not become sour and suspicious under the impositions of their white brothers. A moderate quantity of opium will not inflame or distort the imagination. I do not say it is an aid to clear thinking, but it is a fact that I left the laundry with what I thought, and still think, was nothing less than an inspiration. The next day, I went over the town thoroughly, and looked at every box in it. There was not one that I couldn't beat. My inspiration told me that if I could put the depot safe out of business a few days before the payroll arrived again, the agent would be forced to lock it in one of the other safes in the town, and I might get a chance at it. After traveling the great distance and spending so much time and money, I hated to quit without making a try for this money. I jumped 50 miles farther east, where I got dynamite and drills, stealing them at a mine, and returned to wait another month before I could do anything more. A week before the payroll was due, I went into the depot one night with a sledgehammer, knocked the combination knob off the box, battered the spindle in, and smashed the handle on the door. Adding another touch to the burglary, I left a couple of crowbars behind, broke open the till, smashed things generally, and threw cigarette and cigar snipes and pipe scrapings on the floor. When the station man opened up the next morning, his office looked as if it had been raided by a tribe of yeggs that had tried to wreck it when they failed to open the box. There was a tremendous hue and cry, and a fruitless manhunt. An inspector of police came, looked at the safe, and declared the job was done by a band of thieves that had been ravaging depots and post offices farther east. The battered safe was shipped to Toronto to be opened and repaired by its makers. I waited with much anxiety and not a little curiosity to see what would be done with the leather pouch when it arrived at the end of the month. 2 days after the safe and express office were wrecked, a redcoat, as the mounted police are called, was killed by a drunken Indian. Every idle, able-bodied man in town joined the manhunt that lasted 10 days, and my burglary was forgotten in the new excitement. I kept a careful watch on the depot agent and saw he was taking the day's small receipts home with him every night. I looked over his house and prepared to enter it in case he did the same with the payroll instead of leaving it in one of the safes. My most careful check on his residence showed he had no children, no dog, no old people in it. He and his wife were all I would have to contend with. On the evening the money was due, I went over the whole thing carefully and satisfied myself that nothing had been left undone in the way of precaution and protection. Not a glance of suspicion had turned in my direction so far, and I was sure that if I got my hands on the money, I could plan it, stand pat, and weather the storm. At last the train pulled in. A mail sack was thrown out to a small boy, who ran off to the post office with it. The leather pouch was put into the agent's hands, and a few of the regulars at the depot followed him to his office. As usual, he at once put out the lights, locked the place up, and walked across the street to the post office, surrounded by the depot loungers. The small mail was distributed in 5 minutes, and he turned toward home with the payroll under his arm, a neighbor on each side of him, and I half a block behind. His neighbors left him at his front gate, and his wife met him at the front door. I was relieved when the business resolved itself into a house burglary, for forcing safes with explosives is an uphill job for one man and is seldom attempted. The house was new, well built and small, 3 rooms downstairs and 2 above. It was in a large lot with a few small trees and some plants around it. I took up my watch at once, and from the vacant lot adjoining, I saw them sit down to dinner. After a half hour at the table, they got up and I could hear them shutting doors, putting windows down, and fastening them. For a minute the house was dark, then a light appeared upstairs, which meant they were going to bed. Another half hour, and the upstairs light was doused. I walked away. I had put them to bed, and could do nothing more till after midnight. In the city the burglar finds most people asleep at dawn. In the country, most people wake with the dawn. I knew I must start early, and set 1 o'clock as the hour to begin. Allowing myself 2 hours to get in, get action, and get out, I could have it over by 3 o'clock, which would give me time to plant the money and be in my room before daylight. My parcel of instruments and a gun were planted a few blocks away. I went after them, returned to the house, and found a place in the yard where I could watch and wait without being seen by any chance passerby. With 2 hours to kill, I went over the thing again, and could think of nothing more in the way of precaution. I had even picked a place in a lot near by to plant the money. At 1 o'clock I took off my shoes and put them in my back pockets. There in that house was a big piece of money. I had put in almost 2 months planning to get it, and now that I was ready to step, I summoned everything in the way of professional skill that I had acquired in the years since the Smiler gave me my first lesson. I found the kitchen door locked. The key inside was soon displaced, and the door unlocked with one of my own. Once inside, I shut the door. This was in the country, and I could not chance stray, hungry dogs or cats coming in for food and knocking pans around while I was upstairs. The door to the dining room was shut, but not locked. There was a rocking chair in line between the front and back dining room doors. I carefully pushed it to one side, making the way clear in case of a hasty leaving. At the foot of the stairs in the hall, I could hear the man breathing. The bedroom door upstairs was open. The stairs were solid, well put together, and did not creak, but I took a long time in doing them, wondering all the while where I would find the leather bag. No such luck as getting it off the dresser. No, he would surely have it under his pillow. After a long wait at the door of their room, my ears picked up the woman's gentler breathing. They both slept the sleep of young, healthy, tired workers, and I could wish for nothing more. There was light enough from the window to enable me to look over the dresser. The pouch was not there, and I prayed it wouldn't be in one of the drawers, for of all the abominable obstacles that balk the burglar of a sleeping room, the bureau drawer is the first and worst. After wasting the better part of an hour going through the room, I concluded the thing was under his head. Kneeling beside his pillow, I put the gun beside me on the floor, ready to my hand, where I could get it and stick him up if he woke up on me. The sleeper was lying on his back. His head was on the middle of his pillow, and directly beneath it was the leather bag. A watch or purse may be taken from under a pillow with ease, but an object the size of this bag I wanted will shift the pillow when it is withdrawn. It pulls the pillow with it, the pillow pulls the sleeper's head with it, and he wakes up. When the burglar gets up against this, he has to put one hand against the end of the pillow, holding it in place, while he tugs gently at the spoils below. Whether it was my pulling on the pouch, I don't know, but the sleeping man stirred uneasily, and his regular breathing stopped. I shrank down lower beside the bed, one hand under his head and the other at the pillow, breathless from the intense concentration and suspense. He stirred again, and then floundered heavily over on his side, his back to me, and his head off the leather. I could not hear him breathe. I was sure he was awake, but not alarmed. After a heartbreaking 15 minutes, his sleep became natural again, and I slowly, softly pulled the pouch free from under his pillow. It was mine now, and it was my business to hold on to it. I took as long going downstairs as I did going up, and at last made my way out of the house, closing the kitchen door softly behind me. Putting my shoes on, I hastened away to plant the money. In the neighborhood was a big vacant lot, its boundaries marked by a row of broken and leaning fence posts from which the boards had been taken for firewood or other uses. Pulling one of the loose posts from its place, I threw the pouch in the hole and jammed the post down on top of it. The gun and instruments I threw into a small stream nearby. I wanted to be entirely clean of anything incriminating in case I was suspected, arrested, and searched. In the security of my room, I went over the night's work. After an hour's thought I could think of but one more thing I ought to do. My socks might have picked up dirt or dust around the house. A particle of dust, a piece of thread or lint or raveling of cloth might convict me if suspicion fell on me. Taking the socks off my feet, I went out and threw them in a lot. Fully satisfied that I had done everything possible to ensure safety, I returned to the hotel. Daylight was coming on. Going upstairs, I met the porter coming down to open up. He gave me a sleepy good morning, and I went on to my room and to bed, but not to sleep. I was in the dining room as usual about 7 o'clock. The room was noisy. Everyone was talking at once. A tall man got up from the table, saying in a loud Western drawl, "Vol, I'm fair lich in if we get 'em." A quiet-spoken Englishman next me at the long table told me all about the burglary. Out in the street, I saw with some concern that the town was on fire with excitement. I got through the forenoon all right, standing around the street, discussing the burglary with acquaintances I had made in the town, doing more listening than talking. At noon, when I went into the hotel for dinner, the constable, the hotel man, and the porter I met on the stairs in the early morning were standing at the bar with their heads together talking earnestly. When they saw me, they quit talking and went out on the sidewalk. One glance from the constable told me I was suspected. I saw that the porter had done his deadly work. I was due for a lot of questioning. Along in the afternoon, the superintendent of the mine, where the payroll belonged, got into town and took charge of things. There was a powwow in the magistrate's office. I saw the hotel porter go in and braced myself to take the blow. In a few minutes the constable came out and over to me, where I stood with a crowd of natives. "Please step inside, young man," he said. Inside, a group of men were seated, and I was given a chair. I was determined to answer no questions. No use in going into long, detailed explanations of my movements and have them exploded and discredited on investigation, and thus strengthen the case against myself. The magistrate began on me. "Young man, we want you to explain your business here. Who you are, where you're from, and what you do for a living. You are suspected as the burglar who last night entered the express agent's house and made off with $4,800 cash. You were seen entering your hotel at daylight this morning. Explain that to us." My mind jumped back to the floggings, the dark cells with their bread and water, to my escape from jail, and to every other hardship I had accepted without weakening, and I laughed at him. Here was a little, pompous, fat man blustering under his black skull-cap behind a cheap table with a few legal papers on it, trying to make me talk. I said to him, "Did you ever sleep in my hotel?" "Yes," he answered, forgetting his dignity. "Well then, you know that the wash-room and toilet are in a covered space between the two wings of the building, outside and at the rear, and to get to them you go down the back stairs and out a back door." "Very well," he replied. "Now tell us why you were at the depot the last 2 times the payroll was left off. Why you followed it up to the mine, and why you followed the agent home last night." I brazened it out with all the indignation I could muster, reminding him that I was a British subject, and it was my right to stand mute and answer no questions. The mine superintendent said to the others, so I could hear him, "My men want to lynch somebody. I don't know whether I can control them." I knew all about miners, and knew they never lynched anybody anywhere. I knew I was in Canada, where lynching never flourished. I turned to a group of miners at the back of the room. "This man says you want to lynch me. Before you do it, I want to know why." One of them, a giant red-headed Irishman with shaggy, white eyebrows and pebbly blue eyes, said, "Don't worry me, boy, there'll be no lich in here." Turning to the magistrate, I said, "You telegraph at my expense the Minister of Justice at Ottawa that this man," pointing to the superintendent, "is trying to incite these miners to lynch me. And I want a copy of the telegram, and my request made a matter of record in your office." The magistrate looked confused. The superintendent said, "I'll make the complaint. I want this man held." The constable arrested me in the Queen's name, searched me, and locked me in the town jail, a one-room affair in a lot back of his house. He brought me blankets and supper, and left me to meditate in silence and privacy. I went over everything again. The shoe was on the other foot this time. They hadn't a thing on me. No court in Christendom would convict me on those shreds of suspicion. I rolled up in the blankets and went to sleep with the comfortable thought that the $4,800 might help me to forget the awful lashing I took at New Westminster when I got to San Francisco or Chicago with them. Next morning in court it was shown by witnesses that I was at the depot twice when the money arrived, that I went to the mine once on the same train with it, and a woman testified that she saw me walking behind the station agent and his neighbors as they went home the night of the burglary. The porter who spilled the beans finished the trial by testifying that he met me on the stairs in the early morning, that I was nervous, acted suspiciously, and tried to avoid him. I made no defense, but set up a loud and long protest that did no good. I was held for trial and whisked away to the provincial jail. I was convinced that the mine superintendent had engineered the thing on the theory that I was guilty, and in hopes that something would transpire in his favor while I was waiting to be tried. The provincial jail was like the one I escaped from. The jailer was sober and decent, giving me plenty of books and fair treatment. I had a cell to myself, kept away from the other prisoners, tried my case mentally every day, and got acquitted every time. And at night I spent large chunks of the payroll that was so securely planted in the post hole. After 3 months of leisure, reading, and pleasant anticipations, I went to court. A judge had arrived for the fall assizes, and mine was the only felony case. The witnesses were all there. I pleaded not guilty, and my case was set for trial at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The judge asked if I had counsel. I told him I had no lawyer and didn't want one, that I had but little money and would need it when I was acquitted. "Better get counsel," he snapped. "A defendant that tries his own case has a fool for a lawyer." I replied by asking him to read the testimony from the lower court before wasting his time trying me. While I was eating dinner, the mine superintendent came to my cell and said if I would give up the money, I could go free. I threatened to sue him for false imprisonment when I got out. He went away mad. I decided they wanted me to get a local lawyer in hopes I would unbosom myself to him so he could do the same with them. At 2 o'clock I was back in court. The judge was a brusque, businesslike little old man with the brisk, aggressive air of a terrier. His hair was clipped short and his cropped beard grew in every direction. He wore a coarse suit of tweeds, hobnailed shoes, and a cheap flannel shirt with a linen collar and no tie. He had 2 sheets of paper in his hand, looking at them. "Have you anything more than this?" he asked the Crown Counsel. "Nothing, your lordship." "And do you expect me to try a man on this ragged rot?" Throwing the papers on his desk, he turned toward me. "Defendant discharged." I walked out and over to the jail, where I got my belongings, $40, a pocket knife, and a lead pencil. The constable who made the arrest followed me all over town, to the barber's, the restaurant, and at last to the depot. A train came and going in the opposite direction from the scene of the burglary, and I boarded it without buying a ticket. He watched the train leave, but did not get on. At a junction I got off and traveled south to a stage line connection, where I took the stage back in the direction of my money. After 10 days of maneuvering and detouring, I reached a settlement off the railroad about 30 miles away from where I was arrested. Hiring a saddle horse there, I jogged away in high spirits, timing myself to get into the town about midnight, when I could lift the plant and be far away before daylight. Everything favored me as I rode into the town. There wasn't a stray dog or cat on the back streets, and every soul was in bed asleep. Turning a corner, I came in sight of the big, vacant lot. Yes, there it was. My eye took in the row of leaning, rotten posts down one side and across the front, then to the inner line of the lot where I put the leather pouch in its post hole. There seemed to be a change there. Was I at the right lot? Yes, there, a block away, was the house I entered, plain in the moonlight. My eye followed the route I took from the house to the lot. I pulled up the tire horse, certain I was at the right spot, and I was. But on top of the spot, directly on top of it, stood a long, wide, well-built, substantial, two-story frame building. That hour, when I saw the money was lost to me, was probably the saddest of my life. I never got a greater shock. I am telling this story because it is an interesting incident, not to cause anybody misery or mirth. Yet I know that any thief reading it will groan in sympathy with me. The honest reader will laugh and say, it served him right. In the last 10 years, I have learned money honesty. I have come to like it. It has become a habit. I practice it daily. Some day I may learn to laugh at the loss of that 4,800, but I'll never learn to like laughing over it. It will never become a habit to be practiced daily. Slumping off the horse, I threw the bridle rein over his head, left him standing patiently in the street, and walked stiffly over to the building. As near as I could judge, one corner of it was directly over the spot where I made my plant. The front and one side of it covered the line where the decayed fence had formerly marked the boundary of the lot. Small barred windows in the cement foundation showed there was a basement and crushed my hopes that the money might be under the building. A careful survey of the place convinced me that the payroll was gone and there was no use in hanging around and inviting another pinch. Right here I should have muttered a string of oaths, thrown myself into the saddle, sunk my spurs, rowel deep, into the flanks of my horse, and dashed madly out of town. Sore from the long ride, I was barely able to throw a stiff leg over the saddle and settle down in it. Turning the horse's head in the direction of his home, I threw the reins on his neck and let him jog along as he liked. I was crushed. It was an hour before I could think rationally. Then the question came into my mind that is in your mind now, reader. Who got the money? I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I don't know. I wish I could tell what became of Julia, the girl from Madame Singleton's. I wish I could tell you what was done at the Diamond Palace when the tray of stones was missed, and whether Chu Chi, the Chinese boy, was recaptured and had to go to prison. I can't answer any of those questions. The nature of my business was such that I preferred to leave them unanswered rather than bring disaster by inquiring too closely. I know the mine payroll never got back into the owner's hands. I assume it was found by a laborer who kept it. The reconstruction of the finding of my money and the picturing of its finder furnished me with many hours of mental relaxation. Lying in the dungeon, or in the hop joint, or on the grass in the public parks, I pieced it together painfully. But never could I see the lucky finder as an honest man, nor by any effort of imagination could I ever picture him as putting the money to any good use. In the end, he always turned out to be a drunken, dissolute day laborer, sweating in the sun as he dug out the ditch for the foundation of that building. I saw him turn up the leather pouch with his shovel, seize it, open it stealthily, and thrust it inside his shirt. Then he threw down his shovel, walked over to the boss, and demanded his time. I heard the foreman say, "All right, you're no good anyway. I was going to fire you tonight." I followed the finder to the little depot where he bought a ticket to the wide-open, joyful town of Montreal. There I watched him dissipate my money riotously in the slums. At last, and with great satisfaction, I saw him dead in the gutter without a dime, and followed his body to the morgue, where the coroner pronounced it a case of acute alcoholism. After a long, tiresome ride, I delivered the faggied horse to his owner, and went off to a quiet spot to sum up and see how I stood with the world. My loss was not put down to poetic justice or attributed to the law of compensation. I just classified it as a mess of tough luck and tried to forget it. An inventory of my possessions showed one pocket knife, one pencil, a bandana handkerchief, tobacco and papers, and $9. I was 100 miles away from any place where I could put my hands on $1 without getting arrested at sunrise. I had no gun, no keys, no instruments. I was a shorn lamb. No one but myself was to blame for the shearing, and it was up to me to get busy and temper the wind as quickly as possible. In the way of clothes, I had those I left Los Angeles in: overalls, blue shirt, a stout coat, and a cheap cap. After bumming a stage ride, beating my way over a jerkwater branch road, and stowing away on a Columbia River boat loaded with dynamite and explosive oil for the mines, I got into one of the prosperous camps with a lone $1 in my pocket. The town was booming, crowded with miners, prospectors, and speculators. Beds were $2 a night, and meals $1. This caused me no uneasiness, for I knew it would be easier to get $3 there than 15 cents in the big cities, where, in those days, a chicken dinner could be had for a dime and a flop on a bare floor for a jit, as the Southern Negro affectionately calls his nickel. In a restaurant, I met an old friend in the person of the waiter, who had formerly been a very active member of the Johnson family. He was still in good standing, although he had retired from the road after several unfortunate experiments with burglary and robbery. It was late at night. I took an hour to eat, and he listened with genuine sympathy to all the harrowing details of my latest experience. At the cash register, where he also officiated, my $1 was no good. He offered to share his room with me, and when I declined, explaining that I would be too busy to sleep, he magnanimously suggested that I prowl the joint he lived in. This looked all right, and I took his room key with the understanding that if anything went wrong in the place, I could say I was looking for his room, and he would alibi for me. It was late when I started to look through his hotel. I lost half an hour locating a sleeper with his door unlocked, and another half hour pulling his moneyless trousers from under his head, where he had placed them from force of habit. I fared better in another room, and calling it a night, hastened to my friend's place to return his key and look over my takings. The restaurant was deserted. I joined him at a back table, where he sat cleaning a row of water glasses. Blowing his breath into one, like a housewife with a lamp chimney, he polished it carefully with a soiled napkin. "Did you score?" he inquired. "Yes," I said. I spread my money on the table to look it over. My sad experience with the $20 bill had made me careful. The paper money looked safe enough, and so did the silver, except one 50-cent piece that was worn smooth and had a monogram engraved on one side of it, a pocket piece or keepsake. "Take this out in the back and throw it away," I said to him. "It's deadly poison." Instead, he rang it up on the register, saying, "That will pay your check. No use wasting it. It will go to the bank in the morning." I went to his room and to bed. At 7 o'clock he came in with this amazing story, and I suggest a careful study of it by any young man who thinks stealing is an exact science, and all he has to do is outwit the coppers. "30 minutes after you left the restaurant," said he, "a guy came in and ate his breakfast in silence. He laid down a $5 bill to pay his check, and the 4-bit piece you threw me was in the change I gave him. He jumped stiff-legged and began frothing at the mouth when he saw it. I was robbed last night in my room. I had to wake the clerk up this morning and borrow $5. This 50-cent piece is mine. I had it last night. It has my initials on it. I've carried it 5 years. How did it get into your till?" I told him I took it in an hour before from a short, stout, red-headed man with a broken nose and about 40 years old. He is going to have a policeman at the place until the redhead shows up again. I promise to point him out if I see him anywhere. You're safe, but you had better eat somewhere else for a while." This strange coincidence of the marked piece of silver more than ever convinced me of the necessity for keeping something ahead, so I wouldn't be forced to go out and take long chances for short money. With enough in my pocket now to last me a month, I gave the town a thorough canvassing for something worthwhile. I found many places that appeared to be advertising for a burglar, and the most promising was the big general store. It was packed to the roof with merchandise, and the owners, to save floor space, had placed the safe behind stairs where it could not be seen from the street. I pegged the spot for a week and satisfied myself that after the store was closed at night, no one entered it till opening up time in the morning. The expression, "I have him pegged," which has crept into common usage, is thieves' slang pure and simple, and has nothing to do with the game of cribbage as many suppose. The thief, to save himself the trouble of staying up all night, watching a spot to make sure no one enters after closing hours, puts a small wooden peg in the door jamb after the place is locked up. At 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, he takes a look. If the peg is in place, the door has not been opened. If it is found lying in the doorway, that means somebody has opened the door in the night. If he finds a place is visited in the night, he must then stay out and learn why, and at what time, and how often. He now has the place pegged and plans accordingly, or passes it up as too tough. Dynamite and drills were to be had for the taking at any mine. I invited my friend, the waiter, to come in on the caper, but he declined for the very good reason that he had done enough time. Compared with the work I had put in getting the mine payroll, this was simple, and I went against it alone, confident of success, and glad I wouldn't have to split the money with anybody. The box was of a make that has long been extinct. It was an experiment on the part of the manufacturers, and a costly one, for the box men soon found a fatal weakness in its makeup and hungrily sought them out till the last one went into the junk pile. The one I had designs on looked more like an old-fashioned clothes closet than a receptacle for money. Its 4 wheels rested on a heavy wooden platform that served to reinforce the thin floor of the storeroom. The work of putting a hole in it, placing the shot, and laying a 5-minute fuse took an hour. The man that does this kind of work alone must now take a look at the street to be sure there are no late stragglers around. When he satisfies himself on this point, he returns and lights his fuse. While it is burning, he goes back to the street some distance away and plants himself in a hall or doorway till he hears the explosion. Then, when he is satisfied there is no alarm, he goes after his money. I was in the door of an all-night saloon when my explosion arrived. Nobody appeared on the street, and after a few minutes I went back to the store to finish the business. Inside, I saw that my shot had resulted in something entirely unforeseen. The outer plate of the door was torn from its place and lying to one side, bent and twisted. The force of the explosion had shifted the ponderous box from its platform. It had fallen forward on its face, and 10 sturdy burglars couldn't have turned it over. Had it remained upright, the money would have been mine in 5 minutes. Lying on its face, its contents were as safe from me as if they had been in the town bank. The next day a gang of men turned it partly over, and one of the clerks finished opening it with a crowbar I left in the store. The storekeepers said there was nothing in the safe anyway. My friend, the waiter, who stood by when it was opened, said they hurried to the bank with a fat package, and what was in it was plenty. This failure took the heart out of me for a few days, and I don't know what depths of despondency I might have wallowed in but for my friend. He suggested, with the best intentions I am sure, that I take a job washing dishes in the place where he worked. This was a jolt to my pride. Of course, I had nothing against dishwashers or dishwashing. I saw that any able-bodied dishwasher would have more to show for his 10 years' hard work than I had for mine, and if I had been in the notion of going to work, I would have taken that kind of job, as quick as any. But the thought of working was as foreign to me as the thought of burglary or robbery would be to a settled printer or plumber after 10 years at his trade. I wasn't lazy or indolent. I knew there were lots of easier and safer ways of making a living, but they were the ways of other people, people I didn't know or understand and didn't want to. I didn't call them suckers or saps because they were different and worked for a living. They represented society. Society represented law, order, discipline, punishment. Society was a machine geared to grind me to pieces. Society was an enemy. There was a high wall between me and society, a wall reared by myself, maybe, I wasn't sure. Anyway, I wasn't going to crawl over the wall and join the enemy just because I had taken a few jolts of hard luck. I did go over the wall in the end, and take my hat off to society and admit I was wrong, but I didn't do it because of discouragement, because I was afraid of the future, because of the police. I didn't do it because I realized I was wrong. I knew I was wrong years before. I did it because, but that's a separate story to be told later, in its place. So instead of following the waiter's advice, I busied myself with a few careful hotel burglaries, got a small bankroll together again, bought some presentable clothes, and kept looking around for a decent piece of money. The booming mining town had its share of gamblers, women of the night, thieves, and hop fiends, nearly all of them renegades or fugitives from the American side. Their leisure time was given to drinking or smoking hop. I had weaned myself from gambling. I was naturally a light drinker. So it fell out that, in this town of no amusements, the hop joint claimed me. One afternoon, as I lay smoking my day's portion of hop, a woman's voice, strangely familiar, came to me through a thin partition from the adjoining room. When she finished talking to the Chinese boy that attended the hop layouts, I fell to wondering who the speaker could be. My contact with women had been very limited, and it didn't take much elimination to fix the voice as that of the street girl Chicago, the girl from whose crib I had carried the dead man, the girl I avoided because I believed she had carelessly killed him with an overdose of some drug. Just to satisfy myself that I was right, more than anything, I got up and stepped into her room. No mistake, it was she. She knew me instantly, and I needed no introduction, no sponsor. Irish Annie had changed. She was now a well-poised, confident woman. The world had treated her better than it does most of her kind, and yet she was not spoiled. She instantly referred to that awful night, and sincerely acknowledged the service I had done her. We compared notes roughly. She had left Chicago to avoid going to jail for a theft, and after many hardships and adventures found herself in this British Columbia mining camp. A lucky prospector in the mines, finding himself rich overnight, had bought an establishment for her, and she was prospering. To show her gratitude to me, she gave a blowout at her place, introduced me to her girls as an old friend from the States, set a room apart for me, and insisted upon me making her home my home. The Chinese boy brought meals to my room. A hop layout was procured so I could smoke in peace and security. My room was more comfortable than any I could have had in a hotel. The meals were better than at the restaurants. I was treated with deference by everybody in the place, so I remained there. I paid the rent on rent day, ordered the liquors and provisions, and slipped the town marshal his once a week. The Tenderloin, the marshal, and his deputies accepted me as Annie's protector and the man about the place, something I was not and did not aspire to be. I didn't take the trouble to enlighten them. I preferred to have them believe anything rather than the truth. This would make my stealing easier. This soft life that loomed before me in Irish Annie's had about as much lure for me as the dishwashing job. Without taking her into my confidence, I went on with my burgling. That was my trade, and I would not leave it for a job in a restaurant, a job in Annie's, or a position in a bank. Winter came with a rush and a roar. I had thought of getting away from the north, but it came before I was prepared, and there was nothing to do but stick it out with the others. Of all the gamblers that found their way into this camp, Swede Pete was probably the cleverest. I knew him from towns on the American side, where he played in all the big poker games with more or less success. He submitted a scheme to me that looked very good. His plan was to buy a box of playing cards, mark each deck, and have me, as a capable burglar, go into one of the big poker rooms, open the card locker, and substitute his box of marked cards for a box of legitimate cards belonging to the house. I looked at the place and saw my end of the business would be simple. He went to work on his cards, and after many days and nights of patient toil put his work on them so he could read them from the back as easily as from the front. When he had replaced the seals on each deck and on the box that contained them, he put them in my hands, and it was but an hour's work for me to put them in the locker and return to him the full box that it had replaced. The following night he sat in the game as usual. Whenever he lost a pot, he threw the unlucky deck on the floor and ordered a fresh one. After a night or two of this, the gamekeeper had to open a fresh box. This was our box, and Pete's luck changed at once. In a couple of nights' play, he got the long end of the money in the game. From what I heard and saw, I estimated his winnings or stealings at $3,000. It was understood that the money should be split evenly between us. When he gave me my end of it, he declared he had won but $1,500, and that he had to have a man in the game with him, and the money had to go 3 ways. I took the $500 knowing I was getting the worst of it, and wondering how I could get even. Pete was a big, 6-foot, blond giant, good-natured, generous, and with a laugh you could hear a block. Everybody liked him. He was a good spender and a good loser. He carried a bankroll of several $1,000s, as I knew, but the thought of robbing him never entered my mind till he burnt me in the marked card transaction. He was interested in a saloon and had a game of his own in a rear room. I watched him carefully and learned that when the game and the bar were closed for the night, he put his bankroll in the cash register, locked it, and went to bed in a comfortable little room that adjoined the big barroom. Apparently his money was safe. He left his room door open. The register could not be opened without waking him. After thinking the matter over pro and con, I decided to beat off the barroom, carry the register out and into the alley, and smash it open with an axe. Every night for a week I watched him from across the street and saw him make up his cash for the day, then put his own money in the register, lock it carefully, and go into his bedroom. Satisfied on this point, I now kept away from his place so as not to be too fresh in his mind on the morning after I got his money. At last a stormy night came that drove everybody off the street. I kept out of the neighborhood of Pete's place till 4 o'clock in the morning. I had no trouble getting into the barroom through a door opening into the hall that separated the saloon from the hotel office. Carefully removing a lot of glasses from around the register, I lifted it and placed it on the bar. Then I had to go around the bar, pick it up again, and carry it out into the hall, where I put on a table while I went back to close the door. All the while Swede Pete was snoring like a horse. Lifting the heavy weight again, I made my way slowly to the sidewalk. Groping along in the blinding storm of snow and sleet, I missed my footing and fell flat on my back with the heavy register fare on my chest. Its sharp edge dug into my ribs, and although I never went to a doctor, I believe to this day a couple of them were cracked or splintered. Unable to lift it again, I tied my handkerchief in the grill work at the top of the thing and painfully dragged it to an opening between 2 buildings and down into the alley where I had planted an axe. I was morally certain Pete's money was in it. I saw him put it there the night before, but on this last night I had kept away, not caring to be seen about his place. There was one chance in a million that he hadn't locked the register, so before attacking it with the axe, I touched one of the keys. The bell did not ring, but the cash drawer opened. But to my dismay, it did not slide out with the slow, labored, obese movement of a cash drawer loaded with heavy gold and silver. Instead, it shot out with a thin, empty, hollow jerk that told me there was nothing in it. With numb and freezing fingers, I explored the little cups only to find them bare of coin. The compartments in the back gave up no fat bankroll. The thing was as empty and as inviting as a new-dug grave. This last blow was too much for my philosophy. Cursing the snow and sleet and every organic thing, I started back determined to go into Pete's bedroom and search for his money. I was too late. At the door, I looked into the hall and saw the porter limbering up for another day's work. Sad and sore, I turned away and trudged through the storm to my room at Irish Annie's, where I found food and drink and light and heat and the consoling hop layout. I was out early the next afternoon to find out what had happened at Swede Pete's that caused him to shift his money. He was around town drunk as a ragman, going from one bar to another, buying drinks for all hands, and telling with great relish how he had saved his bankroll from the burglars. I heard his boisterous laugh as I was passing one of the saloons and went in to get an earful. He threw an American $20 piece on the bar, and as it bounced up and down, roared, "Yump, you beggar, yump. Many times I ha to yump for you." Then everybody was invited to drink and listen to his tale. I gathered from it that his cash register bane on the bum. Something got wrong with its locking arrangement the night before, and Pete took his money to bed with him. I take the old bankroll and throw her under the mattress and lay my 200-pound Swede beef on her, he finished with a roar. Then, bouncing another gold piece on the bar, he ordered it to yump and the house to drink. If he suspected me, he didn't show it, and I went out not relishing his talk or his liquor. I thought of sticking him up, but he knew my voice, and that wouldn't do. I thought of chloroform, but my awful experience with the Chinamen warned me against it. I had no desire to get tangled up with Pete's 200-pound Swede beef that wasn't beef at all, but bone and muscle he put on in his youth as a laborer in the Northwest lumber camps. After much thought, I let him go and gave him up as a total loss. I don't know what the statistics show, but I should say that for every 500 burglaries, one burglar gets arrested. On the other hand, my experiences showed that if a burglar gets what he is after one time in 5, he is lucky. After my bad luck with the big Swede, I sat down and gave my system of stealing a good overhauling. As near as I could calculate, $10,000 had slipped out of my hands since I left Los Angeles. I wasn't satisfied to put this down to tough luck entirely. I saw that carelessness had something to do with it. I should have planted the mine payroll in a safer place. A more careful and experienced blacksmith would have taken measures to prevent that big safe from falling on its face and burying the money beyond reach. And in the matter of Swede Pete, I was careless and overconfident. In not checking on him the night, I went after his money. Figuring that my luck was about due to change for the better, I resolved to pull myself together, tighten up my system, and look around me for something else. If business houses took as much precaution in protecting themselves from thieves as thieves do in protecting themselves from the police, the business of burglary and robbery would reach the vanishing point in no time. Thieves are occasionally careless. Businessmen are habitually so. Both pay for their carelessness sooner or later. In looking about for some worthwhile endeavor, I came upon an instance of carelessness on the part of a businessman that I never saw equaled in all my years of stealing. It cost him a small fortune in diamonds and sent him into the bankruptcy court. The Christmas holidays were coming on, and the jewelry store in this mining camp spread out a display of stones that would have done credit to any large city. I was naturally attracted and began investigating the jeweler's system. I found that he slept on the premises in a room back of his storeroom. He testified in court later that he carried no burglary insurance, that he could not get fire insurance because the town had no fire department, and that he slept in his store to protect himself in case of fire or attempted theft. I watched him closely through every business hour of the day, from 7 to 8 o'clock one day, from 8 to 9 the next, from 9 to 10 the next, and so on through the entire day from his opening hour till he closed at night. I found that he left his store in darkness to save on the light bill, and to my amazement I also found that, instead of locking his safe carefully and completely at night, he gave the combination knob only a quarter turn, leaving it on the quarter or only partly locked and at the mercy of anyone with a working knowledge of combination locks. This putting out of the lights and careless locking of his safe was entirely due to a feeling of security because he slept in his place of business. After gathering every scrap of information available, I was sure I could take the spot if I got a fair break on the luck. The rear room of the place was used as a workshop. This made it possible to enter the back door without waking the owner, who slept in a small room between the shop and the big front storeroom. When I decided to go against this thing, I sat down and looked far ahead. The stones would have to go to the American side to be disposed of in some big city. I decided on San Francisco and planned my route there. Irish Annie was no small problem. I had no intention of confiding in her or giving her any part of the junk if I got it. I was under no obligation to her. Our relations were just those of two social outcasts, thrown together by chance, and our parting could mean nothing to either of us. To disarm any suspicion she might have later on, I told her I planned to go to Carson City, Nevada, for the big fight between Fitzsimmons and Corbett. This would give me a reasonable excuse for leaving after the burglary. With the $500 I got from Swede Pete and more I had picked up around the hotels, I was amply supplied with expense money and had no worry on that point. 2 weeks ahead, I bought an old Indian cayuse and a cheap second-hand saddle and bridle, planning to ride across the boundary line 15 miles distant, plant the junk, and return before the burglary was discovered. The old horse was staked out in a corral where I could get him at any time. I even rode to the American side, crossing the Columbia River, which marked the boundary on the ice, and picked out a place to plant my stuff. A week ahead, I rented a front room in a lodging house across the street, and from my window watched every move in the store every evening. I saw the boss go out to dinner, leaving the place in charge of his clerk and an apprentice boy. I saw his man in the repair shop go out and away. I saw the boy go home after the boss returned, and later saw the clerk depart. An hour after, the owner began gathering the most valuable articles from show window and showcases, placing them in specially made trays and boxes that fitted snugly in the safe. Then the big door swung shut, and a quarter turn of the knob locked it so that it could be opened quickly in the morning by the lazy, careless owner, or just as quickly at night by an industrious, careful burglar. My mistake in not checking Swede Pete the night before was not repeated here. When the final night came, I stood in the snowstorm outside the window, cap pulled down and overcoat buttoned up, looking carelessly at the cheap articles he left there overnight. When he locked his safe as usual, I went back to my room across the street and saw him secure his front door, put out the lights, and go back into his bedroom. At 1 o'clock I was at the back door of the store, and after a few minutes of the most careful work, I stood in the warm workshop where a big stove still glowed in the dark. The doors inside were open to allow the warm air passage into the sleeper's room and the front room beyond. I had all the luck at last. There was no serious obstacle. The sleeper slept on. The safe door opened as easy for me as for him. The inside of the safe was like a beehive. 50 watches, wound up, ticked noisily. Some years ago, jewelers thought watches should be kept running all or part of the time to ensure perfection. I believe this is no longer done. For fear their ticking should wake the sleeper when I passed through his room on my way out, I wrapped them in their box in my overcoat. Taking nothing else except some gold rings, all the stones, and what money was in the cash drawer, I closed the safe, went back out the rear door, and closing it carefully, departed unseen. All my junk went into a grain bag at the corral, where I kept the old cayuse. He was gentle as a dog, but the ticking of the watches almost drove him frantic. He reared and pawed and snorted in fear. I couldn't get into the saddle, and had to snub him up to a tree, where for 10 or 15 minutes I let him listen to the ticks and get over his fright. At last he cooled off and allowed me to mount him and turn his head south toward the line. Riding away, I looked back over the night's work and thought with satisfaction that no human being could possibly suspect me of it. In the small town across the line, I planted the stones and cash carefully in the plant I had prepared, but put the watches in another place where they could tick themselves out in security. At 7 o'clock in the morning the faithful old horse was back in the corral, well fed and rubbed down, and I was in my room at Irish Annie's. In the afternoon, she came in with the small town extra paper. I saw that this burglary, one of the simplest and easiest of my life, was by far the most profitable. Diamonds valued at $20,000, wholesale price, 50 watches, $500 cash, and a parcel of gold wedding rings roughly outlined the loss. I immediately pooh-poohed the business to her, telling her I knew enough about burglary to see that it was an inside job, and that was done by the storekeeper to beat his creditors. She believed me, and no suspicion whatever found lodgment in her mind. The next day's paper questioned the burglary. It was hard to believe that any sane man could be guilty of such carelessness, as the jeweler frankly admitted. He also admitted that the stock was taken on consignment, that the stones were not paid for, and that if they were not recovered he would be broke and bankrupted. The town was divided as to whether he had robbed himself, and the marshal and his deputies remained dormant. I paid another week's board for the old horse, and another week's rent for the room opposite the jeweler's. I had no use for them any more, but thought it safest not to give either of them up too soon and chance arousing suspicion. After a restless month, I said goodbye to Annie and to the Canadian side. Leaving the watches and rings where they were, I dug up the plant of stones and cash and went into Spokane, where I threw away my good clothes, put on overalls, a Mackinaw coat, a lumberjack's cap, and bought a cheap ticket to Seattle. There I changed again, buying an expensive outfit of clothes and other things necessary for the traveler. 3 days later I was in San Francisco, safe, secure, and unsuspected. My first act was to put the stones in a safety box, tear up the receipt, and plant the key in a safe, convenient place. Then began the toughest part of the business, getting the stones off my hands and into cash. Day after day, I sorted out the larger ones and in my room, unharnessed them from their settings. Other articles, clusters and sunbursts, were left intact in their settings. To remove them would depreciate the value. I had many of the best stones reset and sold them for fair prices openly to bookmakers, prize fighters, jockeys, gamblers, and women about town. My money went into the bank, and for the first time in my life, I carried a checkbook. I was careful, kept clean and sober, and away from the hop joints and thieves' hangouts. For once in my life, I managed to get a fair price from pawn shops for some of my junk. Taking one of the reset rings that was perfectly safe and impossible of identification, I would step into the pawnbroker's at lunchtime, and always when there were other patrons in his place. The average thief is duck soup for the hock shop man. He will walk by the hock shop and look in. The hock shop man sees him and knows he has something hot or crooked. If there is anybody in the place but the employees, the thief waits till they go out before going in. This convinces the pawnbroker he has a thief to deal with, and he offers him half what he would offer an honest man with a legitimate article. Instead of sneaking into a hock shop, taking a ring out of my pocket, and saying, "How much can I get on this?" I walked in confidently, held out my finger with the ring on, and said, "I want to pledge this ring for $100 till payday. My name is so-and-so. I work for such and such a firm. I lost some of my employer's money at the racetrack and must have it tonight." I always asked for a sum far in excess of what I expected, but that served to convince the pawnbroker I knew nothing about pawning things, that I was honest, that the ring was mine, and that I would probably redeem it. After inspecting it, he would offer me much more than if he thought it was crooked. If it was redeemed, he would get his big interest, and if not, he would still be safely below the wholesale price, which is the dead line for him. In one way and another, I unloaded most of my stones to advantage. I could go about with them one at a time in safety. They were impossible of identification when out of their original settings. While I was trying to find some safe way of selling the pieces I had left in their settings, I met by chance a young chap I had known on the road. He had settled down, got married, and was making a semi-legitimate and uncertain living gambling. He was square enough, and I arranged with him to sell them for me. He was in San Francisco when the burglary was committed, and was in no danger of being charged with it if he did get arrested. He got rid of them quickly to his friends in the Tenderloin and to small pawn shops, getting a price that satisfied me and left him a good profit. I cleaned everything up and quit with $8,000 in the bank and several very nice stones that I wanted to keep. Of late, I had thought of buying a saloon sometime and leaving the burglary business. Now, as I looked over the small dives and joints with their hangers around, their discordant pianos and beery-voiced singers, and drunken, bedraggled women, I found they had no attraction. Now that I could have one of those places, I didn't want it. The notion of going into any decent business never occurred to me. Without any definite notion what to do, I settled down to have a few months of ease and relaxation. The race tracks and gambling houses were running wide open, but I kept away from them and didn't get hurt. The wine dumps, the coast, Chinatown, and the dingy dives that fascinated me when I first saw them no longer held anything of interest. I'm not finding fault with these brave days of jungle music, synthetic liquor, and dimple-kneed maids, and anybody that thinks the world is going to the bow-wows because of them ought to think back to San Francisco or any other big city of 20 years ago, when train conductors steered suckers against the bunco men, when coppers located work for burglars and stalled for them while they worked, when pickpockets paid the police so much a day for exclusive privileges and had to put a substitute mob in their district if they wanted to go out of town to a country fair for a week. Those were the days when there were saloons by the thousand, when the saloon keeper ordered the police to pinch the Salvation Army for disturbing his peace by singing hymns in the street, when there were race tracks, gambling unrestricted, crooked prize fights, when there were cribs by the mile and hop joints by the score. These things may exist now, but if they do, I don't know where. I knew where they were then, and with plenty of money and leisure, I did them all. The young fellow that helped me dispose of the stones was the wayward son of a fine family, and it would not be right to them to use his name. I will call him Spokane, the monager he was known by among his associates. He had been in San Francisco for years, and was familiar with an underworld that I had seen very little of. Most of my life had been spent on the road or roughing it in out-of-the-way places, broken by a few months now, and then in city slums. He introduced me into the elegant hop joints where we smoked daily, into the hangouts of polished bunco men and clever pickpockets, into the gilded cafes and other exclusive and refined places of entertainment. I grew tired of this life after a few months and suggested to Spokane that he go up to the Canadian line and lift the plan of watches and rings. The burglary cry had died out, and I had arranged to sell them all where they would never rise up to accuse me. This trip suited him, as it would give him a chance to visit his people in Spokane, Washington, and it pleased me to have him go because I didn't want to take chances with the watches, which were all numbered and easy of identification. I had left them behind me rather than carry the bulky package around and chance losing the more valuable stones because of it. I gave him a diagram of the spot where the plant was, supplied him with tickets and traveling expenses, and sent him on his way with instructions to express the parcel to the San Francisco Express office, value it at $25, and tell the express agent it contains samples of ore. To make everything safe and sure, I further instructed him to stand at the depot when the train was in and make sure the parcel went into the express car, then to take a train the next day and come back to San Francisco by an indirect route which would protect him in case anything happened to the package en route. I put in a couple of anxious weeks, but he showed up in due time with the good news that he had located the junk without trouble and sent it along exactly as he had promised. He called for it at the express office the next day, but it hadn't arrived. Not caring to make too much fuss over a package valued at $25, we waited a few days before he went back for it. The express office was in Montgomery Street then, and I stood in the Palace Hotel entrance where I could look across the street and see him showing the receipt and arguing with the clerks. His willingness to go to the office every day convinced me he was on the square. He had a receipt for the package. I assumed it had gone astray. We talked the thing over and decided there was nothing to be afraid of. If the parcel had been seized by the police, he would have been pinched at the express office. I began to get suspicious after a week and was for abandoning the whole thing, but Spokane insisted on making another call. From my spot across the street, I saw two men fall on him when he spoke to the clerk and knew he was arrested. I went straight to my room, got everything, and moved to another where I sat down and tried to figure out what had happened and what to do. His arrest was a mystery, but it was plain to me that I must either jump out on him or stay and help. I was clean. There wasn't a scrap of evidence against me. If I deserted him, that might cause him to squawk, and with his testimony, they could convict me if they got me. I knew the police would accuse him of the burglary, and that he could and would convince them in an hour that he was in San Francisco when it occurred. That would start them on a hunt for another man, and that would bring them to me, for I had been seen with him daily for months. I saw I would be picked up. I saw they could prove I was in the town where the burglary was committed, and at the time. But they could get no further. The evidence to convict me was not in existence. I could not be convicted without Spokane's testimony. I was reasonably certain he would protect me if I protected him. I sent and found that the police had not been to the room I deserted. That meant he was standing up. I decided to stay and take a pinch and have the business settled while I had money to fight. After making this decision, I cleaned up a few odds and ends of jewelry, put them away in my safety box, and left the key in a secure place. I took $1,000 in $100 bills and secreted it in different parts of my clothes. The pawn tickets had all been destroyed the minute we got them. I felt perfectly secure and went openly around the hangouts waiting for the blow to fall. It came in a hurry, and to my surprise I was put in the cell occupied by Spokane. I learned later that the cell had some kind of listening arrangement, but we did not discuss our troubles. We were both on the small book, which meant incommunicado, but I promised a trusty prisoner $1 if he would get word out to an attorney I had in mind. He was one of the leading criminal lawyers at that time, and had us both out to talk to him the next morning. The evening papers carried the story of my arrest and of the burglary. The attorney had read it, and seeing it was a case of considerable magnitude, he came at once. He did not believe in any fat fees being held incommunicado. I gave him a substantial retainer and asked him to find out what we were charged with and what we were being held on. Spokane had got barely an hour's sleep at one time in the 3 days he had been in. Policemen and detectives took turn about questioning him, trying to wear him down to the weakening point. They now started on me, threatening, blustering, cajoling, wheedling, and promising. I made no statement except that I was innocent. There was no local interest in the case, and we were not mistreated. Captain Lindheimer, long dead now, was in charge of the city prison. He frowned on the beating up of prisoners, and there was very little of it done when he was in charge. He was a very humane man, and of all the prisoners that passed through his hands, I don't recall ever hearing one with a harsh word for him. Our attorney had influence enough to get our meals sent from the outside. We bought clean new blankets from the head trustee and plenty of opium, which we ate. Spokane's wife was permitted to visit us, the police probably figuring they could follow her to something that would convict us. She had not been told anything, knew nothing, and could do us no harm. Out of my $1,000 I got in with, I saw to it that she was taken care of. This was only fair to Spokane, and helped him to help me by keeping his mouth shut. The attorney could learn nothing except that we were being held on telegrams. "This is soft," he said. "They can't hold you on that. I'll take you out on a writ of habeas corpus." The next morning we went into court on the writ. The court gave the police 24 hours to get something more substantial than telegrams, threatening to liberate us if they failed. When we appeared the next day, they had nothing except more telegrams, and we were discharged from custody. I grabbed the attorney's hand. "Don't get excited," he said. "They're not done with you yet." Although the judge released us, we were promptly rearrested at the courtroom door and put in our cell. The attorney applied for another writ. This was granted, and we went to court again the next day, but were put over 24 hours on the plea of the police that witnesses were on their way from Canada. No witnesses appeared, and we were discharged only to be arrested again. The court warned the police that they would be in contempt if we were held longer without evidence. On our next day in court, we were confronted by the chief of provincial detectives from Victoria with a warrant of extradition, and a day was set for him to make his showing. One night a strange attorney came to me in the prison, told me he had had a talk with the judge, and that for a sum of money he would point out a flaw in the case that would upset the extradition plea. I sent for my attorney and asked his advice. He investigated and told me to put up the money. When we went into court, the Canadian officer produced his warrant. It was the biggest document I ever saw, a piece of parchment about 3 feet long, embossed, engraved, and signed and sealed with the seal of Queen Victoria, a formal demand from the British government on the Secretary of State to deliver us over to the Canadian authorities. He had it in a bag carefully rolled and wrapped in paper. Taking it out carefully, reverently, he placed it in the judge's hands. "Where did you get this document?" the court asked. "From Ottawa, the capital of Canada," the officer answered. "Did you go to Ottawa yourself for it?" No, it came to Victoria by mail. Looking at it closely, the judge pointed to a name signed at the bottom. "What's this?" he asked. "That is the signature of Lord Aberdeen, Governor General of Canada." "Did you see him sign it?" "No." Said the judge, laying it down. Our lawyer picked it up and appeared to read it carefully. Turning to the officer, he asked, "How do you know that is Lord Aberdeen's signature? Were you there when he signed it? Did you ever see him sign his name to any paper? Did you ever see Lord Aberdeen? What's this thing?" He tapped the seal, the big red seal half as large as your hand. "That is the seal of Her Majesty, Queen Victoria of England," the man answered, getting indignant and red in the face. "Oh, it is it? How do you know it is? Did you see her put it there? Is she here to identify it? There's no Victoria here in this court, is there? This might be the seal of Jane Doe, a waitress. Anybody can have a seal. Do you think the court is going to recognize this thing? You'll have to come in here with something better than that," he said, throwing it on the floor and kicking it under a table. The officer got down from the witness stand, picked it up, brushed it off, and carefully put it away. The judge then said, "This court cannot recognize that as a valid document. You come here with a paper demanding custody of these defendants, but we have here no proof that it is genuine. It might be a forgery. We know there is such a person as Lord Aberdeen of Canada, but we have no proof that his signature is on that warrant. I cannot hold defendants on such evidence." We were discharged again. I don't know where the money went that I gave the lawyer who sold us the point that beat the extradition. I know the judge didn't give us any the worst of it. We were arrested again at the door. That night we were indicted by the grand jury, I for bringing stolen property into the state of California, and Spokane for receiving it from me. The police saw we were framing and using money, so they, rather than be beaten, began framing us. Our cases were transferred into another court where they could do some fixing, and we couldn't. The indictments meant that we would have to wait for trial. I began to get uneasy about the stones I had in the safety box. The police were tearing the town open for them, not knowing that nearly all of them had been sold. I told our lawyer where to get the key to the box, gave him a password, and told him to take the junk out and put it in some safe place. The police tailed every visitor we had and even the lawyer in hopes of locating the stones, and he had to be careful. Making another application for a writ of habeas corpus, which he knew would not avail us, he had the hearing set for 10 o'clock in the morning. This alarmed the coppers, and every one of them was at the courtroom when the case was called. Everybody was there but our attorney. The hearing was held up for 15 minutes. During this 15 minutes, he was at the safety vault lifting the plant, while every detective on the case was waiting in court. He came in, nodded to us, apologized to the court, and went on with the case with the parcel of loot in his pocket. The writ was denied, of course. I told him to put the stuff away, and he did. When I asked him about it later, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Did you think I was damn fool enough to keep that stuff around me?" Say, when court adjourned that day, I went straight down to the foot of Powell Street and threw it in the bay. This didn't look just right to me, but what could I do? I was only a poor, honest burglar in the hands of a highway lawyer. He got us a copy of the testimony given the grand jury, and from it I learned what had caused our arrest, Spokane's passion for gambling. After lifting the watches and rings in the little northern town, he tried his luck at the faro table and lost his expense money. This forced him to open the parcel and sell a couple of the watches to a gambler for enough money to buy his return ticket. The next day the gambler took them to the town where I stole them, 15 miles away, across the line, and tried to pawn them. He was arrested and told where he got them. In an hour the police learned about the express package of sample or Spokane shipped. It was seized en route to San Francisco. There was a big reward for the burglar, and the Northern police, wanting it, decided to capture him. Instead of wiring to have him arrested the first time, he went to the express office. They hurried here and got him themselves. Spokane was repentant, but it was too late. I did not reproach him. His wife was faithful and devoted to him, and visited us daily at the prison, bringing papers and small delicacies. One evening, while we were chatting on a bench in the visiting room, an officer came and took him out to another room. Several policemen were standing around, and there seemed to be something stagey going on that I couldn't understand. Suddenly, as I sat talking to Mrs. Spokane, a screen at the other side of the room was knocked aside, and Irish Annie dashed from behind it, heaping abuse on me and trying to get her hands on my friend's wife. Annie's furious appearance was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. I saw instantly that she had been poisoned against me. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen, and the coppers stood between us, pushing me away to make her think I was trying to get my hands on her and strangle her. Mrs. Spokane had collapsed on the bench, almost fainting from fear and wondering what it was about. Annie was led away screaming threats. Spokane's wife went home, and we back to our cell where we tried to piece together this unexpected angle. I saw the police were playing my game better than I could. They knew I was trying to frame myself out. They began framing me in, and with Irish Annie, they had a dangerous lead on me. It was plain to me that they had told her she was discarded for another woman, that they had called Spokane away to leave me alone with his wife while Annie watched from behind the screen. I could almost hear them saying to her, "There you are. There's the woman he left you for. There's the woman he hung his diamonds on and spends his money on. How he got her is a mystery to us. She's a decent woman. She's crazy about him and believes he is innocent." Then Annie, too ready to believe herself a woman scorned, turned copper on me, knocked the screen away, and poured out the vials of her wrath. Still, I wasn't much alarmed about the case, and I couldn't help admiring the coppers for the way they tooled Annie and chiseled her out of her right senses. They assumed I was guilty. That gave them the right to assume that she, being my companion, knew something about the burglary. They were justified in getting it out of her by fair or unfair means. I knew she was ignorant of the least detail of it, and felt like laughing at them for wasting time on their elaborate scheme. Our attorney made many efforts to see her, but the police had her in a hotel under the eye of a matron, and he and his runners failed. At last he subpoenaed her as our witness, and had her brought to his office. All his eloquence got nothing out of her. She was mute and stayed mute till the day of my trial. She had not been before the grand jury. We had no police court examination, and there was no way of finding out what she was going to say till she went into court. The attorney was apprehensive. I wasn't. I told him of the night I first met her shivering in Chicago doorway, of the warm clothing I got for her, and of the night I staggered out of her crib with the dead man over my shoulder. I told him in detail of our meeting in the North by chance, and of our relations there. He was old and wise. He shook his head thoughtfully, and quoted the poet's line about scorned women and their hellish fury. The prosecution clamored for a speedy trial of the case. Almost $10,000 had been spent by the Canadian authorities in retaining a firm of high-priced lawyers to prosecute, in transporting witnesses and paying hotel and other bills, and for private detectives hired to spy on the local police. Still no diamonds showed up. Spokane was offered a job with the Pinkerton Detective Agency if he would turn on me. I was promised my liberty if I would turn up the stones. We kept up our cry of innocence and made no statements at any time. A week before the day set for my trial, our attorney was stricken in his study and died in his chair of heart failure. We had to get another lawyer and pay another stiff fee. I went over the case with him, but somehow was unable to convince him that I had not talked too much to Irish Annie. At my trial she swore, and she wasn't mealy-mouthed about it either, that I told her of the burglary when I was planning it, that I offered her part of the stones when I got them, that she was afraid to take them because they were stolen. She added that she would have notified the police then, but was afraid I would kill her or have her killed. On cross-examination, she said she was not testifying in hope of a reward or in revenge, that she was glad to be rid of me, and hoped I would be sentenced to life so I couldn't get out and murder her. The next witness was a pawnbroker the police dug up. Spokane had sold him a piece of jewelry. It was identified by the loser and put in evidence. The witness identified me as the one who sold it to him and produced his book showing a fictitious name Spokane had signed. I got alarmed and protested loudly. Spokane, who was in court, jumped up and cried out to the judge that he pawned the article. The court ordered him to sit down, and my lawyer told him if he testified to that, he would be convicted on his own statement of receiving it from me when his trial came on. Our attorney tried to get a sample of my handwriting before the jury. The prosecutors objected, and the judge ruled that no exemplars could be admitted in evidence unless they were written before the burglary was committed. I could not dig up any that old, and the case went to the jury with no defense except my sworn denial of guilt. When the jury disappeared in their room and court was adjourned, I lit a cigarette. Before I had half finished, the jury was back with their verdict, guilty as charged. Spokane's trial was set, but I made affidavit that he was an innocent tool in the matter, and he was dismissed. He worried himself sick because of his carelessness in getting me arrested, and in a few months fell a victim of tuberculosis. His devoted wife contracted it in nursing him, and long before I was at liberty, they were both dead and buried. In due time, I was sentenced to 8 years at Folsom. The case went on appeal to the Supreme Court, and I settled down for a long wait in the old Broadway County Jail. My case gave me food for much interesting thought. I was guilty. Justice had overtaken me. But let us see how justice fared. It seemed to me that the blind goddess got a tough deal herself. Everybody connected with the case outraged her. The first judge took money. The coppers framed me in. The witnesses perjured themselves. The second judge was so feloniously righteous that he stood in with the framing. My lawyer was a receiver of stolen goods, even stole some from me. And the police told me that the Jewelers Association beat them out of the reward. That's one side of the case. Here's another. The jeweler was bankrupt. The Canadian authorities spent $10,000. The state of California had to feed and clothe me while I was in prison. Here's another side of it. Spokane and his wife died of TB that he contracted while in jail, and justice overtook Irish Annie for what she had done to me. Not very pleasant reflections, especially when I had to admit to myself that I was the cause of everything from the burglary to the punishment of Annie and all that happened in between them. Yet this burglary is by no means unique. It frequently happens that the initial loss in dollars and cents is as nothing compared to the wrong and injury that radiate from such crimes like ripples on a pond. My first few months in the county jail were put in hard enough. About all I did was hate Irish Annie and plan ways and means to revenge myself on her. I kept close track of her through friends and learned that her punishment began the day she got back to Canada. Her girls left her establishment when they saw her turn copper. Her friends in the Tenderloin shunned her as if she had the leprosy. Finding herself cast out by these outcasts, she gathered up what she could and joined the gold rush to Alaska. Then, just when my bankroll had melted away under the heavy expense of 2 attorneys' fees and incidentals, and I was beginning to wonder if I would finish by having to eat the jail fare, a number of mysterious money orders came to me from Nome and Skagway. I couldn't but think this was conscience money from Annie. This took the edge off my hatred, and I began making excuses for her. After I had several $100s, the money orders stopped coming. No letter or explanation came, and I remained mystified. At last a prisoner who was brought into the jail en route to San Quentin from Alaska put an end to my guessing. Irish Annie was dead. My informant was very discreet and mentioned no names. Certain people, he said, and good people too, found out that she had a bunch of dough. They went into her crib, tied her up, and took it. When they went out, one of them said to the others, "Black is in the county jail in San Francisco. He ought to have one end of this money. That woman put him there. They didn't know she had snitched on you and objected to splitting you in with the coin. The first party, your friend, went back into the crib and croaked her. When he came out, he said, 'I've done that for Black. Now does he get his end?' You got it, didn't you?" I acknowledged the money and asked no questions. My attorney learned later and told me that when she was found dead and her body identified, the police began a search for me, and the only thing that saved me was my jail alibi, the only alibi that ever convinced anybody. With Annie off my mind, I then began hating the pawnbroker. But before I went to Folsom, he was charged with perjury in another case and went broke saving himself from a prison sentence, and I put him out of my mind. I didn't worry about the coppers framing me in. I started it. It was their business to put me away if they could, and if they hadn't played my game, I would have beaten the case on them. It has always been a question with me where this framing and jobbing started. Whether the defense originally began it and forced the prosecutor and police to do it in self-defense, or whether it was the other way around. I never could find the answer. Long ago I gave it up and filed it away with that other old question about the hen and the egg. My attorney knew his business. He held me in the county jail till my last dollar was gone, and I refused to write for more money, as he suggested. When I was leaving for Folsom, he showed up at the jail and asked me for my watch, the only thing of value I had left. "You won't have any use for it up there," he said. "Give it to me, and I'll get you a job in the warden's where you'll get something to eat." I told him to go plumb to hell. I went to prison without any plans for the future. With good conduct, I would have to do 5 years and 4 months, and there was no use trying to look that far ahead. 2 other prisoners arrived the morning I did, and the 3 of us were taken out to the office to have our prison biographies written, name, age, birthplace, occupation, etc. We were then photographed, measured, and weighed, and turned over to the captain to be assigned to work. Richard Murphy was captain at that time. He had worked his way up from the guard line by cunning and brutality. He believed in throwing the fear of God into a prisoner the minute he arrived, by browbeating and bullying him, and every man went out of his office hating him. It's more than 20 years since I left Folsom, but I can still see Dirty Dick's short, squat figure on the flagstones in front of his filthy office. I can still see his Popeyes and pasty face, his frog belly, his knock knees, and his flat feet. I was the first to be questioned. "Where are you from?" he asked. "San Francisco," I replied. "How long did you do in San Quentin?" "Never was in San Quentin." "What other penitentiary were you in?" "Never was in any penitentiary." I lied, and I knew he knew I was lying, but wouldn't give him the satisfaction of thinking he had bullied me into telling the truth. "Ha! You're a liar, and you know it. You can't get anything like that by me. I'll dig you up and find out all about you. Use hop." "No." I did use hop, had eaten it all the time in the county jail, and had a small portion secreted about me then. He again called me a liar and said to a convict runner, "Here, Shorty, take this fellow to the stone yard. Search him, and if you find anything you want, keep it." I had already been searched and had nothing but a handkerchief and a pipe. "No prisoner will keep anything belonging to me," I said, looking at Shorty. He didn't search me. The captain called up the second man. "Where are you from?" "Sacramento," he answered. "How long do you bring?" 10 years. "What for?" "Grand larceny." "What kind of grand larceny?" The little runner Shorty stepped up and said, "Pickpocket, Captain." "Where do you belong?" Murphy continued, "Chicago." "What's your name?" "James Brown." "You're from Chicago, eh? And your name is Brown? What do they call you? What's your moniker?" The little runner stepped up again and said, "Chi Jimmy, Captain." "Chi Jimmy, eh? Pickpocket, eh? The rock crusher for you," said the captain. "Maybe you'll be Chi a few fingers before you get out." Which he probably would be. This was Murphy's idea of a joke. The third chap got about the same deal and was waved away. To the crusher with him, too. At that time, prisoners were allowed, for economy, to keep the coats, vests, and hats they brought in with them, but were made to wear striped pants and shirts. As the last man turned away, Murphy saw he had a good hat. Calling him back, he took it and threw it to his runner. "Here's a hat for you, Shorty. If you can't wear it, give it to somebody else. It's too good for the rock crusher." He knew all about us before we were brought to his office, and had us out there only to throw the fear into us and get a line on us by the way we answered his questions. He made 3 enemies right there. He received all prisoners that way, and if they got insolent under his badgering, he had them thrown into the dungeon for 30 days to cool off. The dungeon was an empty cell with a solid door to darken it, and contained nothing but a thin blanket and a bucket strong with chloride of lime. In cases of this kind the captain signed the punishment order, which included bread and water. Every 3rd day the prisoner got a pan of beans. Most of them were so hungry they bolted the beans without stopping to chew them, and a few dungeon sentences brought on stomach troubles that added to their misery. My 8-year sentence was considered a short one at Folsom. I found 900 prisoners there whose sentences averaged 12 years. They were all hopeless. The parole law was a dead letter inoperative. Only at Christmas or on the 4th of July did anyone get a parole. The place was a seething volcano of hatred and suspicion. Dirty Dick had in the 20 years he was there developed a perfect stool pigeon system. A visiting warden, surprised because there was no wall around Folsom, asked Murphy how he managed to keep the cons there. "That's simple," he said. "I've got 1/2 of them watching the other half." His system caused many murders and assaults, and at last it climaxed in the bloodiest prison break in the history of California. Opium was the medium of exchange in the prison. About 300 men used it habitually and 100 more occasionally. Incoming prisoners smuggled money in, and we bribed the poorly paid guards to buy hop at Sacramento. No prisoner was allowed to buy anything through the office. The trustees stole every movable article they could from the guards and wardens' quarters and peddled them to us in the prison for their rations of hop. The cons were divided roughly into 3 groups. One group played the officers' game, working in the offices or holding down other soft jobs where they could loaf about the place and spy and snitch on the others. Murphy rewarded them all. He gave the best snitches the biggest beefsteaks. Another and larger group openly antagonized the officers, engineering hop deals, planning the murder of stool pigeons, and promoting escapes. Between these two groups was a small bunch of convicts who did not handle hop or curry favor with the officers. They were the best conducted prisoners there, yet they were ground to pieces by the two stronger factions. They got fag ends of food in the convict mess and wore the patched-up clothes of the others. I had some thought of getting off the hop when I got to Folsom, and of keeping my nose clean and trying to shorten my time by making a parole. But I saw quickly all that was impossible for me, and that I would be lucky if I earned my credits. I joined the schemers and soon had my share of the opium, which meant power and influence. We sold a hop to those who had money, and with the money we bought more. Also, we paid guards to smuggle in sugar, butter, and other food. Conditions at San Quentin were the same. Martin Aguirre became warden there under Governor Gage. Aguirre introduced the straitjacket punishment, and I have been told he did it on the suggestion of a convict. This brutal and inhuman form of torture had been condemned in English prisons years before as dangerous to life and limb. Yet this man was permitted to revive it in California, and its use was continued until Hiram Johnson became governor. Let be said to this humane and enlightened gentleman's everlasting credit that one of his first official acts was to banish the jacket and other brutalities from California prisons forever. Captain Murphy welcomed the jacket as something superior to anything he had at Folsom in the way of punishment. Up to that time the prisoners were regulated by long terms in the dungeons on bread and water, loss of credits, or by hanging them up by the wrists till they were on tiptoe. When Dirty Dick saw what could be done with the jacket, he came into the stone yard and declared himself openly, "I've got something now that will make you tough birds snitch on yourselves." The killing and maiming of convicts in the straitjackets are matters of record, and too well known to call for any notice in this story. At Folsom, I saw the jacket making beasts of the convicts and brutes of their keepers. I saw J.K. Oppenheimer transformed from a well-intentioned prisoner into a murder maniac whose wanton killings and assaults in prison brought him under the rope in the end. I saw the convicts throw their hats in the air and shout for joy when Warden Charles all died. Thomas Wilkinson followed him as warden. The tasks were increased, the food rations cut, and even the convicts' stripes were made thinner and cheaper. These abuses, coupled with brutal straitjacketings for the slightest infraction of rules, crystallized all the hatred, despair, and hopelessness in the prison. All the convicts needed was an organizer or a leader. He appeared in the person of Dick Gordon. With a sentence of 45 years and a prior prison experience, Gordon saw no chance of getting out on the square and began planning to escape. He was young, about 23, modest, kindly, intelligent. He came to Folsom with a reputation for doing things on the outside and for being on the square. With great care and diplomacy, he sorted out a dozen men, and his plan was laid down for the getaway. It was simple and direct. Every Monday morning there were at least a dozen officers and guards at the prison office. The warden was always there to get everything underway. The captain to try all prisoners for offenses committed between Saturday evening and Monday morning, the overseer to plan the week's work, the commissary to give out clothing, and the turnkey to listen to requests for changing of cells. This meant there were always 30 or 40 prisoners at the office. The plan was for Gordon and his men to mingle with others at the captain's office. When the signal was given, they were to rush the officers, who were unarmed, put a knife at the throat of every one, and march them all out through the guard line, using them as shields against the Gatling gun fire from guard towers that encircled the prison. For once Captain Murphy's carefully built-up system of spying failed him. It toppled on him, crushed him, and brought about his dismissal from the prison. His spies, when things were dull, often fabricated plots and stories to hold their jobs. Sunday, before the break, They reported to Murphy that something was brewing in the prison. He ordered 50 suspected men searched, but nothing was found. The knives Gordon and his men were to use were being carried about by a harmless short-time convict who kept by himself and was not suspected. Murphy, finding nothing wrong after the search, put the reports down to overzealousness by his stool pigeons and forgot them. The next morning the knives were distributed, and the dozen men dropped out of the line at the captain's office as the men went out to work. Every officer in the prison except the doctor was captured. The only guard that resisted was killed instantly, cut to pieces. The only officer that resisted was Cochran, the turnkey, the man who personally laced up the straitjacket victims. He was hated bitterly, and every man that got near enough put a knife into him. He was cut a dozen times and left for dead. He recovered, and later took his grudge out by brutalities to prisoners who had never harmed him. Gordon and his men marched their captives to the prison armory. Under threat of death, the warden ordered the guard in charge to open it. Taking all the arms and ammunition they could carry, they destroyed the balance, and still using the officers as shields, marched them off the prison grounds and into the woods. Here some of the escapes demanded Dirty Dick's life for the things he had done to them, but Gordon had his way. No murder was his order, and he enforced it. At sundown the captives were released. The escapes scattered. Gordon went his way alone, and though hunted for years, was never taken. 5 others of the 12 are still at liberty. The other 6 were captured here and there. 3 of them were hanged, and the remaining 3 sentenced to life imprisonment, paroled after many years, and are living within the law. When things cooled down, the people of California wanted to know how men could be driven to such desperation that they captured and cut down officers and guards, rushed and took a Gatling gun tower with nothing but crude knives made in the prison blacksmith shop. This bloody affair called attention to the terrible conditions and proved the beginning of the end of prison cruelty in California. After the break, Folsom was a hell. The warden and Captain Murphy began taking revenge on friends of the escapes. We were brought into the office and questioned. I answered all questions respectfully, disclaimed any knowledge of a break, and avoided punishment at that time. Warden Wilkinson was removed, and Archibald Yell of Sacramento took his place. He had no experience and was forced to feel his way slowly. He had to depend on Murphy. This put him in virtual control of the convicts, and his lust for revenge went unchecked. I was on his list, and he soon got me. I had but 3 months to serve when I was slated for the straitjacket. I knew the captain wanted to get my credits, which amounted to 2 years and 8 months. Murphy had me brought into his office, where he said he had information that I was holding opium. If I had admitted this, they could have taken away my entire good time. I denied it. Take him to the doctor, the captain ordered. That meant I was to be examined as to my physical condition before they put me in the jacket. This worried me. I was not sure whether I would snitch on myself and give up the hop. Some stanch men had weakened in the jacket. I thought I could stick it out and made up my mind to. I had been flogged and starved in 3rd degree before going to Folsom, and had taken them all with a grin, but I was not sure of myself in the jacket. Many prisoners claimed they gave up information on themselves and friends while delirious or semi-conscious in the jacket, and that was what alarmed me. I preferred death to the loss of my credits. While waiting for the doctor, I got word to a friend who was holding my hop to throw it in the canal at once. In this way, I figured I was protecting my credits even from myself. The doctor okayed me, and I was taken into the dungeon, where Cochran, now recovered from his terrible wounds, was waiting with the jacket. I saw it was a piece of heavy canvas about 4 feet long and wide enough to go around a man's body. There were long pockets sewed to the inner side of it into which my arms were thrust. I was then thrown on the floor face down, and the jacket was laced up the back. The edges of the jacket were fitted with eye holes, and the thing was tightened up with a soft, stout rope, just as a lady's shoe is laced. It could be drawn tight enough to stop the circulation of blood or the breath. While Cochrane was tightening the jacket, he said, "You fellows tried to kill me. Now it's my time." When he had me squeezed tight enough, he turned me over on my back and went to the cell door. "When you're ready to snitch on yourself, Blackie, just sing out," he said as he locked me in. I will not harrow the reader with a description of the torture. The jacket is no longer in use, and no purpose would be served by living over those 3 days in the bag. Every hour Cochrane came in and asked if I was ready to give up the hop. When I denied having it, he tightened me up some more and went away. The torture became maddening. Some time during the second day, I rolled over to the wall and beat my forehead against it trying to knock myself out. Cochrane came in, saw what I was doing, and dragged me back to the middle of the cell. I hadn't strength enough left to roll back to the wall, so I stayed there and suffered. A guard looked in, and there was real sympathy in his voice. He said, "Why don't you scream, make a noise? They might let you out. They don't want to kill anybody anymore." I didn't want my friends to hear me screaming. I kept still. It wouldn't have done any good anyway. On the evening of the second day, the doctor came and felt the pulse in my temple. He then ordered me taken out for the night. They took the thing off, and I collapsed in one corner. There was a wooden cup of water on the cell floor, and I took a small mouthful only because it would make the jacket so much worse when I was put back in it. My fear of snitching was gone now. The very ferocity of the punishment had made me a wild beast. I crawled around the cell looking for something I could use to open a vein or artery. I wanted to die. All I found was my shoes. I tried to dig a nail out of one of the heels, but only broke my fingernails. At last I loosened one of the small metal eyes where the shoe is laced, and with the heel of my shoe beat it out flat on the cement floor. After rubbing the metal on the floor for an hour, I got an edge on it sharp enough to open the skin, but would not cut the vein. Every time I touched the vein, it jumped out from under my crude blade. The sensation was something like touching a live wire, like an electric shock. Finally, I gave it up and lay down to wait for morning. I had an opium habit, but suffered so from the jacket that I forgot all about the hop, another proof to me that the habit is mostly mental. Cochrane came at 8 o'clock the next morning. I denied having hop, and out came the jacket. All that day, I was only half-conscious dopey. I don't think I suffered as much as on the previous day. Some time in the night, they released me, and I lay on the floor in stupor. I don't know how long. Toward morning my mind cleared, and I felt that another day would finish me. I decided I would send for Captain Murphy after they put me back in a jacket, and ask him to take me down to the bank of the canal where I worked so I could dig up the hop from its plant and give it to him. I was liked by the cons, and knew he would go with me personally so my friends could see him triumphing over me. At the canal, instead of giving him hop, I intended to throw my arms around him and drag him to the bottom, where we would both cease from troubling. The fourth morning Cochrane said, "You're a damn fool. Better give up your hop. You can't finish out the day." I waited for him to put me in. He held up the bag in front of me. I was sitting on the floor. "Get up," he said. I didn't. I couldn't. I was too weak. With a gesture of disgust, he threw the jacket out the door into the corridor. Motioning to a couple of trusty prisoners, he said, "Take him away." They helped me to my cell and into my bunk. I lay there half dead, but victorious. My cellmate came at noon and slipped me a jolt of hop. I took it and felt better. He had not even thrown it away, as I asked. "I knew you wouldn't squawk," he said, "so I held on to it." My 3 months passed quickly enough, and I was released, still feeling the effects of the jacket. When I got out, I held up my hand and swore I would never make another friend or do another decent thing. I borrowed a gun and got money. I returned to Folsom by stealth and flooded the place with hop. I went about the country for months with but one thing in my mind, a sort of vicious hatred of everybody and everything. As much as possible, I shunned even my own kind, thieves. Then back to San Francisco again, where I fell into a stool pigeon trap. Captain Steve Bunner, who now chases policemen, was then a very plain-clothes dick, chasing burglars and stick-ups. He arrested me. He says I tried to shoot him, but that he bears me no malice. I say he got me a 25-year sentence, and I bear him no malice. And today, while we are not exactly bosom friends, we certainly are not enemies. I had no money to take an appeal from this stiff sentence, but an attorney came and volunteered his services, saying, "I was in the district attorney's office when you were sent to Folsom, and I know you got jobbed. I'll take your case for nothing." While waiting on appeal, the great earthquake and fire occurred. All the records in my case were destroyed. I could not be sent to prison, and the attorney could not get me out, so I became a permanent fixture in the county jail. The old Broadway County Jail was a stout structure and resisted the quake, but was fire-swept and abandoned. When the fire threatened, all prisoners were removed to Alcatraz Island and later to the branch jail at Ingleside. I was there over 6 years, and the things that happened there during that time would fill a book. During the graft prosecution that followed the fire, Ingleside housed the mayor, the political boss of San Francisco, and many of the supervisors. A looting banker was there, many strikebreakers indicted for the murder of Union men during the car strike, and soldiers for wantonly shooting down citizens while the city burned. Jack Johnson, the colored heavyweight champion, was with us for 30 days for speeding. Money was plentiful in the jail. The grocer came every day, and we all got enough to eat. The political boss bought many books and founded a library. He also got a big phonograph that was kept going all day and far into the night. I was appointed jail librarian and at once cataloged the books and installed them in an empty cell. The jail was a cross between a political headquarters and an industrial plant. The political prisoners did politics, and the prisoners whose records were burned in the fire turned to industry. We got contracts to address envelopes and sublet the work to others. We sewed beads on genuine Indian moccasins for a concern downtown. Best of all, we bought cheap jewelry from mail-order houses and sold it at a profit to visitors, giving them to understand that it was stolen stuff we had smuggled in with us. One by one, those whose records were destroyed by the fire made application to have them restored in order to perfect their appeals. In the reconstruction of those records, they lost their valuable points on appeal, and one by one they were turned down by the higher court. I made no move, but decided to stay in the jail rather than go back to Folsom, although conditions there had been greatly improved by Warden Yell, who soon put Captain Murphy out and won the confidence of the convicts by treating them on the square. At last a visiting grand jury committee reported to the district attorney that there was a prisoner at Ingleside whose case had been pending more than 6 years and recommended that something be done with it. He at once put me on the docket for restoration of records. My attorney had retired, and with money I had saved from work and speculations in jail, I got a new lawyer. I had all the criminal lawyers in San Francisco doped out like race horses by this time, and my choice was Sam Newberg. I had seen him beat some of the toughest cases that ever went to trial. Not only that, I had seen him go down in his pocket and give clients money after he got them out. He never weakened, never lay down, or ran out on a man, money or no money. Newberg at once threw down a most formidable barrage of objections and technicalities. The prosecution got busy, and as usual, the defendant was lost sight of in the smoke of battle. I had little hope of actually beating the case. The best I could expect was a new trial, and maybe a sentence I could do, instead of one that would do me. But while my affairs were at this stage, a new hope appeared. I had made a few new outside friends by this time. One of them especially, a fine, noble woman, who was interested in helping us all, concerned herself to do what she could for me. About this time Fremont Older, now editor of the Call, had helped the late Donald Lowry, whose writings did for American prisons what John Howard's did for those of England. This woman, who was one of Mr. Older's friends, wrote him and said, "By way of thanking you for helping Lowry, I am going to give you another man to assist. He is John Black, at the Ingleside jail. I wish you would see him." He called at the jail soon, but instead of having me out to the office, he came down to my cell, squeezed his bulk through the doorway, and sat down on the edge of my bunk. Waving the guard away, he produced cigars, helped me to alight, and asked, in a voice that rang to me like a $20 piece, what he could do for me. For once all my mistrust, suspicion, and hatred vanished. I said, "Mr. Older, I'm afraid you will waste a lot of valuable time trying to do anything for me. I have 25 years. I'm guilty. I'm plastered over with prior convictions. The police hate me, the jailers dislike me because I tried to escape, and the trial judge is sore because I've done everything possible to obstruct the judgment." I told him I was a hop fiend, that I had used it for 10 years and was still using it. I told him I was tired of stealing and tired of living. I told him there was but one thing I could say for myself. I had never broken my word either to a thief or a policeman. I told him if he did help me out, I would give him my word to quit stealing. He went away saying, "This looks pretty tough, but I will try." He at once saw Judge Dunn, who sentenced me, and suggested probation on the ground of my long confinement and dangerous physical condition. Mr. Older was the powerful editor of a newspaper and a longtime friend of the judge. He was stared at as if he had gone mad, and his suggestion met with a cold, flat, final turn down. He sent word to me that the judge was adamant and nothing could be done. I saw my case was tough indeed when he couldn't help me, and began planning a getaway. I will not say there is honor among thieves, but I maintain that the thieves I knew had something that served as a good substitute for honor. I thought over all my thief friends, and at last chose one and sent for him. He got me saws, and I cut bars in my door. On a propitious night, he cut the window bars. I was too weak to pull myself up to the window, and he had to reach in, lift me bodily, and drop me on the ground outside. Strange as it may sound, the fresh, cool night air had the same effect on me that the foul air of a sewer would have on a healthy, normal human. It overcame me. I was not able to walk at first, and my rescuer had to support me on our way to the car line. Before daylight, and before the escape was discovered, I was safely planted in a room in Oakland, where I stayed, and was nursed back to life, fed, and protected by my friend. After waiting for a couple of weeks for the hue and cry to subside, he stowed me away in a sleeper one night at Richmond on a northbound train with a ticket to Vancouver. British Columbia County constables and town whittlers beat up the jungles, searched boxcars and brake beams. City dicks explored the hop joints and hangouts for me and the reward offered, but I traveled safely as a first-class passenger on a first-class train. No police officer who knows his business would think of looking in a Pullman sleeper or diner for a fugitive hop fiend with a 25-year sentence hanging on him. Arriving safely at Vancouver, I took stock and found myself sick, weighing 110 pounds, with a ferocious hop habit, about $10, and a big pistol, the gatherings of 40 years. Then came a foggy night. Necessity and opportunity met, and I went away with a bundle of banknotes and some certified checks. The checks went into the first mailbox as an apology from necessity to opportunity. Then began the toughest battle of my life. Opium, the Judas of drugs that kisses and betrays, had a good grip on me, and I prepared to break it. The last words of my rescuer when he put me in the train rang in my ears, "Goodbye and good luck, Blackie. And you'd better lay away from that hop, or it'll make a bum of you." I had money enough to last some little time, long enough to get my strength back, perhaps. I paid the landlady a month's rent and told her I was a sick man and would be in my room all the time and not to disturb me. In this way, I hoped to account for never stirring out of doors, which I did not dare do. I certainly was a sick man and looked it. This landlady was very good-hearted, and sympathizing with my illness, she did not leave me alone 2 hours in succession. She sent a Chinese boy every hour or two to see how I felt, and in the morning she would send in coffee and toast and come in herself to inquire how I was. After the boy had made the bed in the morning, she must come in to see if he had turned the mattress and shaken up the pillows for me. She was so busy helping me out that she nearly landed me back in jail. I came back to my room from the bathroom one morning, and there she stood staring at a gun I had been keeping under the mattress. She had insisted on turning the mattress herself and found it. She was standing there staring at it like she would at a rattlesnake, and asked me what I was doing with that awful thing. I sat down and said to her, "Mrs. Alexander, I bought that pistol to kill myself with in case I get physically disabled. You see, I'm a sick man. I told you I was a sick man, and I have a suspicion I am a consumptive. I don't want to go to doctors, and I'm going to let this thing run its course, but if I find I am down and out and done for, I'm going to shoot myself. That's what I have it for." She was all upset with sympathy. She said, "You're no consumptive. You're only run down. You'll be all right in a few months with good food and care. Let me keep this thing. I'll take it and keep it. Don't get downhearted. You'll be all right." Of course I had to let her take it. That night I went out and bought another one. I also bought a bag and a few clothes, and I was careful after that to lock the new pistol up in the bag when she was around. So I settled down to fight it out with my opium habit, at the same time keeping on the watch all the time for the police. I had been using opium steadily for 10 years. For 10 years I had never gone to sleep without taking it. I owed to it all the sleep, all the rest and forgetfulness and contentment I had had in that time. Now I made up my mind to quit. Right away, I found I had to pay back every second of sleep, every quiet, restful moment I had got from the opium in the whole 10 years. I was taking about 5 grains a day. I began to taper down slowly. I cut off a grain a week at the start, then for a couple of months I took only 3 grains a day. It would have been a good deal harder to quit if I hadn't had that fear of the jail always before me. That took my mind off the opium. The worst hold the drug gets on a man is the mental hold. It becomes a mental habit. A man has to keep a hard grip on his mind. He has to want to quit first and keep wanting to quit all the time. Then he can do it. I could stick the daytime out. I found something to do. I read or ate or walked around the room. I did not dare go out in the daytime, for fear I would be recognized by the police or by some stool pigeon. This worry was always on my mind, and in a way it helped, because while I was thinking of that, I was not thinking about the opium. It was the small, still hours of the night that got me. I had to get some sleep and strength for the next day. Every particle of opium, I cut off my daily dose cut off, just that much sleep. For years in the jail, I had slept away all the time I could. I had slept 10 or 12 or 14 hours a day. Now I had to pay back all that sleep I had stolen from myself. I put in 23 hours a day waiting for the 24th, when I could take my little jolt of hop. Every day when the hour arrived, I was tempted to take one more good jolt so that I could have a decent night's sleep and forget everything for a few hours. But the last words of my friend who had rescued me were always in my ears. Lay away from that stuff. It will make a bum of you. Hundreds of times it was just that memory that tipped the balance, and I would take only what I had allowed myself, no more. I believe now I quit because he said that to me. I felt that if I could not do that much, and it was the only thing he ever asked me to do, I wasn't worthy of the friendship of such a man as he had shown himself to be. Then I would go to bed and try to sleep. After several hours, I would get up and go out for a walk to get some exercise. I would walk as fast as I could for 3 or 4 hours in the darkness, always keeping watch for a policeman or for anyone who knew me. I would walk until I was tired out because I was still pretty weak, and it did not take much to tire me. Then I would hope to sleep a little. But in the long, still hours my nerves demanded opium, and I resisted and fought out till my strength got down to the vanishing point. Then I would get up and drench myself with whiskey and wash it down with absinthe. My room looked like a cross between a drugstore and a distillery. I had bottles of tonics, Invalid's port wine, whiskey, and absinthe. I would take a drink out of every bottle in the room and fall down on the bed or on the floor in a stupor and sleep for a few hours. In this manner I stuck it out. I took a small portion of hop each evening, reducing it daily according to the system I planned. Finally, I got to the stage where I could skip one day's portion and get 2 hours natural sleep. Then I tried skipping 2 days and got by with it, but on the 3rd day I was tied in a knot with cramps and aches, and nothing but hop would put me on my feet. All this time Mrs. Alexander, my kindly landlady, was urging me to go out in the sunshine during the day. She said it would do me good to get more air, and she could see no reason why I wouldn't do it. So at last I went out one afternoon. I went to a little park where it was quiet and lay on the grass. It was so good to touch and smell the grass again that I couldn't get enough of it. It seemed to me that grass was the most beautiful thing in the world. I felt as though I could eat it. I lay there in the sunshine and ran my hands through it and pulled a blade or two and chewed it. I had not been in the sunshine nor been able to touch anything green and growing for over 6 years. I wouldn't have spoiled that lawn, put a cigarette stub or an orange peel on it for anything in the world. After that I went out 3 or 4 afternoons a week and lay on that grass in the park. I could feel that I was getting stronger. I could eat with good appetite, and every night I decreased the opium according to my schedule. I finally got the dose down to 1/8 of a grain. Even that amount, even the smallest particle that I could get on the end of a toothpick, would make the difference between sleeping all night or not. I don't believe in those radical cures. It stands to reason you can't cure in 3 days a habit that it took you 5 or 10 years to build up. I think any man can cure himself. He must first be cured mentally. He must want to be cured. If he doesn't want to be cured, all the treatments in the world aren't going to do it. You can lock men in prisons and deprive them of hop, and they will come right back and get it again because they don't want to be cured. But the man who wants to quit can. It took me 6 months to get the dose down to nothing. Even then, for months more, the thing might jump out at me at any minute like a wild beast and tear me to pieces. I would go half crazy for the time. I would be mad to get hold of some hop. But that would last only a few hours, and every time I got through it safe I knew it would be easier next time. Every minute I was out of the house in the daytime, I kept watching for people who knew me. A good many men had been through Ingleside jail in the 6 years I was there, and Vancouver was full of them. None of them ever saw me, because I saw them first. I tried to see every man in the block ahead of me the minute I stepped on the curb. Cured of the habit now, I went back on the road, determined to stay in Canada, keep away from big cities and wise coppers, and try to do the 25-year sentence outside instead of at Folsom. I traveled east over the Canadian Pacific Railway to the booming province of Alberta. One morning after an all-night ride, I crawled out of a boxcar in the town of Strathcona, tired, hungry, and dirty. I was not in distress for money, and looked around for a quiet place where I could lay off for a week and rest up. After a breakfast, a bath, and a shave, I walked around a while and located a quiet, respectable-looking place with a board and room sign. It looked to be a half-private, out-of-the-way place, so I went in. A Chinese boy was dusting up in a lounging room, and I asked him for the boss man. He disappeared out in the hall. In a few minutes I heard a heavy step and turned around to face Salt Chunk Mary, the friend of the bums and yeggs at Pocatello. More than 15 years had passed since she disappeared, yet I knew her instantly. The same level right now look from her cold blue eyes, the same severe parting of her brick red hair, the same careful, clean, starched house dress, and the same few short, sharp, meaningful words told me it was she who had broken open the town jail and set me free when no man would turn a hand. "Oh, Mary!" I cried, and my hand went out to her. I said something about Pocatello and the night I saw her last, and about Foot-and-a-Half George, long dead, but she stopped me cold. Looking me straight in the eye, she said in a tone of finality that left no chance of an answer, "You are mistaken, you don't know me. My name's not Mary, and I was never in Pocatello in my life." When Mary said no, she meant it. I went out and away, envying that courageous woman who had the strength to leave Pocatello and her life there, and bury herself in a far corner of the North. After much thought, I decided that Salt Chunk Mary had washed her hands of the old life and old associates and was trying to spend her remaining days in peace. I saw her no more and went my solitary way, pistoling people away from their money, the highwayman's way. A distinguished chief of police in one of our big cities gave this advice to the public: if a hold-up man stops you, grab him and yell at the top of your voice. That was the advice of a policeman, more the advice of a policeman who was never stuck up. I know something about the stick-up game. I've been stuck up myself. This is the first time I've told about it, and it will be the last. I'm not advising any reader what to do in case of a stick-up. I'm only telling what I did. As I was walking home one mild midnight up Haight Street, a young man came down the street toward me. He was whistling a little tune. His hat was on the back of his head, and he walked briskly, swinging his arms. Aha, thinks I, here's a young fellow that's just left his girl at her door. She gave him a kiss, and he's happy. He's hurrying home now, and my reflections ended. About 10 feet away from me, his arms swung together, and his right hand pulled a long gun out of his left sleeve. "The real thing," I said to myself, stopping. "Put up your hands." I did. "Turn your face to that fence." I did. He stepped up behind me and put something hard against my spine. "All right, brother," I said meekly. "It's all yours. It's in my left-hand pants pocket." He found it. "I've got a watch, brother. That's worth a lot to me. I wish you'd let me keep it. It would bring you $4, but it might bring you 40 years. "Huh," he grunted. He felt for the watch, took it out of its pocket, hefted it in his hand, and put back. "You keep your face to that fence till I get out of the block, or I'll spray you with this automatic." I did. That's the way I deal with a stick-up man. There's no way I know of to protect yourself from a starving moron who pounces on you out of a dark doorway, knocks you on the head with a blunt instrument, and goes through your pockets after you are on the sidewalk. That kind of work is unprofessional, unnatural, and disgusting, and does not concern me. The psychiatrist might explain and classify it. I cannot. After circulating around with my pistol for a few months, I was arrested and, almost by chance, identified as a fugitive from California justice. In short order, I was brought back to San Francisco. The first man that came to see me in the city prison was Sam Newberg, the attorney who had my case when I escaped from a jail. 2 days before I had escaped, the last $50 payment on his fee had come due. At that time, I was almost sure I would escape and get away without any trouble, and I was tempted to defer this payment and put him off until later, because I saw I would have use for the $50 myself. But when he came out to the jail, I paid it to him. He remembered this, and when I was brought back, he was the first man there to see me. To my surprise and delight, he told me that my legal status was just about the same as when I left. My appeal was still pending. I had some thoughts that Mr. Older might feel I had abused his confidence in leaving the jail when he was trying to do something for me. But he knew at the time that I was turned down by everyone and didn't have a chance at getting my liberty, so I hoped he would understand. He came immediately to see me, and I explained this to him. I said I never would have made a move of that kind if there had been a chance, that I had to do it in order to do myself justice. I said I knew I would not live another 2 years in that jail. They had all admitted they could do nothing for me, and I thought I had a right to do as I did. He said, "I think you did the only thing. It was the only way out for you. I would probably have done the same thing myself." He remarked that I was looking stronger and healthier. I had gained about 30 pounds in weight. Mr. Older could see in a minute that I had quit the opium. He spoke of it at once. He said he would see if something could be done for me. He thought it might be possible that the district attorney's office, on account of all the complications of the case, would agree to ask for an amended sentence, a sentence of only a year or 2, if I would stop fighting and plead guilty. I said, if I had thought such a thing possible, Mr. Older, I'd have paid my way back here and given myself up. I had little hope that any such thing would be done. I had never encountered anything like it. The next day, Maxwell McNutt of the district attorney's office came in to talk to me. He spoke about my escape, and I told him the reasons for it, as I had told the others. I explained that I would not have had to do it if my friends had been able to do something for me in the way of a lighter sentence. He said that so far as the district attorney was concerned, he thought I had served almost enough time. I was astounded when I heard this. In all my experience, I had never encountered a district attorney's office that thought any criminal had served enough time. This was a revelation to me in the ways of courts and police. It was the first time I ever got any better than the worst of it. I saw myself relieved of that burden of a 25-year sentence. I saw myself coming out in a couple of years with the slate wiped clean. I realized that Judge Dunn would be taking a chance in giving me a sentence that amounted practically to nothing. He had his place on the bench and his reputation with his fellow judges and the people to consider. If I came out of prison and got into trouble immediately after, I would be double-crossing him. I saw it was up to me to square myself and go to work when I came out. After some delay, the district attorney and the trial judge agreed to amend the judgment, and a day was set for me to go into court. Mr. Older asked me to make a statement, hoping there might be something in my experience that would throw some light on the criminal problem that might help people to help criminals. When I got into court, I decided not to make this statement until after I was sentenced, because I didn't want anyone to feel that what I said was said for selfish reasons, and if I said it before I was sentenced, it might appear that I was talking for leniency. I decided I had got all the leniency that was coming to me, and very much more than I ever expected. The judge sentenced me to 1 year. That was better than I had hoped for. The district attorney had suggested it probably would not be more than 2 years, but here the judge had cut even that in two. As near as I can recall them, my words were as follows: I would like to make a statement before it is too late. I feel that this will be my last appearance in any court as a defendant, and I want to make this statement in the hope that there may be something in my experience that will prove valuable to someone, perhaps someone in authority, who has to do with the instruction and correction of offenders, particularly of the younger ones. I would not make this statement if I ever expected to appear in court again as a defendant. As criminal as it is, I will consider it as nothing if it prove of value to anyone. If my failure would cause some young man to hesitate before it is too late, before he find himself charged with crime. My prison experiences began with a sentence of 2 years and 30 lashes in a Canadian prison. I could not see that I deserved this flogging, and it seemed when I got it that all the cruelty in the world was visited on me, all the brutality, all the violence. There was a lesson in cruelty I have never forgotten. Fortunately, I had a disposition that hardened with the flogging instead of breaking under it. I proved an incorrigible prisoner while there. I broke the rules many, many times in a small way, nothing violent, nothing desperate, but I would talk, laugh, whistle, and sing, and that outraged the silence of the system then in vogue. I was punished repeatedly on bread and water, the dark cell. The warden was a hard, stern man. His motto was, break them first and make them after. Then came the day for the second installment of my flogging and my discharge from prison. I went out with the skin on my back blistered and broken, and my mind bent on revenge. I went out of there with a hatred for law and order, society and justice, discipline and restraint, and everything that was orderly and systematic. I had a hatred for courts, jailers, prison keepers, and wardens. I hated policemen, prosecutors, judges, and jurors. If I had reasoned right, I might have made a better start than I did. But I had no experience to guide me. I planned for revenge, and I turned on society to get it, because society furnishes the judges, the jurors, the policemen, the prosecutors. Before I got fairly started on my career of revenge, I was back in prison. When I went back, I learned more brutality and violence. I knew the bread and water punishment, the dark cell, the straitjacket, and the water cure. I thought violent thoughts, I planned violent plans, and I executed those plans as best I could as soon as I got outside. I suppose a man's actions are the creatures of his thought, and his thoughts are naturally the products of his environment and the conditions under which he is forced to live. If you put a boy in prison at the age I was, as prisons were then, he will become a criminal as sure as the day follows the night or the night follows the day. I imagine those conditions were responsible for many criminals of my age, or thereabouts, who were considered incorrigible. I won't say confirmed, because I believe there is no such thing as a confirmed criminal. I have seen many miraculous reformations. One man may be reformed through a woman's plea, a mother's love. Others might be reformed through the assistance and kindness of friends. But still another might be reformed by an act of kindness from some unexpected source. I believe that one who has been brutalized can be turned right by an act of kindness and be regenerated. It looks reasonable. When I stood up in this court to be sentenced for 25 years, I was a criminal, as I have described. I had learned the lesson of violence in prison, and I believed that I lived in a world of violence, had to use violence, and use it first. I had no more thought of right or wrong than a wolf that prowls the prairie. I hunted because I was hunted myself, and I showed no consideration for anybody or anything because I knew I would receive none. I was a habitual criminal. I had formed the criminal habit. Habit is the strongest thing in life, and criminals such as I have described obey the impulse to commit a crime almost subconsciously. So far as the right or wrong is concerned, he gives it no more thought than you would when you walk down the street and open the gate to enter your front door. Is a habit with you. The 25-year sentence I received made no impression on me whatever. I expected it, and had expected it for years. It was simply an incident, an obstacle, another delay, a violent one, to be sure, but I had dealt the game of violence, and when forced to play at it, I am not the one to complain. So I went back to the county jail, and my lawyer went back to his law. Then came the fire that destroyed the records of my conviction and sentence, and put me in the perpetual criminal class at the county jail. I became more permanent than the sheriff. I saw them come and go, and after years of comparative peace and quiet and fair treatment in the county jail, I began to change my views and think different thoughts, and I looked forward to a different sort of life. A few friends rallied around and began to plan ways and means to help me. They investigated, found it impossible, and told me. The future looked dark, and I was in despair. The day of my deliverance seemed to be receding instead of advancing. I planned to get my liberty in another way, and I did get it, but I got it under such circumstances as to make it impossible for me to lead the life I had planned. It was impossible for me to mix with men in the daytime. I was a fugitive. I was hunted again. I had to seek the back streets on the darkest nights. In a few months, I found myself back in jail in San Francisco. Then something occurred that surprised me more than I can tell. I was told that there was a possibility of my getting credit for the time that I had served in the county jail, that I might get a sentence I would see the end of, instead of one that would see the end of me, and that it might be possible for me to get out and lead a different kind of life. This made a greater impression upon me than the 25-year sentence, this offer of help from such a surprising source. At first I thought I was getting the double cross, but I investigated and found it was true, and what little doubts I had were completely shattered. I did not admit the possibility of any kindness from judges, district attorneys, prosecutors, or anybody who represents the people. I now saw that I was wrong, and that it was up to me to build new rules to regulate my conduct in the future, that I would have to formulate a philosophy that would admit the possibility of kindness from such sources, from people who desire to help me if I would help myself. I have promised myself, and I promise the court, that when I finish this sentence I shall look for the best instead of the worst, that I shall look for kindness instead of cruelty, and that I shall look for the good instead of the bad, and when I find them, I shall return them with interest. I am confident when I promise the court this, that I will not fail. I imagine I have enough character left as a foundation on which to build a reformed life. If I had no character, no willpower, no determination, I would have been broken long ago by the years of imprisonment and punishment, and I would have been useless and harmless and helpless, a force for neither good nor bad. Judge Dunn asked me if I had any choice of prisons, and I said I preferred San Quentin because I had already been in every other prison in the state, and I would like to go over there and see what that place was like. I left the courtroom with that 1-year sentence feeling as if I had received a Christmas gift. It was the 24th of December. At San Quentin, I had a hard time to convince friends that my sentence was cut to 1 year. The atmosphere there surprised me. There was none of that smoldering hatred of officers, no hopeless, despairing prisoners, no opium, and no scheming to get it in. Everybody was looking forward to parole. There was no brutal punishment. A man's credits were safe. All those changes worked for the best. Prisoners had a chance to shorten their time by good conduct, and their conduct was good. One of the first cons to reach me was my friend, Soldier Johnny, doing a short sentence. I hadn't seen him since leaving the Canadian prison, where I got the dark cell for speaking to him. We were comparing notes for a week. It was from him I learned that the sanctimonious kid had escaped from Cannon City before finishing his 15 years, and that he had gone to Australia, where he was hanged for killing a police constable. In turn, I told him of Foot-and-a-Half George's death and of Mary's disappearance into the far north. Johnny finished his time first and went back to the road, where he probably will live out his life and die unwept, unhonored, and unhung. I put in my sentence without any trouble and came out in 10 months. That was 13 years ago. On the boat for San Francisco, I saw the bar. At once I felt that I needed a jolt of booze. I got it. Then I saw the lunch counter. I at once felt the need of a cup of real coffee. I got that. After that, I sat down on a bench and thought it over. Here I was, physically fit and serviceably sound, walking up to that bar and buying a drink of whiskey I didn't need just because I happened to see the bar, and then a cup of coffee just because I saw the coffee urn. I decided I would have to beware of the power of suggestion. The bar had suggested whiskey and the lunch counter coffee, and I fell for them both. Anyway, I made up my mind that I would close my eyes when I got to the ferry building for fear I might see a sack of registered mail lying around loose. It would suggest days of ease and nights of pleasure, and I might fall for that. I got through the ferry building and walked up Market Street, as they all do. In time I found myself in Mr. Older's anteroom. There were several men waiting to see him. I looked them over and said to myself, there's preachers, politicians, and pickpockets in that bunch. I'll be lucky if I don't have to wait an hour. The young lady took my name, and I was the first one in. Mr. Older was there with a suggestion, too. Luncheon at the Palace Hotel. I'm not strong for eating in swell places, but I do like quick contrasts. I had my breakfast in San Quentin, so why not lunch at the Palace? We had a good meal. While we were eating, Mr. Older suggested that I come down to his ranch for a few days till I got my bearings again in the outside world and was ready to begin work. I was glad to do this. It helped get me over the hardest part of the life of the ex-prisoner who intends to go square, the first few weeks out of prison. I went down that night for a week and stayed 6 months. I would have been content to stay there always. I was able to do enough on the ranch to pay for my board and shelter, and I liked it. But it was necessary after a while for me to come back to San Francisco and go to work. My room was wanted on the ranch by other men who needed it worse than I did. Eddie Graney needs no introduction here. I only hope this story has as many readers as he has friends. While he is known and respected for his square decisions as a referee of big fights, I think his fame rests chiefly on the fact that while he has the finest billiard rooms west of anywhere, he has not yet learned how to play billiards. Graney gave me my first job, cashier in his pool room, handling his money. After a few months, a better job appeared. With a letter of introduction, I saw Mr. B. F. Schlesinger of the Emporium. "Where did you work last?" he asked. "At Eddie Graney's." "And before that?" "At San Quentin, in the jute mill." He knew all about me, and put me to work as salesman in the book department. I knew something about books. I had been librarian at the county jail. I was honest, hadn't stolen any of Graney's money. I felt perfectly at ease among the books, and made good. Book selling grew dull later, and I was slated for a transfer to another department. At the manager's office, I was told that the only vacancy was on the ribbon counter. I looked in a mirror on the wall and saw a face in it that didn't seem to belong behind the ribbon counter. I said, "Mr. Schlesinger, this is a great life if you know when to weaken. I think this is where I'll weaken." At lunchtime, I saw Mr. Older and told him about it. Fortunately, there was a vacancy at the bulletin in the circulation department just then, and I got the job. I left the Emporium with the best wishes and goodwill of everybody I met there. When Mr. Older became editor of the Call, he found a place there for me as librarian. I still have that job. In 13 years, I have learned to work. Someday, I may learn to like it. Yet it is so easy and simple and safe and secure that I now wonder how any man coming out of prison could think of doing anything else. The pity of it is that so many ex-prisoners who do think of trying to work can't get it. I take no credit whatever for going to work. I could have done that years before. I quit stealing and learned working because I was in a hole where I could not do otherwise. I was in hock to friends who saved me from a heavy sentence, provided me with work, and expected only that I stay out of jail. That's not asking much of a man to keep out of jail. The judge who cut my sentence took a greater chance than I ever did. If I had gone back sticking up people, the judge's critics could have said that he and he alone made it possible, and that's precisely why I quit. If I had stolen Granny's, the Emporium's, or the Bulletin's money, they could have said that Older made it possible, and had I been tempted to steal, that thought would have stopped me. I cannot say I quit stealing because I knew it was wrong. I quit because there was no other way for me to discharge the obligations I had accepted. Whatever measure of reformation I have won is directly due to Fremont Older and Judge Dunn of the Superior Court. They took a chance on me, a long chance, and it will be a long time before they regret. Fremont Older has been a rock in a weary land to me, and Judge Dunn has been a shelter in the time of storm. It has been easy for me. The noble woman who found me rotting in jail physically and mentally is still my friend, I am proud to say. The kindly Christian couple who gave me a home with them in San Francisco and treated me as a son are still my friends. Friends everywhere to help and advise and encourage. Even friends from the road and the jungles drop into my office and shake hands and say, "More power to you, old-timer. You're sure making good. I'm going to try it myself someday." My feuds with the police are dead and buried. No copper has bothered me or obstructed me. Many of them have offered in good faith to help me, and so I say it has been easy for me to go on the square. I speak only of my own experience. Others may not have been so fortunate in finding friends. I wish I could sift out a few grains of wisdom from my life that would help people to help prisoners, and help prisoners to help themselves, but I can't find them. I don't know. All I can say with certainty is that kindness begets kindness, and cruelty begets cruelty. You can make your choice and reap as you sow. I am not worrying about prisons. If they improve as much in the coming 20 years as they have in the last 20, they will have to be called something else. While the number of convicts is increasing, the percentage of second and third timers, habitual criminals, is decreasing. That's hopeful, and it's because of more humane treatment, more liberal parole laws, and the extension of road building and other work that fits a prisoner for the outside, gives him the work habit. Highway building by convicts is the sanest and most constructive step I have seen. Instead of appropriating money to build a third prison in California, the same money might be expended in road-building materials, and one of our 2 prisons emptied into the road camps, where the prisoner could be self-supporting and not a dead weight on the taxpayer while in prison, and worse after he gets out. A certain number of prisoners, say 10%, always have and always will abuse probation and parole. The 90% of prisoners who respect probation and parole more than justify the laws under which they are released. Probation to boys and young men should be extended. Paroles to first-time convicts should be more liberal. Paroles to second-timers might well be closely scrutinized, and for third-timers, if the prison board throws the key away, on them they will die off and settle their own problem. I am in the third or fourth-timer class myself, and if I got back into prison and the board sentenced me to life with the privilege of applying for parole after 15 years, I wouldn't have to look very far for the person responsible for it. As I see it, the criminals of this generation should cause no concern. They will soon be out of the way. The problem wouldn't be solved by shooting them all at sunrise or by releasing them all at sunrise. Something might be done for the generation that is coming up. It seems to me there's the place to start, but what to do, I don't know. I am sure of but one thing: I failed as a thief, and at that I am luckier than most of them. I quit with my health and liberty. What price larceny, burglary, and robbery? Half my 30 years in the underworld was spent in prison. Say I handled $50,000 in the 15 years I was outside. That's about $9 a day. How much of that went to lawyers, fixers, bondsmen, and other places? Then count in the years in prison, suffering, hardship, privation. This was years ago, when there was much less police protection. What chance have you now? I would ask any young man, with shotgun squads, strong-arm squads, and crime crushers cruising the highways and byways, with the deadly fingerprinting, Central Identification Bureau, and telephotoing of pictures, and soon every police station broadcasting ahead of you your description and record? Then consider the accidents and snitches. What chance have you? Figure it out yourself. I can't. Had I spent that 30 years at any useful occupation, and worked as hard at it, and thought and planned, and brought such ingenuity and concentration to bear on it, I would be independent today. I would have a home, a family perhaps, and a respected position in my community. I have none of those, but I have a job, I have 2 suits of clothes, I have 2 furnished rooms in a flat. I have as many friends as I can be loyal to. I am 50 years old, and so healthy that when I hear my friends holding forth about their ailments, I feel ashamed of myself. I would not turn time backward and be young again, neither do I wish to reach the century mark and possible senility. I have no money, no wife, no auto. I have no dog. I have neither a radio set nor a rubber plant. I have no troubles. I borrow money from my friends in a pinch, ride in their machines, listen to their radios, make friends with their dogs, admire their flowers, and praise their wives' cooking. If I could wish for anything else, it would be a little more moderation, a little more tolerance, and a little more of the trustful innocence of that boy who learned his prayers at the knee of a gentle, kindly old priest in the sisters' convent school.